What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Hangout Spot where you already know it's real talk, boxing talk live from my man cave. It's your boy Johnny back from vacation. I'm your host for another edition of the Hangout Spot Live. This time, the epic Sunday night edition. Let's get it popping.
Let's get ready to rumble! Here's Johnny.
And I just want to welcome everybody to this Sunday night show, man. It was a hell of a time on vacation with the wife, man. Nice, relaxing vacation, man. We did a lot of eating, we did a lot of partying, we did a lot of drinking, but that's what it's all about, man. It was much needed. I needed that PTO, that R&R, and we right back at it like we never left, man. The Sunday night show. And there's been a lot of shit going on in the world of boxing, man. I need to be looped in, bro. I need to be looped in, man. What did I miss, y'all? What did I miss, man? I just want to thank everybody again, man, for sending me DMs throughout the week, man. You know, with well wishes, man. You know, I put some pictures up on IG. Y'all was responding, showing love, man. I just want to give a shout out to the DHS family, man. Y'all never disappoint, man. Love y'all, and it's good to be back, man. It's good to be back. I ain't gonna lie. I did miss doing a couple of shows this week, but like I said, much needed vacation, needed that rest, recharge the batteries, and we are ready to go on our normal Sunday night slot here. You know how we do it up here at the Hangout Spot. We are streaming live on YouTube. We are streaming live on X, and we are streaming live on Facebook. If you're watching this live on YouTube, smash that like button. We have to get this channel out into the algorithm of other boxing fans so they know we rock out weeknights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Now we may be adding a Monday show. I put a poll out there. We're going to talk about that in a second. And we always rock out on our Sunday night shows at 8 p.m., man. We do it up for the third shift and the overnight workers. This is our spot, man. The chill spot, the hangout spot, man. So if you're watching this live on YouTube, share, please. And smash that like button, man. If you're watching this live on X, retweet, follow, come on over, join the party here on YouTube, subscribe if you haven't done so. Same thing on Facebook. Even if you have subscribed, you know the deal, man. Tell a friend, man. There are power in numbers, and we are trying to turn this small train into a locomotive. In order for us to do that, we're going to need some more passengers, man. I'm excited to be back. The last show that we did was last Sunday. And shout out to all of y'all that rocked out. We had my little cousin in the building, undefeated welterweight prospect who was 5-0 with 5 KOs, Peter Voodoo Latore. He was in the building. Great interview. And then after that, we had Brian Norman Sr. Coach was in the building, man. We were breaking down the Terrence Bud Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez fight. And Brian Sr. has been again on the social media airwaves. So I say it one more time, y'all. What did I miss? What did I miss, man? I got a list of things I've missed here that we're going to need callers to call in and just loop me in on what the hell's going on, man. I see the chat is already cooking. I appreciate all of y'all for your support. But I tell you what I didn't miss, man. Football weekend, man. It was underway, baby. I did not miss my Buckeyes. My Ohio State Buckeyes dominate Grambling State yesterday, 70-0. Can I get a hell yeah?
Give me a hell yeah.
Yeah. You know how we do, the national champions in the building, baby. 2-0 and the number 1 seed in the nation. Can I get the champs are here?
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here.
That's how we start the season, baby. Fresh off the national championship. I know this is a boxing show, man, but I got to show my football fans some love. I got to show my Buckeyes some love. However, the first weekend of the NFL season also took place. We actually saw the first game of the season, which was on a Thursday night. We saw that on the cruise ship, man. The Eagles and the Cowboys, they did it up. Shout out to the Eagles for winning that game. And then we saw the Friday night game. I actually saw the Friday night game. I got home to see the Friday night game. The Chiefs losing to the Chargers. Shout out to the Chargers. And then, of course, today I see my Jets kick me in the nuts and lose a tough game, 34-32 against the Pittsburgh Steelers and Aaron Rodgers. Man, that one hurt, man. That one hurt, man. I didn't have a lot of expectations going into the season. Didn't have a lot of expectation going into this game, man. This was game one. New quarterback, new coach, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, a lot of new pieces. But Justin Fields did his thing, man. Justin Fields from the Ohio State University, baby, from the Buckeyes. He did his thing today, man. 1 touchdown in the air on a dime to Garrett Wilson and 2 rushing touchdowns. But Aaron Rodgers, man, the football gods never disappoint, bro. You kind of knew that was going to happen, man. He threw 4 touchdowns against his former team, the Jets, and we lose a heartbreaker 34-32. But a lot to like, man. I'm not into moral victories, bro. That's a game that we definitely should have won. We will break that down if we do a football show tomorrow. But a lot to like, man. At least they look like a football team. They look like a competitive team, in the fourth quarter. So we'll see if the Jets and Aaron Glenn and squad can build off of that. But boxing fans, what did I miss, man? What did I miss? Bones 13 is in the building. He said, "Bang bang, Niner gang." Shout out to you, Bones. I know the Niners won, right? They were playing against the Seahawks and Sam Darnold. I know Sam Darnold very, very well from his days on my Jets, man. So shout out to you guys. I did put a poll in the chat, man. If you guys, I know this is a boxing channel. I know it. Boxing is our bread and butter. That's our niche. That's my passion, my first true love. And I love talking that boxing shit, but I love football too. And I know there's a lot of boxing fans like myself that rock with football. If y'all want, I could do a football show once a week, Monday nights, man. Let me know. I put a poll in the in the chat, man. Let me know. I will do it if you guys want to do it. I used to rock with football, bro. I get down with football. So if y'all want to do that, we could do a call-in show. We got fans from all over the country that can call in, talk their shit, brag, vent, talk shit to a team that they're playing next week. We could do betting lines, favorites, point favorites. I mean, whatever y'all want, we could do, man. But y'all gotta let me know if it's worth my time and y'all gonna tune in. We will designate one night out of the week to do some football stuff, and then the rest is boxing. But y'all gotta let me know if y'all want to do that. I put a poll in the chat. Let me know. So far, we are at 61% believe yes, they will definitely watch if I do a Monday night football call-in show. 30% said no, hell no, Johnny, keep it boxing because we are cooking here at the Hangout Spot boxing. And 9% say they will tune in maybe. They will maybe tune in. So we'll see how the votes, end up at the end of the show. We'll go as long as we need to go. I know last Sunday, I cut the show. I had a hard stop at midnight because we had to get up super early in the morning, drop the dogs off. We did breakfast before we hit the Canaveral, Port Canaveral for our cruise. So I had to get up super early. So I didn't want to go 6-7 hours. But tonight I ain't got to get up early. Tomorrow morning I ain't got to get up early. I'm not back to work until Tuesday. So if the show is popping, we'll go overtime tonight, man. We will go overtime. So let me know your thoughts, man. Tomorrow, though, the crazy part about it is tomorrow I will be doing a show anyway, a boxing show, because I got the undefeated lightweight Corey Marksman, Corey Too Smooth Marksman will be in the building. Couldn't do Tuesday, so I flipped it up. So we will do a Monday night show tomorrow. Corey Marksman will be in the building. He's 12-0, 1 draw with 9 knockouts, coming off a very, very impressive stoppage win a couple of weeks ago when I was at Caribbean Royale Orlando on the Most Valuable Promotions card. So he will be in the building tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday night show. And this week, we're probably going to do hella shows, man. We'll probably go straight to Thursday, man, because we got the big fight week ahead, man. Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford is here. Saturday, it is going down. Las Vegas, Allegiant Stadium. Speaking of football, the first time a boxing event is going to be held at where the Raiders play football. The Las Vegas Raiders Allegiant Stadium is going down. And the Hangout Spot, we will be doing a live fight chat for the main card. So let everybody know from the TBV community, man, because I believe Nas Two-Tone and a lot of the community members will be in Vegas for a live fight party. So I don't believe, obviously, they will be going live or doing any type of live fight chat. So this is where it's at, bro, at the Hangout Spot. So let everybody know we're doing it up Saturday, main card here. Live fight chat, and then after that, we will continue the show going so that we open up the phone lines, get immediate thoughts, reactions, take callers. It's going to be popping, man.
go, champ, man.
Yeah, man. A lot of intrigue around this fight. And one of the things that I did see while I was away was Bud Crawford, man, putting on all this muscle, bro. He putting on hella muscle, man. He's looking like a natural 168-pounder diesel. But is that a mistake? Will he sacrifice speed and agility for muscle? You know, so again, this is what I need to get everybody's thoughts on. I saw the picture. I saw the post that everybody was putting up. It was all over Twitter, IG. The dude was looking brolic. Cut the fuck up. But again, will that be a mistake as far as his fighting style? He is moving up 2 weight classes. So I need to get everybody's thoughts on that. So that was something that I saw briefly while I was away. I also saw Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather in an exhibition fight. What's that all about, y'all? What is that all about? And I need to hear what y'all think about that. I need to hear what y'all think about that as well. Again, you know, we could talk about anything. You know, I put topics out there, but this is the hangout spot, man. This is where we open it up. People want to talk. They want to debate. You know, they want to give different perspectives. This is what it's all about. But I need to hear what y'all think about that because, again, I was out of pocket. So I wasn't really hearing any of the other podcasts out there talking about it. So I need to hear everybody's thoughts, man. What y'all think about that, man? Mike Tyson against Floyd Mayweather? Is that going to do hella big numbers? Will it break the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, numbers for viewers on Netflix that night? I mean, we're still asking the question if Jake Paul and Tank will break the record for viewership on Netflix, because that's going down. What's going on with all these exhibition bouts, bro? What is going on with all these damn exhibition bouts? But yesterday, man, we had a hella good fight too, man. Shout out to Sugar Nunez, bro. He did his thing. And shout out to my guy, Christopher Pitufo Diaz, bro. Put up a hell of a fight, bro. Yesterday was a great main event, man, in Mexico. Mexico against Puerto Rico, man, for the IBF, 130-pound title. These guys just, they win the war, man. And Sugar Nunez wins by decision. I had it a lot closer than the judges had it. But nonetheless, man, I mean, he wins and puts himself in line for a potential fight against Emmanuel Navarrete. Mexico against Mexico fight. I think that will be a hell of a fight as well. Shout out to both of those warriors. Curious to hear what you guys think about that fight. How did you have it? Did you enjoy it? Do you think it's a fight of the year candidate? I enjoyed it, man. I was all over it, man. I needed boxing, bro. After a week away, I needed boxing. Alberto, appreciate you. Dario Lira, what's good, man? He said, what's good, Johnny? Them Jets took that L.
This is nasty.
Yeah, man, they lost, but they put up a hell of a fight, but they killed themselves, man. That was one of them losses that I feel they should have won, that they gave away. You can't turn the ball over, especially against these type of teams, man. These veteran teams, man. That have guys like Aaron Rodgers, that have a coach like Mike Tomlin, who's one of the best that ever did it. I love Mike Tomlin. I don't know how Steeler fans be shitting on Mike Tomlin, bro. I wish he was the head coach of the Jets, bro. Eddie Alvarez, salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you. 6 days till we find out the truth. That's right. It is upon us. Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez going down Saturday the 13th. AB 2 times said the vacation spot. You already know. We are back at it. Birdman said Nunez versus Diaz was fight of the year candidate. Fire, fire, fire emojis. I agree.
Let's go, champ.
It was a great fight. Great action-packed fight, man. But yeah, man, I'm curious to hear what y'all got to say, man. Y'all got to loop me in on what's been going on, man. We'll start out with Fight Sport Talk. My brother, what's going on, man?
What's up, Johnny? It's always great to be on, man. How are you doing?
You already know, brother. Recharge, man. Recharge. Ready to go.
You're recharged for the big fight this weekend. I'll say this, man. I've got nothing to say about Tyson versus Mayweather. I mean, I was actually doing contract work when that news broke. That's New Zealand time, so I was already preoccupied. And when I saw the news when I got home, I just rolled my eyes and I just thought, am I even passionate enough to make videos on this? I was like, nah, I'm gonna do that contract stuff. So it's just stuff which I just no point really saying, man. But I've got a lot of thoughts on Crawford Canelo, man, because I waited this week to do my prediction videos and breakdowns on what I think is going to happen, strictly because I wanted to see what kind of size Crawford was going to put on. And I mean, this fight is very tricky to pick because there's so many unknowns going into this fight from Crawford's side. One, he's 37. Two, he's been inactive for a long. He hasn't been very active, and that does hurt fighters who are older. And he's putting on. I don't know what he was walking around at when he was fighting at welterweight, but he is putting on a lot of size, and that slows you down. And as we know, Canelo likes fighters who are stationary. He doesn't like movers that much. So there's so many unknowns going into this fight to where I think, well, Canelo, in my opinion, should win. I'm not going to say without too much trouble, but it shouldn't. I don't think this is going to be like the Mayweather fights or the Lara fight is probably a more accurate one, despite Crawford's skill. But if I'm completely wrong and Crawford hasn't put on that much size, he just looks, as you said, brolic because he's not cutting weight, then maybe he pulls this off. And if he does, this has got to be one of the biggest accomplishments in boxing, because very rarely, if I could just plug my channel for a second, Johnny, I'll be saying in my video, or videos, I should say, when elite fighters step up 2 weight divisions, they don't just lose, they get outclassed. Rigondeaux got outclassed by Lomachenko. Marquez got outclassed by Mayweather. Canelo and Amir Khan, well, that was a brutal knockout, not really an outclassing, but there are other examples out there. So there's so many unknowns in there. I'm really unsure of how to predict this fight. And even though I'm confident Canelo's going to win, it's very intriguing.
Very intriguing, and that's a word that we've thrown around. I've thrown around. A bunch of people have thrown around on the show for the last 3 or 4 weeks, man. And that's what really got my juices flowing with this fight. Like a lot of what ifs, right? We're talking about a guy or 2 guys, arguably 2 of the best in the world, top 3, top 4, top 5, depending on how you have your pound for pound list in the world. Bud is undefeated, trying to make history. I mean, if he was to pull this off and become undisputed in 3 different weight classes, I mean, then we got to start having that conversation of where we put him as far as the history of the sport. What number do we put him? Do we put him top 5? In the history of the sport, we don't know, right? That's a conversation that we can have later on. Then you got Canelo Alvarez, obviously, who's the king at 168. So it's very, very intriguing, man. I will tell you. I remember clearly after the Canelo after the Bud Madrimov fight, there were a lot of people out on social media that were saying, based on that Bud performance, that he shouldn't move up to fight Canelo. Then after the Canelo performance against Skull, I think there were a lot of people that felt like Canelo lost a step or 2, right? If you look at it, I put a poll out earlier today on my YouTube page, and we will have this poll out constantly on the shows as well. I'll switch it out later on. I need to get everybody's perspective. We'll do this every other day if we need to. Again, this is a big fight, so this is an exception. But I put who wins, Saturday and how. And right now, 36% of the voters believe that Bud wins by decision, but it is close. 27 believe that Canelo can knock him out. Another 27 believe that Canelo can win by decision. Only 11% believe that Bud can win by knockout. But there are a lot of people, again, I'm all over social media, y'all. I get DMs all the time. There are a lot of people that feel like Bud can stop Canelo, man.
And that is something which I really shouldn't say that's never going to happen, because how many times do we say that in boxing?
I mean, hey, it's boxing. I get it. But I think I know where you're going with it, man. Highly unlikely, right? When was the last time we saw Canelo hurt?
Well, Canelo's never really been dropped. I mean, Jim Lampley, he gave some detail to the technical time the time that technically Canelo hit the canvas, but it's kind of like with Marvin Hagler. Was he really dropped? Not really. So I don't see that happening, and I've got reasons. I'll go into more detail about this on my videos, but if Crawford does choose to stand and let his hands go more, which is possible. I mean, if the Madrimov fight proved anything, he doesn't want to take risks. And, a lot of fighters are like that. Floyd didn't really want to take risks. So if he does that, then if he does that against Canelo, we saw that in the Madrimov fight, won't be surprising. But if he chooses to stand and let his hands go more because Crawford's not the fluid. I don't really know how to describe Madrimov. I was about to say technician, but Madrimov's a bit of an anomaly. The way that he was having a boxing standoff chess match with Crawford, which seemed crazy going into it. I thought, no way anyone's going to stand at long range and try to box Crawford, but it actually worked for Madrimov. So Canelo's not that type of style. What he does have, and I've been saying this on multiple shows, Johnny, this is his ace card. It's the body shots. If Canelo wasn't the body puncher that he is, where he can sneak a powerful right hook or a left hook or whatever, body punch to the ribs, he would have lost multiple fights more than just Bivol and Mayweather, because those body shots bail him out of trouble against guys who outbox him. So if Crawford's having success at long range, which I expect him to do, then are we really supposed to believe those body punches won't hurt Crawford, especially when, again, he's stepping up 2 weight divisions in one fight. He's been inactive, and Crawford did show against Madrimov he's not super keen to take risks when he's under pressure. Then also, got to mention this: Canelo's isn't a particularly good pressure fighter. He's not that crafty on the front foot, as we saw against Skull. But Sean Porter didn't have too much of a hard time putting Crawford up against the ropes. And if Canelo gets Crawford there, then I don't think that's going to be good for him. So again, I could talk about this fight forever because there's so many unknowns. And there is another thing on Crawford where I feel, in terms of his legacy, I do feel it's kind of on the line and going into this fight, but that's for another that's another day. And, I've got a video on that. Style-wise, I personally don't put too much stock into the Canelo Skull fight. I think Canelo just got bored chasing this guy around, and Skull had no intention of winning. He was like, hell with this. I'll take the easy money and see you later, boxing world. F you. Whereas Crawford, I don't think he could afford to go out like that. I mean, elite fighters don't sell out like that. So, yeah, those are my thoughts.
What you think, Jersey Bob? I got you in the background, brother. You got to unmute, though.
What's up, Johnny? My bad. I'm watching the Bills and Ravens game.
I got that. I got you got that in the background as well.
Yo, man, why we keep talking about Canelo like it's 2022, man? All these people like he's a murderous body puncher. He didn't stop Berlanga. Berlanga got knocked out. He didn't stop Charlo, came up all the way. I know you like he ran. He didn't stop Charlo. Who's the last guy he stopped?
I think it was Caleb Plant, if I'm not mistaken.
Caleb Plant. This ain't 2022. That's number one. Number two, it's 2025. If you have money and you go to a trainer, they can put weight on you. You get stronger and faster and jump higher. This is 2025. This ain't the old school. You can gain weight. Stop with the old, well, if you lift weights, you get slow. No, people know how to put muscle on and make people faster. If that wasn't true, why does LeBron James still look like he look at 40? Because modern technology, modern training, I can get bigger, stronger, and faster. I'm saying he's going to be slower. Not if he paid somebody, which he did, he got a lot of money, to put the weight on the correct way. He's going to be the bigger, stronger guy in there, period. And he's going to take it to Canelo. You don't got to worry about the first 4 rounds. After the first 4 rounds, that power Canelo has, it's not there. So I don't know what people are talking about. Like, why should you be scared of Canelo? He couldn't knock out Jaime McGee. And Jaime McGee got knocked out by a dude with four knockouts. He couldn't knock out Berlanga. Berlanga got dropped and knocked out. Where's all this power at? Just because he dropped the dude don't mean he have power. He ain't stopped anybody. He ain't stopping Bud. He ain't no murderous puncher. He's no Mike Tyson. Like if he go to the body, man, you see you see how Bud is ripped up. He eating all them punches. He eating everything, and he
So
gonna take it to him.
again, I understand your point about Canelo not getting knockouts, since the Caleb Plant fight, but he is dropping dudes that are all bigger than him. So
See, dropping sea level fighters.
there's something there's something there. I mean, to sit there and say that he has no power, I don't necessarily agree with that. I
So
think
how come he couldn't knock out Munguia? And the guy from France knocked him out. How come he couldn't knock out Belenga? And Belenga got starched. How come he didn't knock them dudes out?
so.
I can.
So you think? Hold on. I'll let you go for a second. Fight, and then I got Vega after that. But you think Bud will be the stronger fighter
Yes.
moving up the two weight classes? So you believe that the muscle gain is going to help him be the stronger fighter, and it's not going to sacrifice any speed or agility. That's what you believe.
Yes. Now, my son is 19, but I had him training. I paid some guy $100 a week. He went 4 times a week. My son put like 10 pounds. He like, man, he's so much faster. Now he's young. He got so much faster and jump high. He always could jump. He's much faster and jump much higher. He put muscle on the right way. If you pay somebody who knows what they're doing and you put muscle on, now you be like, well, Bud's older. Like I said, LeBron James, he looks slower.
Yeah, but in fairness, Bob, you're talking about two different sports, bro. I mean, basketball.
It's
You're
it's
talking about
it's
boxing.
all about the body. You saying so Bud ain't paid the right guy to put that muscle on the right way,
No,
and he's not gonna be stronger.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing that he put on the muscle the right way. What I'm saying is, well, two things. Number one, muscles don't win fights in boxing. That's number one. Number two, it's all about punch resistance. So that's why I'm talking about, you saying that he's the stronger fighter. I do believe that regardless of muscle, Canelo will be able to take his punch because it's proven. It's proven that he probably has the best chin in boxing. Now, I don't know about a guy moving up two weight classes if all that muscle is going to help him take a solid punch like that left hook that he landed on Belanga that dropped him, even though you said he didn't finish him, but it dropped him. A
And
solid.
Belanga wasn't hurt. He really
No,
watched the
yeah,
fight, and he wasn't hurt. He
he took it
dropped him.
very
He
well.
wasn't hurt.
He took it very, very well, and he got up. He was also 200 pounds in that fight. I don't think Bud is coming in at 200 pounds, in that fight.
So how come Haraz? I mean, what's his name hit him, and Belanga ain't take them punches. He was at 160. When he like 200 pounds the last fight, he ain't take them punches on the chin. I mean, you thinking back to the old Canelo. Canelo ain't like that anymore. He's a rich man. He made a lot of money,
But
and
you
you
are
be like he motivated. Bud is more motivated. He wants this fight bad. He wanted this fight. He's been training for this fight for a whole year. He wants it, and
now.
he's gonna go get it.
Now I'm going to play devil's advocate because that's what we do on this panel, right?
Yeah.
You do know that Bud is also an older fighter too. Bud is not the same fighter that he was 3 or 4 years ago. He's 37. He's actually the older fighter coming up, moving up to weight classes. I'm just throwing that out there. He'll probably be
Canelo,
38,
we all
38.
know Canelo's older by mileage. He's fought a lot more fights. Bud been fighting one fight a year. He got less mileage on there.
Oh.
We know Canelo's an older fighter. He's been through a lot.
Yeah, if you want to say miles on tires, I mean, I guess you could say Canelo has more miles in his tires, but yeah, I mean, fight. I'm sorry, you wanted to jump in here real quick?
Well, I was actually going to say what you just said, that Munguia being bigger than Canelo and in his prime and like I said, over 200 pounds, that did help him last the distance.
It didn't help him the next fight when he got knocked out.
Well,
so to explain that by a guy with 4 knockouts. Please explain that.
Hold on, brother. I'm not even the biggest Canelo fan, but I'm simply saying that when you are bigger than your opponent, that does help you last the distance. And Canelo has faded, but
So why didn't he last the distance of a guy with 4 knockouts? You ain't explaining that. Why didn't he?
Let him finish.
Well, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't need to explain it because Canelo, he has faded himself. But this is where being the naturally bigger man does help. And again, Crawford, he's a very skilled fighter. He's a fantastic switch hitter and everything, but his defense isn't on the level of Bivol or Mayweather, so I don't think he'll be able to avoid those body shots for so long. And plus, I'm picking Canelo to win by decision, not by knockout. So there's your answer.
Vega,
I mean,
Vega, I want you to jump in here too after Jersey Bob makes his point. Go ahead, Bob.
I still go back to these dudes got knocked out after they fought Canelo, brutally knocked out. You saw brutally. Canelo never hurt them dudes like that. They were like they were bigger. They was the same weight when they got knocked out. So Canelo is going down. He's his weight, his skills. He don't have the power anymore. Just because he dropped them dudes, they wasn't hurt. Yes, he has great time. He dropped them, but they wasn't hurt. They wasn't like, oh man, they weren't hurt. He got the knockdown. He didn't knock them dudes out. And then after they fought him, they both got knocked out cold. So that tell me Canelo ain't hitting hard as he used to. Period.
But you said timing, right? You said it's timing, right?
Yes, sir.
So if he times a shot perfectly like that on Bud, will Bud be able to take that, or will Bud go down too?
Bud's taking that. He as he goes on the way, he's taking the punches better. He might have got dropped at 135, but his chin's getting better. His punches is getting better. I mean, I don't have no doubt Bud's going to win this fight easy because I seen Canelo quit. He quit against Bivol. Or you want to say he just gave? I don't say he quit. Then he stopped trying to win, whatever you want to call that. Canelo, he stopped trying to win against Bivol. He was like, "You got it. I'm done. I ain't gonna really try to go out there and try to win." And Bivol ain't no hard puncher. So explain that. What happened against Bivol when Canelo's like, "You got it. I ain't really trying to win this fight. I'm just gonna make it to the distance. You got it."
Wow.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that last point. He definitely was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna be defensive because I can't do shit offensively against this guy." Also, you forgot one person, Jersey Bob. You forgot John Ryder. Canelo didn't stop him. Next fight, he got beat the fuck up and he got dropped like 3 times and stopped by Munguia. So, but I don't think it's a power issue. I think it's more of his timing. He's not consistent as much. He can't move and reach from point A to point B as he used to because of all that mileage. It's just nature taking its course. While Bud doesn't have the same mileage. You know what I mean? You know, Bud doesn't have those rough city miles on his engine. You know, he's really, you know, been able to cruise through a little bit, a little differently, a little more, you know, a little on smoother surface. Canelo, man, he's been in there with a lot of tough guys, a lot of top fighters. You know, he didn't have to settle for dudes like Bud did, or have to wait around and just, you know, pick other guys because the top wouldn't fight him. Canelo got to pick and choose. Hey, I'm going to the candy store. No, I don't want the Twizzlers. I want the Skittles today. You know, that's what happens when you know, the A side. But it's crazy that you think that these guys can get stronger in their late 30s, man. Like LeBron is not as fast. I mean, no, it's faster. I'm sorry. They can get stronger for sure. They don't get faster though, bro. Like LeBron's not faster. LeBron is not the same level of athlete as he was at 27 or even 31. He's playing less minutes. He has to be way more efficient with the time he's on the floor. And he does. There are times where he's like, "Yo, no, y'all do this, and I'm gonna chill over here." So it's not the same. You know, as you get older, you got to be smarter with everything you do as an athlete. You don't see sprinters at 37 years old breaking their old records, bro. It just don't happen like that. But I mean,
I agree. Can I make a point?
Yeah.
LeBron got paid 82 games in a 7 game. If you say LeBron, all you gotta do is play one game. You don't. All Bud gotta do is play one game. If you told LeBron all you gotta do is play one game, you see a different LeBron. He gotta play a series. Bud only gotta do it for one night.
But how about this? LeBron has seen that level before. He's been in the finals before. He knows how to manage himself. You know, we saw that, right? Because you remember, if you want to compare it, LeBron went through that when Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving went down. What did he do? He tried to put it all on his back, and for 3 quarters every game he did that to the fourth, where he couldn't shoot over 40%, right? But he learned once he got thrown in there. When with Bud, this is a way higher workload. I'm not talking about, you know, there's going to be more punches thrown at him. But this is at 168, something that he's never gone through with 10-ounce gloves under the lights, pre-fight, get into the fight, going round and round with the best 168 pounder currently, a living legend, a guy that, yeah, he's not the same. This, like you said, this ain't 2022, this ain't 2021. That Canelo's gone. But this is still a super high IQ and a very, very good fighter. Most people still see him as a top 10 fighter in the world. I think it's still up for debate, but this is the fight for him to reprove it. But at the end of the day, bro, we don't know who Bud is. And I think that makes this fight intriguing. For people to just feel like they know, y'all got a lot of confidence. Y'all must carry that confidence in everything y'all do, and I admire that. Because at the end of the day, bro, we just have no idea how he's going to carry this, how he's going to deal with the arm punching. I mean, bro, watch that Bivol fight. Watch that Charlo fight. Watch that Colin Smith. He's literally aiming for the shoulder, and he's throwing that bitch hard as hell. And they say the power's the last thing to go. So I don't think it's the power issue. I think it's more of the other little things, man. But, hopefully it's a good fight for y'all to watch.
Nah,
And
I agree.
I don't want to take all your time, get up, but I'll just leave it at this. When's the last time Canelo was in there against somebody who actually tried to win? John Ryder? Them dudes ain't even tried to win. He ain't had a dude try to beat him in years. All that matters. Them dudes ain't really try to win those fights. They wasn't in there like I'm gonna win this fight. You see, Berlanga was celebrating. He went 12 rounds. That was their mentality. You see, Skull had no intention of trying to win. Charlo had no intention of trying to win. When's the last time he was in a fight that was a competition? That matters. You might be like, well, he did. That
Well,
was 4 or 5 years ago when somebody was in there like, I'm trying to win this fight. It's gonna make a difference.
Well, that is actually a fair point that he, no doubt, so a lot of Canelo's opponents haven't tried to win, but I would say Munguia at least gave it a decent chance. But with Crawford, again, he's the one who's taken on all the challenges, stepping up in not just one weight class, multiple weight classes. Find somebody who's a bigger puncher than he's ever felt before, even though Canelo's not punching like he used to. And the biggest one is, when is the last time Crawford fought a guy who presents the kind of counter punching ability that Canelo does? You could arguably say never. You may have to go back to the Yuri Orkis Gamboa fight. So, as much as, again, you have got a point there about Canelo's competition lately since he lost to Bivol, the bigger questions for me is the kind of stylistic matchup that Crawford is up against, because he hasn't fought a guy like this, and he's the one who's stepping up in weight.
correct. Let me read the super chat real
All
quick.
right.
It's me, Rock Lee. You bouncing Jersey, Bob?
Yeah. But Johnny, man, I was sorry for your loss, a couple months ago, man, and
Appreciate
keep
you, bro.
working, man. I see you working, man. And sorry about the Jets loss. My buddy, the Jets fan, man. I said, y'all lost the Super Bowl.
This is I'm used to this, Jersey Bob. I'm built for it tough, baby.
Hey, I'm a Giants fan, so our season over. My season's over. At least the Giants season over already. You can see that. This is a wrap. So
Well, at least you
at
guys
this
got a
point,
rookie quarterback to fall back on.
Damn.
man,
Jersey Bob,
yeah,
relax.
After 1 week, Bob, that's crazy. But it's all
man,
good.
you see how we look out there. Come on, man. It's
See,
the
yeah,
truth. We done.
it was tough because again, I had no expectations going into this game, and then all of a sudden they're playing a really good game. They're going into the fourth quarter, they're winning. I'm like, oh shit, we got a chance to pull this shit off. And of course, they kicked me right in the nuts like they always do. But a lot of hope, though.
Yeah.
A lot of hope. I saw something a lot
Yeah.
different.
All right, gentlemen.
All
Have
right,
a good
brother.
night. All right.
Shut up,
Appreciate you.
Bob.
That's Jersey Bob. Before I get to you guys again, hold on. Let me read this super chat. It's me, Rock Lee, with the $5. First super chat of the night, y'all. He said, Bud has 2 terrible defensive habits. He punches down at the level of his opponents, and he keeps his hands down. It's going to look like Kirtland KO with the Mexican flag. Shout out to you.
Down.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna let you. I was just gonna say, hold on. I want you guys to comment on this super chat. But shout out to you. It's me, Rock Lee, with the $5. The first super chat, guys. I did put a 10 super chat goal. That is the first. We need 9 more. Every penny counts. But what do you guys think about this super chat? I'll let you guys respond separately.
I'll go
Is there
first.
any validity?
I agree with him. As I said when I first jumped on, Johnny, Crawford is not Bivol. He's not Mayweather. He's not Ray Leonard. He's Crawford. I think people, in fact, not scratch that. I don't think a lot of people do have this. They have this inflated view of Crawford because of the Spence fight, because he took no serious damage in that fight, and it was built up as big as it was. Crawford is not a defensive specialist. He's a fantastic switch hitter and is able to switch to make adjustments, and he's able to fight on the front foot, on the back foot, and box, and etc. But he's not your typical boxer. He's a counterpuncher who actually, like Canelo, will try and walk you into shots and make you pay. That's not the same as being a defensive wizard like Floyd. So yeah, his defense, or lack thereof, I should say, is one of the reasons why I feel confident that Canelo is going to win. Although it will be tough because Crawford does give far more nuances than Canelo's recent opponents. But yeah, I agree with the man. Crawford's not a defensive specialist just because he did what he did to Spence.
Alex, your take?
I just don't understand. He punches down at the level of his opponents. What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, I guess the way I interpret it is he fights down to the level of his opponents, not really punches. Maybe that's what he meant.
Okay, so he matches his opponents. He's fighting Canelo. So what does that mean?
Right. Right. No, I get it.
That's just. It's just. I don't. It's hard to comment on that. But yeah, you're right. He's not a defensive specialist, but he understands how to counter. He knows how to set traps. He's an extremely intelligent fighter. But yeah, his thing is he loves to engage, and he will sit there to try to feel like, all right, what's the speed of his shot? He's gonna look for a shot to counter, and he'll get caught. I mean, welcome to boxing. Bud Crawford's not perfect. I know a lot of you fans and haters believe, the fighter you're rooting for is complete, is the Jesus of boxing, and the fighter you hate does nothing right. But Bud Crawford's a fantastic fighter, and that's why, him jumping up 2-3 weight classes, however you want to interpret as. Some people feel like if anyone can do it, it's him. But I mean, Canelo, I'll say, I don't think he was the fighter he was 4 years ago. That's a long time, but he's still a high quality guy. And like I said, that's what makes the fight so intriguing, because can Bud take the shoulder punches? Can Bud stay away from getting blasted? Can Canelo deal with, if Bud is who we saw he was at 47 and for the last few rounds against Madrimov? That should be more the selling point. And I think when people say, I know Bud's going to stop Canelo, first of all, I think that's absolutely wild to know that. I think I mentioned that already. Sorry. But I think you take away from it, too. Like, if you believe that he could do this so much, then when he does it, it's not going to make it as amazing as it should be, because that really honestly shouldn't really, be that obvious to people, because Canelo has one of the greatest chins we've seen. It's basically him and Triple G, and they fought each other, and they could barely put a dent in each other. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, may the fight be good. If it's a knockout, that'd be better for boxing. If it goes, doesn't mean it's a good fight, or you shouldn't be just, yeah. If it goes,
You're breaking up, Vega.
Well, okay.
Yeah, man, you breaking up. I get what you were saying at the end. I wanted to ask you guys one more question. He just banged out. I don't know if he lost his connection. Before I ask you that question, Fight, because Vega's not here. Make sure you guys smash that like button, man. If you're watching this on YouTube, smash that like button. On X, please retweet, follow, come on over and subscribe to the channel. Same on Facebook. This is what I love about this fight, because the chat is going back and forth. You got Canelo fans up in here that think the Bud Crawford fans are delusional, and then you got the Bud Crawford fans who feel like Jersey Bob, that Crawford will walk right through him. But Robert Arteaga, appreciate you, my brother. What do you get out of Jersey Bob saying? Maybe you answered this already, but if you did, my apologies. That nobody's trying to, like, there hasn't been a fighter in a long time that has actually tried to beat Canelo. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. Charlo certainly didn't. William Skull didn't. Belanga, well, I don't have positive things to say about Berlanga in general, so I'll just leave that there. So, and Triple G, I mentioned this.
This is a safe place, bro. You know this is a safe place.
That's true. But when Berlanga lost his last fight, I remember you were giving. You've got a very positive relationship with the fighter.
I got a
so
good relationship with him, but you could keep it a buck. You could keep it low.
Okay, Berlanga for me, he's everything that's wrong with boxing. I know that sounds harsh, but his attitude, his lack of professionalism, the fact that I'll answer your question in a second, Johnny, but I'll just say this is a bit of a joke. I've said on multiple shows, there are several things that I'll never forgive Eddie Hearn for, and one of them is promoting Edgar Berlanga like he's a world-class fighter. That's that. So to answer the man's question or point, I agree with that. Canelo has fought a lot of guys who haven't really come to win, but that doesn't take away from what I've said about the size difference. Putting on that kind of size at this age, being inactive, not fighting a guy he's never fought a guy who counters as effectively as Canelo does to the body. And I've said this, I'll be saying this in my videos, Johnny. Canelo, he gets outboxed by quite a few guys. Like, I thought Caleb Plant was ahead 4-2 after 6 rounds. Billy Joe Saunders had some success. Kovalev was outboxing him at times. Golovkin was outboxing him at times. Lara, etc. But it's the body shots from Canelo that slow these guys down, which is what I said at the start. If Canelo wasn't the body puncher he is, then he would lose a lot more fights because they just continue to outbox him. And Canelo's head movement has slowed down because of age. But yeah, I feel that when push comes to shove, size does matter. Otherwise, weight classes wouldn't exist. And all of the challenges that Crawford's facing for me is why Canelo, I think, is going to win.
Okay. We did have somebody in the back. Let me real quick. Let me just throw out a thing. He can jump on with us. Yeah, he said you guys Robert said you guys just say they're not trying to win when they get their asses kicked. Canelo will never get any credit from y'all. Okay. Shout out to you guys. Skorky's in the building. Shout out to you. David Garcia, I see you talking shit about me taking L's in my Jets. I see you. Yeah, look, he said you taking L's in sports, roots for Jets and Berlanga. Next is Norman. Okay. All right. Okay.
Johnny, that's one of the things I've learned from the internet is that if you have a channel and if you have a channel based on anything, the internet will never let you forget the things you get wrong.
It is what it is, man. But none of us are perfect. We put out this is why this is a safe place. Safe place, man. We're gonna get some right, we're gonna get some wrong, but it's all in good fun. Alex Ayala, what's going on, my brother? Appreciate you for rocking out. We got Dirk in the building. What's going on, Dirk? Ooh, you got a bad connection, man. We could barely hear you. You got a bad connection, man. Something wrong with your phone line or internet or something. Can you hear me? You might have to jump out and jump back in, bro. Yep. Damn, we cooking. You might have to jump out and jump back in, man, because there's something wrong with your Wi-Fi or your phone line or something. We could barely hear you, man. You guys are cooking, man. Keep cooking in the chat. Antoine Adams said help is on the way. Okay. In terms of Bud Crawford, I'm assuming. What else we got? We got a lot of people cooking. Make sure you guys smash that like button, man. I got no super chats. So let me see. I may have one more super chat. Yeah, we got a super chat from Jersey Bob for the $2. I'm never fighting Vega. Two-Tone making you a legend. Let's go, champ. That's that video that Two-Tone put out on his show of Vega beating somebody up, maybe his uncle or something. Vega, I wanted to bring that up when he was on the panel, man. That was some bully shit, bro. That's some bully shit, man. I may have to come out of retirement and fight you for that, Vega.
Johnny,
what's up, fight?
I guess I'll just say one quick thing before I jump off. But the it's just to do with the legacy thing, because I feel, with Canelo, he is who he is. Like Brim, what's up, man? It's been a while.
That's Brim, sometimes unbiased.
He always changes his name, like to unbiased
Hey,
Brim to.
What up, Brim?
I can't call it like for alcoholics. What it do though?
Chilling. Go ahead, Fight. Make your last point before we pass it along to Brim.
Yeah, well, I guess Canelo, he's had his big fights, he's had his legacy fights, he's had his losses, so he's just collecting checks really at this point, and he wants to keep fighting. Whereas Crawford, I feel that because he has done so little since the Spence fight. In fact, the only fight he's even really talked about since the Spence fight is this fight. I feel that if he loses and loses badly, what he's done in the last few years may kind of be forgotten, because I think fans will be in a right to say, well, you've only fought one since then, and the Madrimov fight was pretty forgettable. You haven't given us anything else to talk about, so this is what we'll remember you for. Which I think, is a risky thing to do, but, it's Crawford's decision. So, yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brim, what's good, Brim?
Hey, I can't call it, but just to respond to what you're saying, at the end of the day, though, after the Spence win, his legacy was cemented as well. These are both, first ballot Hall of Famers, and when we look back at their careers, we're going to look at them as greats, But it is definitely more on the line. It's actually enough on the line for both of them if you think about it. Because if Canelo loses, it takes a lot. It can take a lot out of him. I mean, if Bud loses, it's just like it's going to take something from it. But it's at the end of the day, I didn't anticipate him fighting any other fights after this. So, like on a pound for pound list, I anticipate by the end of middle of 2026, Terence Crawford won't be on it. Just get prepared. This is towards the end of his career. I didn't anticipate no more than one or two more fights. I didn't put that expectation on him. No, so when people say, "Oh, you could have fought this at 160," like people saying fighting Yana back at 160, what is that going to do for you? Like for real. When you're at that point, when you're 37, 38, you got to think about it. The older you get, only the heavier you are, you usually last longer. Heavyweights, you can get up to the 40, 41s. Usually the lower weights, it's very few people that fight deep into the 40s and be really successful. If we look at it, smaller divisions, they retiring at 31 to 30, 34 years old. We didn't have 4 Japanese fighters retired in a small weight class. That was crazy, if you think about it. So that's why I ain't tripping off it. I think it's going to be a good fight. There's a lot of interesting dynamics. And if Terence Crawford is that guy that he is, he'll pull it off. Even if he don't pull it off, I think he's going to make it interesting. No matter what happens, he's going to make it interesting.
What was your first thoughts when you saw that that picture that was all over social media with him looking diesel and putting on all the extra muscle? Jersey Bob was on the panel earlier and feels like regardless of whether you're older or not, you can put on muscle and still be fast and not lose your speed. Do you agree with that?
I mean, it's possible, but I think the younger you are, the better chance you are able to do so. The older you are, the harder it is. But I mean, Terence Crawford is a boxing lifer that's always taking care of himself. So I would give him a better odds than most people being able to accomplish it. That's the reason why we're here having this fight. But it's a tall task. It's a lot of things that's basically inherently in the Canelo's favor, but talent-wise and ability-wise, and when you add all the ingredients to make a good fighter to a great fighter, Terence Crawford holds those. But there are just inherent deficiencies he's going to be coming at. And Canelo is just as skilled and more skilled in certain areas. So if you pick Canelo, I can't blame you. If you pick Bud, I can't blame you, but it's a harder reach. And I just don't see Bud by knockout, but because Canelo got a granite chin. I mean, you can hit somebody with a punch that you don't see, but it's going to take multiple of those for you to do that, to really put Canelo in some type of position. And I just haven't seen it enough. The last time he was hurt was 15 years ago, dog. Like, come on.
I mean, this is why I personally don't see. I agree with everything you said. I agree with everything you said. This is what makes this fight so intriguing. And I do think that there are some benefits, obviously, to Canelo being the bigger guy, with Bud moving up and whatnot. But I don't get the whole dynamic of him stopping Canelo. I don't see it. If that would have happened, I'd be the first one to give him a ton of credit. I
I'll
just
tell
don't.
you this much: if Terrence Crawford did it right, everybody the next day would be saying he's top 5, top 5, top 10. That people be talking about that. Then the things he's trying to say and accomplish, he'll have a leg to stand on. So that's why this fight is important if you look at it in the historical context and the entire dynamic. If Terrence Crawford was to somehow win by knockout, what is his career going to be look like? And he just retired.
Oh, it'd be I said that earlier. We'd be having
That's
the
goaty.
conversation if he's one of the best.
Canelo wins the fight. He just handled his business and further just continues to solidify a legacy that's already solidified. So Terrence does stand more to gain.
Right. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, man. Vega, you back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You accepting my challenge? That's why you came back, because I was calling you out.
Yeah. I'm ready. I can beat you with my right hand behind my back.
Wow.
That's the handicap you need.
That's disrespectful, man. Who's that
feet
you were
together.
punching on, bro?
That was my sister's boyfriend.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense now. All right. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, we're
Do you
having
like him? Do you not like him? Because the way you were punching on him, it was like, I don't really like this guy, and I'm
So
glad he finally agreed to put gloves on.
Yeah, so what happened was I was getting ready for a fight that got canceled like 2 weeks later, and this was like last year, beginning of the year. This was before we were USA Boxing and with Border Wars and TBV. But yeah, so we're having a party for my son's birthday, and my cousin's son used to box. So I was like, "Yo, I just want a little shakeout. You wanna, put the gloves on?" He's like, "Yeah." So we did like 3 rounds, and then I turned to my sister's boyfriend. I'm like, "Oh, yo, you want to go a couple rounds too?" He said, "Yeah." I was like, "Bro, we don't really have to," because I was just fucking with him, and he was like, "No, no, no." I was like, "All right, cool." I was like, don't go so hard. Like, we'll just move around a little bit. And as soon as we started, he like bull rushed me. So I got pissed. And yeah, that's what you saw once I got mad. Because he bull rushed me all the way to my gate. So I got pissed and I was like, all right. I was trying to hurt him a little bit.
That shit was
But
hilarious, bro.
we actually that's only 1 round. He actually won another round after that.
Okay.
So he's tough.
Right.
So he passed the test.
Okay. All right. And you said you could beat me with one hand? That's what you said?
Oh, for sure, without a doubt.
Wow.
Ouch. Brim, he's showing me no love, man. It's because I'm an old guy. It's all good.
Man, that's what happens when you get old, bro.
Hey, listen, man. It's all good.
Unless
it's
you're
much
Bud
easier on this
Crawford.
side.
Oh, wow.
You get
But ain't
better.
that old, though? You think about
Nah,
mileage
man.
Wiles. Think about mileage Wiles in a career. How many wars he been in where he got beat on?
No. But hey, bro, he's 37, 38. They always say the athlete, that's the end. But Bud putting on an extra 14 pounds, up to 14 pounds possibly. Fighting out a way he's never done. He's gonna stop the great Canelo Alvarez. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
No, I don't believe so.
I don't know about that, but we got my man Claymore Rain. Claymore, is this the first time you call in, brother?
Yeah, Johnny's my first time popping up on your channel. I watch you all the time, but I never hit
And
the
I've been
link.
I check you out as well, man. I'll be in your chat, man. I appreciate the support, brother.
Oh, no doubt, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you being in the chat, man. Yeah, man. It's fight week, man. It's on, man. It starts tomorrow, right?
Baby, we here. What you got?
Listen, man. Without a doubt, I'm a supporter of Terrence Crawford, and if you watch the channel, I don't do the fan thing no more because I think the fan energy's been it's been what's the word I'm looking for? Compromised a little bit, kind of like that rainbow flag. Remember, the rainbow used to be like, meant
Friendship.
something. Yeah, but now we got to stay away from the rainbow flag unless you're ready to take on what comes with it. And it looks like being a fan in this space can be a little toxic. So I'm a supporter of Crawford, man. I'm a supporter of history being made. Listen, man, I've enjoyed Crawford's career for it to all culminate to this moment right now, for him to get an opportunity to do something where the odds are stacked up against him. Man, I'm cheering him on, man. I love it, man. I wish the rest of the boxers in the space and the ones that do it, you got some of them who do push it. Shout out to David Benavidez and things of that nature. But yeah, man, I'm rooting for him, man. And I think people, shout out to Andre Ward, who put some perspective on this when he said that a lot of people are looking at Terrence Bud Crawford putting on 14 pounds or putting on whatever weight. But in reality, what if Terrence Crawford really just cutting less weight, right? In other words, what does Terrence Crawford walk around at? He's an athlete, basketball player, wrestles, very active person, clean, lives a clean life, a winner just in everything he does. He just wants to be a winner. We may be looking at this the wrong way. I don't know, right? I mean, when you hear about the sparring sessions and the stories about his wrestling and entangling with the Jarrell Big Baby Millers and things of that nature, you hear about this abnormal strength for his weight, right? For a 147-pounder, he's so strong. But maybe we're looking at a really 185-pounder who's cutting weight, right, and shrinking himself down to 147, shrinking himself down to 135, or these other weight classes. And the reality is maybe he's just going to be the fresher, stronger version of him that we haven't never seen before. And I'm not saying he knocks Canelo out, but I think the elephant in the room is that this guy is going to get overpowered by a bigger fighter, Canelo Alvarez. And I'm not necessarily sure if that's what we're going to see Saturday. Maybe, but not necessarily. Maybe not.
No, that's a fair point. I remember I had Bernie the Boxer on a few months ago. It may not even been that long ago, but we talked about this fight when it was first announced. And he said that Bud usually walks around about in the 160s, 165, 167, 168, around that range. But yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, it's a fair point. But do you agree? We had a caller that called in earlier that said that you can put on that amount of muscle and you're not going to lose, power or speed or agility. Do you agree with that as a 37, 38-year-old? Because again, Bud is the older guy, technically on paper, the older guy going into the fight.
Yeah. I definitely think something legitimately will be compromised, right? I think whenever you're transitioning into something like that, something is going to be compromised, right? And like you guys said, the age of Father Time is undefeated, right? Really doesn't care about all everything you're trying to accomplish and all your Superman ideas about what you think it is. Father Time has a bad habit of showing up and just shutting down the whole party whenever he feels like it. So we'll see what that looks like. But I mean, also, I think somebody on the panel said he's well preserved, clean lifestyle, right? Never had any like real crazy injuries. The man is a strong, special fighter. He's a great candidate for this feat that he's trying to accomplish, right? He's a great candidate for it. We saw Jermell Charlo, what he did with it, right? And he kind of ran off with the bag. I think at a minimum, we're looking at Terrence Crawford putting a better effort and a better fight up than Jermell did. But I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I think both these guys have age and things of that nature coming into this fight. You know what I mean? I think they both have their own little uphill battles they have to deal with. I still expect Terrence Crawford to be the more athletic fighter in that ring. I expect him to believe it or not, I expect him to have the higher IQ. I think he's and I also think he has more wrinkles to his game than Canelo does. And I think Canelo, the Canelo that people pictured as having all these wrinkles was like the Danny Jacob Canelo, right? Or the Erislandy Lara Jacob, or like I haven't seen that Canelo in a long time. I didn't see that Canelo against William Skull. I didn't see that Canelo against Edgar Berlanga. I didn't see this Canelo that everybody thinks he's become kind of one-dimensional, right? Walking forward a little bit more flat-footed. He still looks good in the ring against opponents he's fighting against, but when he has to adjust, we'll see if that old Canelo is still there, because I do believe Terrence at a minimum is going to get him in a space to where he's going to have to adjust to what Terrence is doing. Let's see what he does. Or does he try to press it and push forward with his campaign no matter what? Against Dimitri Bivol, it didn't look like he had any wrinkles to his game.
Matt asked Claymore a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, brother, two questions. One, do you think, because you have to believe it's going to happen at some point in the fight, that Terrence Crawford will withstand a very good clean shot from Canelo? Because there's going to be a couple in the fight. So do you feel confident that Terrence Crawford will be able to withstand those moments when they do happen in the fight?
Before you answer that, Claymore, that's a great question, because that's my biggest question. That's always been my biggest question. It's not skill, it's punch resistance. Go ahead, Cook, man.
Well, yo, listen, without a doubt, that's gonna be the elephant. That's the elephant in the room, man. The size, the strength, the you know, I mean, this is what This is what's going to be the difference between this fight being a really competitive fight or just being a blowout, right? This question was floating around when he got in the ring with Errol Spence too. Now I know Errol Spence wasn't everybody says he wasn't the fighter he was supposed to be, depleted, stayed in the weight maybe a little bit too long, maybe had some injuries going into it, whatever people want to say, right? Terrence Crawford has to weather this storm in order for this fight to be competitive. I'll say this. At this point in the game, when it comes to Terrence Bud Crawford and that team over there, also acknowledging the fact that Terrence Crawford at first wasn't going to take this fight, felt like there was weight classes for a reason. I believe some real fight study, some real tape studies been put forward. And I think Terrence Crawford is very confident in his ability to weather whatever storm Canelo Alvarez brings his way. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he could take this shot. But at the end of the day, he's a human being. And a lot of men came before him who thought they could take the shot and weren't able to do it. But at the same time, when was the last time Canelo Alvarez knocked somebody out? I'm just saying.
All right. Now, a second question, if you don't mind. What if Canelo Alvarez has the old wrinkles brought into this fight because the magnitude of this fight? So let's say he comes in at 167. That lets you know that he is a little bit slimmer, a little bit leaner, and he's on his game, and he has a certain amount of movement that he didn't have in the past, to include with him sitting on his punches much more since the Billy Joe Saunders fight. What dynamic for you does it make it feel like Bud would lose the fight if he brought that to the table in this fight?
I think if Canelo Alvarez is able to discourage Bud and cause Bud to be a little bit more reserved than he normally is, it's going to be hard for Terrence Crawford to win a decision in this fight. He's going to have to stand out. If it's close, it's going to be very hard. There's a lot riding on Canelo Alvarez, even with Turkey Al-Sheikh on him winning this fight. The politics are crazy in this fight, in the sport in general. But this fight right here, there's a lot of politics because Turkey has plans of Hamza Shiraz potentially getting in the ring with him, maybe even a Chris Eubank at some point in time. He has a multiple fight deal with Riyadh season that they need to be aware of. So if this fight is close, it's going to be difficult for Terrence to win it. So he's going to have to stand out. If Canelo Alvarez comes in and he brings all those wrinkles to the game and he shows the world that he's just as good as he's ever been, then this fight is going to be a super competitive fight. You know what I mean? It is. It's going to take Terrence Crawford is going to have to take a lot of risk to win the fight at that point. He's not going to be able to sit with comfortable leads and just it's going to be a way more cerebral fight at that point, which I'm excited to see. I can't wait to see it if that's what it's going to be. But like I said, guys, when I seen Amir Khan in the ring with him, Caleb Plant, Erislandy Lara, there's just certain fighters who possessed that IQ who gave him issues until he was able to clip him, right? When he clipped Amir Khan, you don't look at the rest of the fight then. You just remember he gets knocked out. But if you guys watch the fight, remember the fight, Amir was giving him, Amir was giving him issues.
Doing all right. He had won some rounds. I mean, if the fight had stopped at that point, I think Amir Khan might have had the lead by a round or two. He was doing all right. He was landing some good shots. But, he went to bed, though.
No, he did. But Caleb, too, was conditioning. Caleb was dealing with him.
Caleb was doing all right. He was doing cool, And then he was like, I'm good, all right. And then, you good enough to get knocked out, too.
Well, I mean, Caleb wasn't necessarily a knockout. It was more like, I can't breathe. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't even lift my arms no more. Like, I mean, it's a stoppage at the end of the day. But
he didn't get there for no reason. He got there because of what Canelo did work for him. He took it away from him. I mean, it was somebody that made that happen.
100%, I agree. That's a fact. That's a definite fact, man. Terrence is going to have to get some respect in that ring, or it's going to be a bad night for him.
Listen, people say that I was crazy for thinking this, but Kelly Pavlik said it now, and I agreed with him that I thought Bud would want to have to actually be a little more aggressive than usual and take some risk early to push Canelo back and then fall back. And if he's able to get an advantage, then he can fall back and try to pick his shots. But that's a dangerous play. But I think if you can make Canelo, try to make Canelo uncomfortable on his own. No fighter's perfect, so you might have to think out of the box and take a chance. I don't know. What do I know? But
I think Bud is going to have to consider smothering Canelo Alvarez's offense as much as he can.
That's a
Whether that's
dangerous move, though. I mean, if it works, it's going to do some
yeah.
wonders. But it's a dangerous game. That's a dangerous game, bro. That's a dangerous
Yeah,
game.
I mean, use that physicality. You know what I'm saying? Smother the shots, clinch, work that body, because everybody talking about that chin. I don't think Canelo Alvarez's chin is the one that needs to be tested unless it's clearly open. But that body, we're gonna have to figure a way out to test that conditioning and see in the second half of this fight if we make it past round 5 and 6. What can we make Canelo look like in the second half of this fight? Can we test that conditioning and put that condition into the ultimate test and reap the benefits of it in the championship rounds? I don't know, right?
But he can't take no punishment early. So that's why, like, we're trying to be offensive early in the fight. It might be a bad idea because if he wants to be able to do that, he can't really take as much punishment early in the fight. So that means he is going to have to be on the balls of his feet a little bit, but still stand toe to toe. But you're going to have to gauge distance, and that's another thing that for Terence Crawford is a dangerous game, because no matter what, no matter how much you prepare, your timing can still take a hit being 13 months out the ring.
Yeah, so, but I think Terence is used to it. He's been doing it for a while. Doing
that's
these big
true.
8
That's
months
true.
to a year.
1 fight a year. I mean, he's been a 1 fight a year guy for 5 years, and a lot of people crucify him for it. So, but at the end of the day, it may mean something though, because this is the caliber of a different breed. Truth be told, it's a different caliber. You're facing your equal or better than. So
we're creatures of habits, and Canelo hasn't had a competitive fight in years, man. In years. The last time he had
so you saying he's been on cruise control? Are you saying he's on cruise control? Because listen, I thought he could have knocked out Jaime Munguia. I thought he held him up. People were arguing with me, but I remember that 2-piece hit him up, and he just spun him around and held him up. Like, I got you, little brother. I just hit you real hard, though. I know you felt that. I mean, like, but that makes it even more dangerous because he know how serious this fight is. So he can be cruise control, knocking people down and play it cool, but now he got to come in and be focused and go extra hard. That's a dangerous proposal. That makes it worse.
For who?
Right, man.
I think making people
change.
That makes it worse for Crawford in an honest degree. If Canelo's been cruising, beating dudes is bigger than him, even though they could be less skilled than him, but he's cruise controlling, and now he got to pony up and go the extra mile. And I know both of them are going the extra mile. That makes it a little dicey. That adds an extra element that is in Canelo's favor. If he's been cruise controlling this whole damn time, in your opinion, and now he's going to go extra hard.
If you change it up, you're changing it up, and change is always an interesting thing, man, because the thing about change is your body's not used to it. If you're changing in the last inning, who you are is who you are. You can practice, but like
you can't just turn it off.
Like the great Mike Tyson said, everybody got a game plan until they get punched in the face. And the reality is, once you get punched in the face, you go back to what you know. Your body's going to go back to what it's been doing.
You can't just turn it on.
Good back and forth. Dirk, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you got some background noise.
Might be the YouTube still on. Let me check out the YouTube.
Make sure you guys smash that like button before you guys go. Let me catch up on these 2 super chats. We got Coach Hector Bermudez in the building. Don't know why you in the chat, Coach, and you ain't jump on here. But he says, salute, Johnny. You lost out on money. I picked Nunez at plus 700 to win by decision and Sandy Ryan to win by decision with the money bags. But you want to be on vacation nasty. So for those of you guys that don't know, we usually do a weekly betting show with Coach Hector Bermudez on Thursdays, but I was not here. I was getting that R&R, needed to recharge the batteries. So some people missed out, but Coach Bermudez be hitting on his picks, man. So make sure you guys tune in. We will be doing a big-time betting show this week, more than likely on Thursday. So make sure you guys tune in. And then we got It's Me, Rock Lee, with the $5. Appreciate you, my brother. He says scorecards for Canelo Plant were 98, 92, 97, 93. Not close at all. What are y'all talking about? So I guess he's saying that Plant was winning? 98, 92?
No, Canelo was winning.
No, Canelo was winning.
So he said Canelo was winning 98, 92. Yeah. I mean, listen.
Canelo had on scorecards as well.
But that's the politics too, though. Not to say that he wasn't winning, but that big spread right there. Listen, that's why I said Terence is gonna have to really stand out if he's trying to win these rounds, man. He really is.
Yeah, no doubt. Dirk, you in the building, man? What's going on, man? What you got?
What's up? You still hear background noise?
No, we can hear you. We hear you good, man. What's good, man? What's good?
What's up? Yeah, as far as Canelo and Crawford, man, I feel like the only reason this fight is even semi-competitive is because of the weight. I think Bud is all wrong for Canelo. Everything Canelo struggles with, which is a good lead hand, good jab, good lateral movement. Bud has all of that in his locker. Um, the only question, obviously, is the weight. If you throw that away, Bud is the better fighter, in my opinion. People talk about resumes, but we all know boxing is a game of politics. If you're not a ticket seller, there's certain opportunities you're not going to get as a fighter. You can be avoided. They could do certain things to you. Bud is a self-made guy, and I'm not saying Canelo is not, but Canelo definitely had more um, uh, a well-made plan to get where he's at. If that makes any sense, he was a star from the beginning. He was like a child prodigy. Bud was like the black sheep, if that makes any sense. So
100%.
yeah. There you go.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Did you mute yourself?
Yeah, he muted himself. By the way, not to change it up, but so the politics behind this Emmanuel Navarrete potential Eduardo Nunes fight unification, right? I mean, what happened to Emmanuel Navarrete rematching Charlie Suarez after that controversial decision? And what does Raymond Ford sit in this conversation, being that him and Eddie, I thought, was in agreement that they were going to fight for that IBF title, fight Eduardo Nunes, but Eddie was up in there championing this unification, which I have no problem with. I think stylistically that fight is great, but so we're just gonna look over Charlie Suarez in there? I don't know what's going on.
Great point, man. Great point. But this is where the politics of boxing rears its ugly head. Like, yeah, I mean that fight recently started to get traction. When Mexican fans started to ask for it after Sugar Nunez's last performance, and he was there. It looks like they're gonna make that fight happen. I thought the fight with him and Pitufo yesterday was phenomenal, man. I thought it was a great fight.
Great fight of the year candidate, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it was a great fight. Listen, it is what it is. I'm not mad at it, but yeah, I agree. I think Suarez should get that to to run it back but yeah, I mean,
exactly.
Hard to explain, man. Yeah, hard to explain. I'm not even gonna try to explain it.
I know, right?
I say it all the time here, man. The politics of boxing, man. When it rears its ugly head, man. It's like real politics. I try not to get into that. So
yeah,
it's crazy. But Dirk, man, you want to make another point or?
Oh no, my bad. That's it.
You just wanna? So you wanted to? Are you a new caller? This is the first time you call in, right?
Yeah, this is my first time.
Okay. So have you been watching or did it just pop up on your feed?
No, I've been watching like a couple lives.
Okay, that's what's up. You gotta keep calling in, brother.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I appreciate it though.
I appreciate you, man. Yeah, you gotta definitely.
And on that note, myself too, I'm about to bounce, so I gotta go sleep. I gotta go to the gym early in the morning, move around, do what we do. Man, I appreciate you having me up here, Johnny. Your show's a great show. I've been watching it before I see you on their way with Ness as well. So I mean, I know you're doing your thing, man. All those interviews, excellent. Keep up the good work, man. You're on the move, man.
Appreciate you. You're welcome back here anytime, brother. Anytime you want to jump up in here, you want to talk boxing, you're welcome back anytime, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Salute.
All right, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to my man Claymore Rain, man. He doing big things over there. Phone lines are open, y'all. Where's the Canelo fans, man? I know, we've been talking a lot about Bud, and we've had some Bud callers, and I love it. I love the back and forth, but it seems like everybody's going back and forth more in the chat. Nobody's willing to call in. Listen, I think it's going to be a great fight. It's going to be very, very intriguing. Obviously, storylines are there, right? Bud Crawford, on the verge of making history, becoming arguably one of the best that we've ever seen. If he's able to pull this off and become undisputed in 3 different weight classes, but then Canelo is Canelo. Canelo's a legend, man. So, I mean, it's not, there aren't a lot of people talking about what if Canelo wins, right? Like, does he get any credit for this victory if he does win? I think he should, right? Look at who he's facing. He's facing the great Bud Crawford, undefeated, 2 weight class undisputed. But nobody seems to be talking about what that could do to his legacy, right? And remember, Canelo questioned that, right? When this fight first got talked about, a couple years ago or whatever, when I thought it was never going to happen, I could, I thought it wasn't going to happen based on some of the things that Canelo was saying. Like, it really doesn't do anything for his legacy. If he beats him, they're going to say he beat the smaller guy. He should have beat him. But now, again, most people, look at all these polls that are out there, man. Look at our poll. Let me refresh the one that I put on the YouTube page earlier today. 34% believe that Bud can win by decision. 12% believe that he can win by stoppage, by either knockout or TKO. 24% believe Canelo can win by decision, and 30% believe that he will win by knockout or stoppage. But again, 34% believe Bud is going to win. Now we need some more voters, and we will be putting this poll up on our shows as well. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Tell a friend and subscribe to the channel. My man Polo Buck is up in the chat. I haven't seen you in a minute, man. Hope everything is well with you, my brother. But we got Trini Bronx up. What's going on, Trini?
What's good, Johnny? Welcome back, man.
Thank you, man. It's good to be back, man. It's good to be back. What's going on?
What's up? Yeah, I want to speak on. I seen the Sugar Nunez fight, man, because I was eyeing him. I like Raymond Ford. I think he a potential opponent for him. That was a good scrap, man. Patuvo showed out, and that was in Mexico too, right?
Yeah, that was in Los
Yeah,
Mochis.
man,
I
he
believe.
showed
It
out
was
out
right in
there,
this
man.
dude's backyard, man. He was trying to pull off the impossible. I thought he did well, man. I mean, listen, I got no problem with the decision based on the 2 knockdowns.
Yeah,
I thought that was the difference, but I thought the scorecards were a little wide, man. I thought the scorecards were a little wide, man. 117, 109, somebody had it. I mean, I thought they were wide. I thought that fight was much closer. I thought Pitufo landed some really, really good shots.
He gained a lot of Mexican fans.
Hell yeah, man. Especially that last round. That last round was gangster, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, we need to be talking about fights like this, y'all.
Yeah,
Y'all need a chance to see
You know
this
what's wild? Like I caught a full replay on YouTube of that shit, man.
bro.
Late
I
night.
saw it live, and then right after it, I put it back on. I saw
That's
most
what's up.
of it again,
That's
man.
what's up. But they
I
put the
mean, that's
full
what
fight
boxing
out
is
quick,
about.
man.
What's up?
They put the full fight out quick. It was cool. So I hope
Oh yeah,
people
because it
got to
wasn't.
see.
It was on the zone. It wasn't on pay-per-view.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So after the the regular broadcast, you can catch the replay like immediately right after. That's what I like about it. But yeah, man, no, it was good, man. We need to talk about fights like this. Mexico against Puerto Rico, it never disappoints, man.
Yeah.
It was another one. And Pitufo's my guy, like literally. That's my boy.
He did his thing. He did his thing, man. He did his thing, bro.
Yeah, that's my boy. I shot him a message after that. I'm proud of him, man.
Yeah, he proud. They're gonna take care of him when he go home.
Yeah,
Definitely
man.
showed out. But damn, this
know,
fight is getting close, man. It's getting close. And I
Canelo Bud.
watched Charlo. Yeah, I watched Charlo Canelo over. I know Charlo be watching that fight like, damn, bro. If this cowardly lion had a little heart, man. He could have pulled it off, man. And then he took a couple good lefts from Canelo as well. Canelo looked good in that fight. Had the endurance to chase him down. And he was like manhandling Charlo. You're not gonna do that with Crawford. Not with that wrestling background. And it's the team that's behind Crawford, man. Bomac been watching Canelo for a minute, man. Cause he got some guys that's potential like opponents for that anytime Canelo could pick, a Steven Nelson to come out and what I'm saying, or Lester Martinez and try to catch him young. So they've been watching him. It's gonna be the game plan behind Crawford that has a lot to do with this fight, man. And the short shots that he gonna land in the inside, like I said before. But before I was saying like a couple weeks ago that I think Canelo's gonna get winded at the end of the fight, but after thinking it through and watching, he may not be too winded. It's gonna be a good fight to the end because it's not a bigger man this time, so he's not gonna wind up as much. You know what I'm saying? So he gonna have a little more endurance to the end. But I think strategically, Crawford gonna be able to get the job done. Now again, I'm a Crawford fan talking, you know what I'm saying? But I analyze the weight, you know what I'm saying? I'm putting money on it.
Yeah.
You gonna be live. I'm gonna talk my shit. Everybody know who gonna be around me that night. I'm a Crawford fan, so I hope he pull it off. But it's mind, not just heart behind it. I think he can put because like Spence too. Like I know the car accident and all that, but that was look at the fight. That was one of the most aggressive Spence we ever seen in there, man. He fought, you know what I'm saying? He just couldn't fuck with Crawford, and it's the game plan. They took away whatever, you know what I'm saying. So the left they're gonna take away from Canelo. They're gonna have an answer. But and then I know if he be able to take the shot. If he sees anybody, if you don't see the shot, but I think his like his mindset is gonna be so focused on this fight, it's gonna be hard to hit him with a shot he don't see coming. And like goes back to the game plan. He gonna see stuff with like the footwork and all that, what's coming. So it's gonna be hard to hit Crawford clean in this fight. And it's not gonna look scary, not like that. He's gonna be in there, smart, It's gonna be a good fight, bro. It's gonna be worth the hype, in my
Well,
opinion.
you know we gonna be live, man. We gonna be doing
Yeah,
live.
it's gonna be live. That's when
Yeah.
that's when they're gonna call in the Canelo fights. You know, the fans. That's what they're gonna call in. They're gonna
Yo,
call in throughout the fight and stuff, and then after the fight, it's gonna be a coffee party, bro.
well, listen, we going live, and then we gonna stay live for the post fight, take calls. I see a lot of Canelo fans talking that shit in the chat, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all gotta
I know.
call in, man. Shout out to the Bud fans that are,
Damn,
you know, they ain't shy. They calling in.
they
They
got me in
calling in.
7 in the morning that Sunday too. I'm gonna drag ass for training that day because I got a little fight party going on. I already took that Friday, Saturday off, so I'm there. I'm gonna tune in that night. You know
That's
what I
what's
mean? I'm
up.
gonna
That's
catch up
what's
with
up.
y'all. Make sure, hopefully, you pull it off. I was
You
talking a
know it.
lot of shit. I know I was talking my shit. So and this shit documented. So, but
Hey,
I'll call in and he gonna get his flowers, and he does get his props. He moves up the pound for pound list because Crawford's ahead of him. He gonna get some props
oh,
from the people who really know who Crawford is. He'll get some props, especially with the last wins he had. He'll get some props for this win.
yeah, no,
Word.
he should, but I'm not hearing a lot from Canelo, you know, fans, you know, or whatever it is. If he
Yeah, because
that
they
win,
ride regardless. They ride regardless. So he got that support, and it's not like the like homie said from before that called in. This dude been on cruise control. I know he's locked in with them young lions in training camp, but we don't know what that took out of him. You know what I'm saying? And then the other caller that said, I hear exactly what he's trying to say about the road, the different roads. They was trying to keep Crawford out, and he got in. And when you let a real one in, they stay till they're ready to go. That's exactly what's going to happen. And the other court said the 160, that's a good idea. He should go to 160 and scoop up some belts there and shut everybody the fuck up for real. But
oh
let
my
me get the
God,
sleep so I can finish this training though. But like in a couple weeks, I told you I'm on that third shift, so I try to see what's up. And
you
that'd be
got
for
it,
the
my
Norman
brother.
fight and all that. So that's when she gonna really get popping. You got a couple good fights around that time, Fedora, stuff like that. Word.
You already know how we do, brother.
All right, brother.
All right,
Enjoy.
man.
Take care. Always good
Appreciate
hearing
you.
from you.
Yep. Trini Bronx in the building, y'all. Trini Bronx in the building. Make sure y'all smash that like button, man. We got almost 100 people up in here. We only got 50 likes. What's going on, man? It's free, man. Help us get this channel out into the homepage and algorithm of other boxing fans so they know we rock out. We doing our thing. Sunday night shows are back. We are back like we never left. And my man Jay Calderon from Fight Hook News is making an appearance. What's going on, champ?
What's good, my brother?
Shit, man. Long time no hear, man. How you been?
Been good. How was that vacation?
It was good, man. It was almost like I needed a vacation from the vacation because you know how we
Yeah,
do.
yeah,
You
I
know,
feel you. I feel you.
you've
Big
been on a
fight
feed
this
yourself.
weekend.
You've been on
Yeah,
a feed
yeah,
yourself.
yeah. I got to miss all those fights in Orlando, but family come first.
Of course, brother. Of course, man. What you got, man? What you got for us?
Yo, this fight right here this weekend, I'm excited about it. It's the biggest fight in the last 10 years since Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. We haven't had a high level fight like this of this magnitude, since then. And I believe it's a 50-50 fight. I really truly believe it's a 50-50 fight. Canelo is the more physically stronger fighter. He has that durable chin, he has the bigger punching power. And he's been at the weight class a lot longer. Crawford, the more skillful fighter, the quicker fighter. Both guys have great ring IQs. Canelo has that experience that he's been fighting for a very long time, almost 70 fights. I think he got a lot more mileage on him than Crawford does. I think, Crawford is probably the best fighter that Canelo has faced since Floyd Mayweather, that elite type fighter. I think he hasn't trained and been this focused since the second Triple G fight. You know what I mean? I think everybody that he's fought after that Triple G second fight, he's been on cruise control and he's just been better than everybody else to just get by on just an average night of boxing, but I don't really think that he's trained hard. He hasn't been that focused. You can see he got Boots Ennis in training camp, so he's taking Bud seriously. And I think you're gonna see a very good Canelo, but he got that mileage on him that he does look like he's slowed down a little bit. He is flat-footed. And Crawford, he's not cutting down on weight the way he's cut on weight before previously. He's coming in more to a natural weight that he usually walks around in. And I believe he's gonna be stronger this fight. I see the pictures and everything ripped up and everything. That's good. But I think he's just focusing more on the game plan. And it's gonna come down to who has the better game plan on fight night. I think Crawford is an exceptional fighter. I think he's one of a generational great. And I think Canelo is gonna really test him. And I want to see, like you said, how's that punch resistance? How is Crawford really gonna take that power? Because I think if he could avoid getting knocked out, I think he has a very good chance of winning this fight by decision. But I picked Canelo as the favorite to win this fight. You know what I mean? But I want Crawford to win. So I'm not gonna be biased and sit up here and say, yeah, Crawford's gonna win. I think he has a chance to win, and I think he has the ring IQ and the skills to pull it off. You know what I mean? But Canelo's the favorite. You know what I mean? He's the stronger physical guy in there.
Do you do you know who he's been sparring with lately too? Canelo?
Yeah, he's been sparring with the Cuban dude. What was his name?
Mhm.
Hernandez, and sparring with
Yo
Buchanan.
Hernandez, my
So he
guy
got
from Pro Box, Blast Saint, who I thought was an
yeah.
excellent
So
choice
he
based
got he
on
got some good
style to
sparring
be able to
partners.
switch it. Boots, obviously, Boots has been in camp.
Hmm He's
Canelo's taking this fight
focused.
serious, man.
He's focused.
Yeah, no, Canelo's taking this fight serious,
He's
man.
not. He's not. He's taking it very serious. Like I said, I haven't seen Canelo look this serious in training camp since the Triple G second fight when he had something to prove, because a lot of people thought that Triple G won the first fight and that it was a robbery because of the scorecards. I think that second fight with Triple G, he came out much better, and he was a lot focused. But everybody else that he's fought, you know what I mean? He's fought the Charlo, the John Ryder, guys like Balanga, Munguia, all these dudes, he just had to be average to beat these guys because he was better than these guys. I don't think he's fought a guy as elite since Floyd Mayweather. You know what I mean? I think Floyd Mayweather was the elite level type of fighter that he fought in his career, and he came up short. People say he was younger, inexperienced and everything like that. I don't think so. I think if he would have had a little bit more season, he probably would have did a little better. He just fought a better fighter. You know what I mean? And I think Bud is on that level where he's just a better fighter all the way around. But the question is, can he take the punching power of Canelo Alvarez? That punch resistance at that weight is gonna be the deciding factor in the fight, because I think skill wise he beats Canelo.
I agree, brother. With me, it's the same. It's the same thing. I said it. I've been saying it for weeks and weeks, man. Because Bud's gonna fight this guy. Bud's gonna
Hmm
fight this guy because that's who Bud Crawford is, bro. He said it in the press conference, and I believe him. He's ultra
Think about it.
competitive. He's gonna fight this guy. So to me, if you're gonna fight him, means you're gonna get hit. You're gonna have
Think
to take
about it.
one and give one. Can you
You
take
had
it? That's all I'm saying.
you had Canelo move up in weight to fight, Bevo. Now, Bevo, he's one of the best pound for pound fighters. You could put him in the top five as one of the best pound for pound fighters. And Bevo was the kind of European style where he has that 1-2 punch, but he also has a great jab. And he has that fluid movement with his legs. Crawford, has more in his arsenal than a Bevo does. He doesn't have that great jab that Bevo has, but he does have more than just the 1-2 punch in his arsenal. And Bevo has perfected that craft with the 1-2 punch mixed in with the jab. And he beat Canelo Alvarez. And that was the top 5 pound for pound fighter. Crawford is considered to be number one, the best fighter in the world. And like, he hasn't fought anybody else that's in that top 5 pound for pound level. So this is going to be a real challenge. And this is something, everybody says size makes a difference. Yes, it does. But when it comes to special elite fighters, we've seen it in the past so many times. History has been written where boxers didn't have a chance, where they said previous to the fight, this guy doesn't have a chance to win. He's moving up in weight, too many weight classes. The other guy is bigger. He's the better guy at that weight class. But we seen Roberto Duran jump from lightweight to welterweight and beat a Sugar Ray Leonard. We seen him move up at the same age as Crawford, around 37 years old, and beat a fucking Iran Barkley at super middleweight when Barkley knocked out Thomas Hearns, and Thomas Hearns had previously knocked out Roberto Duran in 2 rounds. You know what I'm saying? We saw Roy Jones Jr. move up to heavyweight and fight Jean Ruiz, who weighed him by over 30 pounds. And we saw the skill set of Roy Jones Jr. beating a heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? We've seen Manny Pacquiao, who started out his career as a strawweight and move up in weight. And I remember when he was a lightweight and moved up to welterweight to fight Oscar De La Hoya. Everybody was talking about Oscar De La Hoya was going to murder little Pacquiao, and Pacquiao destroyed Oscar De La Hoya. And he moved up in weight to fight Antonio Margarita, who is a killer and way bigger than Manny Pacquiao, and Pacquiao destroyed them and broke his orbital bone. So we've seen this so many times in history where the smaller man that has the better skills move up in weight and beat the bigger man. You know, Usyk is a perfect example right now that he faced Tyson Fury, who Fury was a way bigger man, a heavier man, a skillful man, a guy that went 3 fights with Deontay Wilder, a killer puncher, and was able to knock out Deontay Wilder twice and go rounds with Deontay Wilder skillfully because he was better. And Usyk, who is the way smaller fighter than both of those guys, was able to beat him twice and beat Anthony Joshua twice and handle bigger men in the heavyweight division, all along on skills. So skills does pay the bills, and I believe Crawford has a chance to win. I'm not saying he's gonna win. I'm saying he has a really good chance to win, but Canelo is the favorite, and I'm just excited about the fight, and I think it's the 50-50 fight, man.
So you gave a lot of good points there, obviously, to lead all of us to believe that the smaller guy will win this fight. But
Possibility.
you're still leaning towards Canelo. Okay, I got
I'm
you.
leaning to Canelo. I want Crawford to win, but I say he has a really good chance of winning.
I love it. I love the examples, brother. This is why I tell you all the time to call in, bro. You never
It's
call in.
boxing. It's boxing, baby. It's boxing. You know,
Boxing.
you see anything is predictable. You know, unpredictable.
No, absolutely, absolutely, man. This is why I tell you all the time, call in, bro. Give your perspective, man. Break shit down. This is how we do it up here at the hangout spot, baby. Alberto in the building. Do we finally got a Canelo guy in here?
Hey, what's up, Johnny? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. What's up, Johnny? How was Big Day? How was the cruise, man?
Oh man,
Did
absolutely
it up?
phenomenal, man. Yep, absolutely phenomenal. A lot of food, partying, a lot of drinks. It was good. Just what I
Yeah, man.
needed. Now we back like we never left, baby.
Yeah, you're able to charge the batteries right before boxing turns up. It was
Yes,
kind of dry
sir.
lately.
This week's gonna be crazy, man. We doing shows like every night. This week's gonna be crazy. Plus the live fight chat's gonna be crazy. So
Oh hell yeah, that's just about to be cracking. But yeah, I guess I am the first one, Johnny, to call in pro Canelo. I don't see it. A lot of dudes are saying, Bud has that grit. Bud is like a Kobe mentality. He doesn't know how to lose. But I think that's exactly going to be his detriment. Because I think he's gonna think that he can hurt Canelo and he's gonna walk into something. But that's just what I think. Because I don't think he would get. I don't think the judges would give it to Bud. I know Turkey's his guy, but I just don't see it. What do you think, Johnny? Do you think Bud can like edge out a decision, or he's gonna have to try? He's gonna try to have to go for something dramatic.
nah, I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, I think he can. I think he can. I've heard that from a lot of different people, though, Alberto. What you said, a couple points that you said. Number one, not just with the decision, but the fact that his downfall would be the fact that he's going to want to fight. We just mentioned that, but I don't think that Bud is going to fight any other way other than the way Bud fights. Bud has never really been a runner in fights anyway. So for the most part, he's going to fight this dude in the pocket, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. This is why this fight is so freaking intriguing, bro. I haven't even come close to even thinking about making a prediction. Like, we're just gonna let the week play out, man.
Come
I
on,
just want to
Johnny.
hear everybody else's predictions, bro.
I think his coaches have alluded to the fact that they're not going to be like the previous opponents and just go there for a check. So I think they're coming, like you said, they're going to be fighting in close range. And I think, you don't want to counter Canelo. I mean, he does a great job of setting guys up. So I think from that perspective, Bud's own, how would you describe, his own eagerness is going to be his downfall. So I think Canelo drops him like in one of the mid rounds, maybe around 4 or 5, and then we just get a boring fight where Bud's just there to survive.
I don't think it's gonna be a boring fight.
Yeah, go ahead. Chime in on that, Jay, because I've had this was a topic of conversation in one of the
Nah,
shows that I had a couple weeks ago. Like, will this fight deliver from an entertainment standpoint?
I
Now,
think I think he's gonna deliver because of Bud. He's a dog. You know what I mean? And you're right. You know what I mean? That's where we have to see if he's gonna be able to take a punch or not because Bud is not a runner. Bud is not gonna do a skull. He's not even gonna do a bevo. You know, he's gonna be in the pocket and he's gonna have to box to win this fight because he can't knock out Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez has one of the best chins in boxing, and he's gonna be able to withstand anything Bud throws at him. But the problem is, can Bud withstand the power of Canelo? And I believe Canelo will hurt. He will hurt Crawford. But I think Crawford is savvy enough and defensive minded enough that he'll be able to avoid getting knocked out and also, you know, probably not even dropped. We've seen, Canelo dropped everybody basically, but he hasn't knocked anybody out. But I believe that Crawford is going to be leery enough to not get dropped. He'll be defensive, but fight in the pocket. But he has that dog in him, and that dog is what's going to make this fight to be exciting because he's going to fight back. But he has to be careful as well and not get caught with a counter. And they're gonna try to take away that left hook that he caught Balanga and Munguia with, the uppercut, that sneaky uppercut that he has. It's gonna be an interesting fight, but I think it's gonna be a much more exciting fight than a boring fight.
Okay. Okay, Alberto, I had to mute you because you had some background noise. But if you when you're ready to talk, just unmute yourself. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Yo, this one is funny. Hold on. Polo Buck with the $2. He said counterpunch H-Town. Where's H-Town at, man? H-Town is a Canelo guy, man. We need some Canelo callers, man. We need some Canelo callers, man, because for the most part, I mean, other than Alberto, we've had everybody on the panel, which is pretty much saying that that Bud's gonna win. I mean, I know Jamie. Jamie said he considers Canelo the favorite, but Jamie's picking up Bud, bro.
I want Bud to win.
Not all
But
those comparisons of all these upsets and guys moving up. You can't say all of those comparisons and just pick Canelo, bro.
I'm
That
just
should be
saying that
nasty
is
work.
I'm just saying that it's possible. You got
Oh,
Canelo
it's
fans out
definitely
there.
possible.
You got Canelo fans out there saying that it's impossible for Bud to win. And there's a lot of people in the boxing world that feel that the weight is just too much and the experience and the power is just too much for Bud, no matter how good Bud is, that it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's 50-50. You ask any real Canelo fan, is it a 50-50 fight? They're going to tell you hell no. They're going to tell you hell no. They're going to be biased. I'm not being biased. I want Bud to win. And I believe Canelo will win, but I believe that Crawford has a very good chance, a 50% chance of pulling off an upset. That's
You
not being
know,
biased.
no. I get it. But I've been, on these shows, I put polls out, and obviously we've talked about it, and I'm watching the shit that's being out there in social media. In fact, I put a poll earlier on my YouTube page. Nah, bro, a lot of people that are voting believe that Bud can win this fight, bro. Like
Because
more
he's the better skillful fighter alone. You know what I mean? They see what they see, but the man has said it for so many years. He's the best fighter in the world. I said it since before the Umbongo fight that he had when he became undisputed the first time, that he's pound for pound the best fighter in the world. And people may play Usyk on top of him right now or Inoue. I believe that he's been pound for pound since he won the first undisputed crown at 140 pounds. And I don't think nobody has topped him. And he's not as active, and that could hurt him. And that could also be the way Mayweather was, which Mayweather was a special fighter. And sometimes he took a year off and came back, and he was sharp, and he needed that time off to heal his body. Crawford is an older fighter, just like Mayweather was an older fighter back then, towards the end of his career when he wasn't as active. But, I think it could also be a gift of his that he can heal himself by taking the longer layoff and not putting a lot of punishment with training camps, with fights, sparring, all that stuff. Canelo 70 fights in, bro. Like that's a long career since 15 years old. He got mileage on him, and he has shown slow down ability. So you know what I mean. Like I said, this fight, I think he's gonna show something different. He's taking Bud serious, and he should be able to win this fight. But I think Crawford has a great chance of winning this fight. But I do think he's
I
gonna
got
get hurt. He's gonna get hurt.
Go ahead, Alberto.
Hold on.
Backfire.
Yeah, hold on. No, I just got a question real quick for dude on the panel. So you know how there was like a couple days ago there was a photo where Bud had like the snack six pack. He was cut up like some coke. But then yesterday we saw the photo. He was walking around kind of pudgy, in the middle.
Mhm.
So which Bud is? How's Bud looking this week?
Yeah, you're gonna find out on fight night when he steps into that ring and they're
Weigh-in.
announcing and the rope comes off, you're gonna either see a donut around him or you're gonna see a six-pack around him. Because Photoshop be tricking everybody. AI be tricking everybody. So we don't know what the real deal is unless you've seen it for your own eyes.
Well, we'll have to wait for the weigh-in, bro. I mean,
That's
and
a
there's a
fact.
lot of people that aren't picking a winner until they see the weigh-in, bro. Until they
Yeah,
see how
that's
both of them
always
sides up.
that's always the same. You know, that's always a factor.
Yeah, no, that's always a factor. We got Nestor Gibbs with the $2.
Woo! The boxing voice,
I don't
head
think that's
honcho
real.
is in.
TBV.
He said, "I'll call in Johnny. I'm playing chess against Bud right now."
Okay, that might not be him.
I don't know if that's the real one. We may have a burner up here. Nesby up in here. He was on the panel not that long ago, bro. He jumped on the
Oh,
panel not that long ago,
Shout
about a
out
week
to
ago.
Ness.
Yeah,
nice.
well,
That's my
2 weeks
boy.
ago because I wasn't on here. Nah, he be showing love, man. He be showing love. Polo Buck. I don't know if H-Town saw your counter, so he may not be listening. But shout out to the chat, man. Y'all motherfuckers is cooking, bro. Y'all cooking right now. We got to get them likes up, though, man. We got to get them likes up. And for everybody watching on X, make sure you guys retweet, follow, come on over, subscribe to the channel, tell a friend and tell a friend. Same thing on Facebook. We are streaming live on 3 platforms. Let's help us get this channel out there so other people can call in and
Johnny,
voice their opinions. What's good, brother?
get one of those Canelo fans on here and say it's a 50-50 fight, man. I want to hear one of these Canelo fans say it's a 50-50 fight.
Well, we need Canelo callers. We need some callers. Remember, we're gonna be doing shows the rest of the week. So I'm sure they're gonna come out. H-Town, if H-Town was here, H-Town will tell everybody that Bud's gonna get stopped, bro. That Bud may get stopped. I'm
I've
pretty
And
heard
sure he
that.
will tell people that Bud may get stopped. You've heard him before, right, Alberto?
no, hell yeah. That's what I was just about to chime in. Like, if Canelo loses, H-Town's gonna crash out. Like, I'm worried about his kids
And
and
the
his
problem
family.
is, I don't think H-Town. I think H-Town likes Bud too, like me. You know, that's crazy because I like both of those guys. That's why it's hard for me to pick a winner, man. I really, really like both of them. I've always been a fan of both fighters.
Correct.
It's gonna be
They're
tough.
both great. They're both great. They're both top elite fighters, top 5 pound for pound fighters. Still at this age and stage of their career, they're top 5 pound for pound fighters. That's why this is great. You know what I mean? To see these two, you had pound for pound Bevo and Bivo. You know what I mean? Those guys within the top 10. These are top 5. You know what I'm saying? Canelo is at
Mhm.
least top 5, and Bud is within 2, 3, or 1 pound for pound. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So this is great. This is great for boxing. Like, why are people mad because Canelo ducked fucking Benavidez? We all know he ducked Benavidez, and he's waiting for that turkey bag because he's gonna get a bag for fighting Canelo. And if he beats Crawford, if Canelo beats Crawford, he's gonna get another bag to beat fucking Benavidez because I truly believe Canelo Alvarez could beat Benavidez. I love Benavidez. I think he's a very good fighter, but I don't see him losing to Benavidez. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I think Bud has a better chance in beating Canelo than fucking Benavidez does.
Mm.
That's my honest opinion. And
Wow.
I'm talking about at 160. I'm not talking at 175. Because at
Well,
175, we all know that Benavidez and his dad, they said they're willing to come down to 168. I don't know if they changed their mind on that, but I know they said they were willing to come back down to 168 to fight Canelo if they ever had the opportunity. And at 168, I think Canelo has a shot. 175 is a different story.
Yeah, I think the
Well,
168 days are over regardless. That's just my opinion. Yeah,
what?
I don't see David Benavidez coming back down. I'm sorry, Alberto. One more thing. I just want to put it's me, Rock Lee said everything got to go wrong for Canelo, everything perfect for Bud. What the fuck? LOL. I guess they're going after each other in the chat. What you got, Alberto? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, what do y'all think about like the politics? Because the referees, Tim Cheatham, the judges, usual suspects, Steve Weisfeld, Moretti, and but I feel like the politics, like, I think Bud is actually not as much of a B side as we think. Because y'all seen that video of Turkey going up to Bud on the stairmaster, kind of like telling him like you gotta complete this
Oh
mission with
my
like some googly eyes.
God.
Yeah,
Oh
with
my
the
God.
Two Tone played it on his show with the love music in the background.
Yeah, that shit was
Listen.
comedy.
We
Shout
already know
out to Two Tone, my brother.
we already know who Turkey is favoring. I mean, it's so obvious, so blatant. He said it at the press conference the day they announced this fight. He was sitting on the wrong side of the table. He should have been sitting on Bud's side of the table. I mean, that's so disrespectful by Turkey. I love what Turkey's doing for boxing, but he don't give a fuck. He got so much money that he's just like, listen, I tell you who I want to win, but it doesn't always go the way he wants it to go. You know what I mean? Like he it's been proven. He did it with the Hem Sherrod and Carlos Adonis. Where he was talking about, you're losing the fight. How did he know about the scorecard? Whatever. Listen, a lot of times it didn't go his way where he wanted his guy to win. So it's been proven that he's not cooking the judges with $1 million paydays so that these guys
Nah,
can get with in his favor.
there's no way
I
Shiraz got a draw against Adames. Turkey
no,
put
no,
some money on that.
but listen, hear me out. Hear me out. This did nothing to do with Turkey. Judging is fucked up as it is all across the board, all the way before Chavez and fucking Pernell Whitaker. Manny Pacquiao, Tim Bradley won. Judging is so fucking ridiculously wrong in boxing. It has nothing to do with Turkey. It wasn't about Turkey giving it a draw or anything like that. We all know that Tyson Fury was his man. We all know Anthony Joshua was his man. And Usyk beat both of those guys. There was nothing suspect about the judging with those fights. You know what I'm saying? People talk about Triple G should have won the first fight against Canelo. Look at the judging, 118 to 110, ridiculous. So you can't put this and say that it's cooked. What you can say, and it's a proven fact, is that Turkey gave Crawford the opportunity to fight for undisputed. That's why we got the William Skull fight, because Canelo did not want to fight William Skull exactly because what we saw. He knew that dude was a runner. He didn't want to fight him. He was a nobody. It didn't make any sense in the world to fight him. And that's why he gave up the belt the first time, the IBF belt, to fight Balanga for a good payday and beat Balanga and not worry about a guy named Skull. He was willing to break up the undisputed crown. Turkey paid this man ridiculous money to fight Skull just so he could get that belt back, just so that it could be on the line for Terrence Crawford to have the opportunity to fight for undisputed for the third time of his career. That is the only thing Turkey is guilty of, is flexing his money and his muscle to put things in play and give an opportunity to Crawford, where many people feel like he shouldn't get the opportunity because Canelo ducked Benavidez. And that's the only thing. As far as the judges are going to be in it, if it goes to a decision, or even the whole fucking Victor Conti shit, that if Canelo gets beat up by Bud and all of a sudden Bud looks superhuman and everything like that, he's on steroids because he works with Snack. There's going to be 1,000 excuses, and the chats and every fucking blog and every social media is going to be on fire if Crawford beats Canelo and he looks good doing it, there's gonna be so much speculation about steroids. There's gonna be so much speculation if it goes to the scorecards and he gets a decision, even if it's a close fight and a great fight and it goes in favor of Bud. Oh, Turkey, he already had it in the bag for him. They were setting it up for the rematch because the rematch is going to be 10 times bigger and the money's going to be bigger. Man, there's going to be 1,000 excuses the same way there's 1,000 excuses when Bud cooked Spence. Because everybody was saying Spence is going to fuck up Bud, and Bud beat him better than what everybody thought. Because I didn't even think he was going to beat him up like that. But look at all the excuses every time their favorite fighter loses. Tank Davis got hair in my fucking grease in my fucking eyes and shit from my hair. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Alberto, Fight Hook News, my guy Jamie, he just pulled a Hugo, bro. You went
What
like
happened?
5 minutes
Oh.
without gasping for air, bro. You were the only freestyle right there, baby.
Hey, at least he had a good mic, Johnny.
Yeah. Hugo was all loud and struggling, and we had to cover our ears. It was nasty, bro. That
I'm
was
That shit was
driving
staticky.
home and
you
I got
passionate, bro. I
earbuds.
love it.
I got earbuds on, man, and I'm driving home from work.
Nah, that's what's up. I'm just saying we got a caller that calls in and he goes nonstop, bro. We like, man, you gotta like stop and breathe and gas for
Bro,
air, bro.
Johnny, I had to jump on your show. I haven't been on your show in a minute.
That
You know,
is true.
I haven't been doing some boxing shit in a minute.
This
I truly want to drop a video for this for this fight and everything like that. But you know me, it's hard for me to get to the mic.
Lord have mercy.
this,
You gotta just do it, bro. What's up, Alberto?
this is what I see. This is the play. Like y'all gotta follow the money. So Canelo or Bud, those have plus minus, but no one's looking at the draw. The draw is where the money's at. I could see a draw. Let me
Yeah,
tell you why.
possible.
If you do a draw, Canelo keeps his belts. You know what I'm saying? You could still fight Shiraz's boy, set up that undisputed, and
Yep,
then Bud walks away. All things considered, unblemished. So I could see the draw for real.
possible.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
another thing that Turkey is guilty of. You know what I'm saying? Sherrod, we all knew that if he beats Belanga, he gonna get the Canelo fight. That's just Turkey flexing
Right.
his muscle and his money to put dudes in position that some people feel like they don't deserve to be put in that position. That's all Turkey's guilty of. And he don't let it, he don't hide. He puts it out there. He lets you know, yo, that's what I want. Fuck that. That's who I'm picking. You know what I
That's
mean? And
exactly what he
people don't
does.
like that. People don't like that. People get rubbed off the wrong way because they're like, oh, this dude got money. He think he can do whatever he want. Of course he can do whatever he want. He got mad money. And he's the one that's putting these fights together.
Rafael 32 with the $2.
Straight cash, homie.
He said, y'all killing me not picking a fighter. Go Crawford. What you talking about, Rafael? I'm gonna pick one. I'm just not picking one tonight. But I'm not I don't have to wait to the weigh-in. I will pick a side before that. Probably remember we doing shows Tuesday, Wednesday. We're doing a betting show on Thursday with Coach Hector Bermudez. We do our betting show every single week. In fact, we didn't do one last week, and he said that he killed it. So that sucked because I wasn't here. But
You're gonna change your mind after the weigh-in.
It is what it is, bro. I've changed my mind. I went back and forth in my own mind for I don't even know how many times the last month and a half. What would it even matter? At the end of the day, I'm gonna say this, regardless of who we pick, because we got to pick, right? We got to make it fun. That's what we do here at the Hangout Spot. I don't hold my hat to it, bro. Like it's a pick, and if we get it wrong, we get it wrong. We just talk about it. We'll definitely give the winner credit. That's for damn sure. If Bud pulls this off, I mean, we're talking about a monumental feat, in my opinion. I mean, three weight classes undisputed, arguably, Canelo, one of the faces of boxing. That'd be crazy.
Let me ask you a question, Johnny.
That'd be crazy.
If he pulls off the victory, and depending on how he pulls off the victory, because that's also an important factor.
That matters, right?
So if he pulls it off and it's impressive, no matter if he wins by decision, by outboxing him, or he somehow miraculously stops Canelo. Do
No
you
way.
place him greatest of all time?
Greatest of all time?
Yeah.
No,
or even better than Mayweather?
No.
no.
So you think the victory, depending on how good it is, still doesn't surpass Mayweather or top pound for pound fighter of all time, greatest of all time?
No, because then you gotta look at the body of work. If you want to, if you want me to, or anybody, in my opinion, to say that he surpassed Mayweather, then you got to look at the body of work. You got to look at resumes, accomplishments, how many champions Floyd beat in comparison to how many Bud Crawford beat. You know,
That's fair.
Canelo himself questioned how many elite names are on Bud Crawford's resume. He questioned it himself. I don't know if we can question
Ricky
Mayweather.
Burns. Come on, Johnny.
He said Ricky Burns, right? Why would you not say Earl Spence, right?
Yeah, I think that was shade. That he was throwing shade. He was throwing shade
But
because come on, because Spence was the best. And even
yeah, nah.
even listen, a lot of people don't know Ricky Burns. He was a really good fighter, and he was a 3-time world, I think 3 division world champion. So he's going into the Hall of Fame, believe it or not. What you call it, but nobody really knows who the fuck Ricky Burns is. Okay, let's be
Exactly. Like
clear.
there was so many other. I mean,
But
he could have said he could have
Yorkis
said
Gamboa,
Spence,
Yorkis
Gamboa.
Gamboa is a better win. You know what I mean? Than Ricky Burns. And
Yeah. When he beat Gamboa, Gamboa wasn't on the decline, bro.
right. You know what I
Back
mean? So, and that was his first
Gamboa was
true
good at his
test.
time. Yep, that was his first true test. I mean, you could have said Postal, you know, but I mean, you know, because again, Postal was a champion, but Ricky Burns.
He did say Postal when he did
Oh, did he?
the Tom Brady and the Shaquille
He
O'Neal.
lost me. Yeah, but he lost me when he said Ricky Burns. I think he said Ricky Burns first.
It was
After that, I
shade,
was like,
bro. That had to be shade, bro. Come on, bro. That was straight
nah.
cap. That was
I
straight
just think
cap.
he's not quick with it like that, bro. Like, you
Nah, that
know,
was straight cap, bro. Why would you say Spence, bro? Really? Come on, bro.
that's
Everybody
what I'm
knows.
saying. But
That
you
was
know, at the end
straight
of the
cap.
day,
Straight cap. He
I
was
don't
throwing
know, man.
shade. He was throwing shade, bro. He was
Our
throwing shade.
guy, our guy Ebenezer Stuntman Griffin in the building was going. One of our favorite prospects, baby, 6-0 in the building. He said you can't say someone is the greatest at anything when they took steroids in their prime. Now we were talking about it's not Bud. He's talking about Bud, not Canelo. I think you're talking about Canelo based on other things. Yeah, you said
They're,
Canelo steroid Alvarez.
at that level, Johnny, they're all on that shit. So, I mean, for
Oh,
what it's worth.
that's an unpopular comment you just made there. They all are juicing at some point, you believe?
Yeah, come
Nah,
on. What do you
nah,
think Snack
nah,
is? They're paying that
nah,
dude's just giving them smoothies. That dude's just showing them how to flush it out their
nah,
system.
nah, 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 nah. I don't believe that. I don't believe they're all doing that.
I'm telling you that Johnny, the excuses are coming in already, Papa. Get ready. Get
Alberto,
ready.
you making excuses already, bro? What's going on?
Ready.
Nah.
I
Look,
agree.
I'm gonna
Not
put it
everyone
this
on
way.
it, bro.
The
Look,
judges,
Man,
the
you ain't on it.
penalty, everything,
Man's
everything.
not on no shit. My man B Norm the Storm ain't on no shit, and that's proven. It's
that's a fact.
proven. My man got tested 2 days after landing in Aruba, and we haven't heard a word from the Haney camp talking about he positive.
Haney
Stop.
boxing them.
Yeah, okay. Though you need to get on when that shit gets closer and talk that shit. I don't know if you know where you at, bro. This is the Norman spot.
I know where I'm at, Papa. You know where I'm coming from.
Coach, is Coach in the chat? Coach is in the chat, bro. You lucky Coach didn't hear that shit. He come on the channel and talk that shit. Rafael is back with another $2. Everyone is going to say I picked Crawford after Sunday. Nah. Not everybody can say that. Not everybody can say that. I mean, listen, if I pick Canelo, and Crawford wins, I will say I was wrong, and Crawford has earned my respect. I don't believe again. We have to see how it plays out. But Jay, I don't think he'll be because I think you could talk about Crawford as being
Top
one of the
10?
best top. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. If he pulls
I
this off,
wouldn't call him the greatest of all time. You know what I mean? Because listen, Roy Jones is to me one of the greatest of all time. You know, and Roy's accomplishments were great as well. But 3-time undisputed, that's hard to argue. And I understand that the resume is kind of thin, but you gotta realize that politics played a lot in his career. And like he said, he didn't get the opportunity to get the fights because of that. You know what I mean? And when he did get the opportunity against Spence, he showed it. And now he's getting the opportunity because of Turkey to fight somebody like Canelo. If he wins, then you got to give him his props that maybe he didn't get the opportunity to fight a Thurman, a Danny Garcia, a Sean Porter in his prime, but we all saw what happened when he did fight Sean Porter. But there's always an excuse. He had one foot out the door. They're gonna say the same
Sean
thing
was
with.
semi-retired.
Yeah, well, like I said, one foot out the door. There's always an excuse. The Amir Khan, always an excuse. The Kell Brook, always an excuse. And guess what? If he beats Canelo, they will be an excuse in play. One
They
foot
they
out the
can't be an
door.
excuse. They can't be an
Nah,
excuse.
they 100%
No,
is
no
gonna be an excuse.
excuses.
They can't. No, I
Nah,
know what you're saying, Jay,
bro,
and I
a
agree with you.
hundred percent excuses.
But
Steroids would be an
but
excuse.
we gotta
Judges would be an excuse.
we gotta shut
Old
that shit
age would be
down.
an excuse. Nah, bro, it's always an excuse, bro. Even Mayweather said it, bro. Every time he won, there was always an excuse, bro. And Canelo, when he wins, is an excuse, bro. It's just the way boxing is, bro. It's so fickle. It's so fucking disgusting sometimes, and fans just don't want to accept the reality of somebody just being better than the other person.
But
And
hold on, radio. Did y'all see the
Yeah,
Netflix docu series on Canelo and the Bud buildup?
yeah.
Okay, so did you guys catch Max Kellerman say that we got to give Canelo his props for once he got his clout and notoriety, he used the clout
Mhm.
to make the big fights. He didn't have to
Yeah.
fight Triple G. He didn't have to fight Cotto. So
Oh
why
yeah.
where's the criticism for Bud? Why wouldn't he sign the PBC?
Because he was, first of all, when I talked to Bud personally and everything like that, at the time, this dude was really in denial, saying that Bob Arum could make him the fight and that he was making good money with Bob Arum. So why did he have to go anywhere else when he was making good money with Bob, and that he believed that Bob could really make the fight for him? It wasn't
Man,
until he left.
Bob was losing money. He said he could have built the mansion with all the money that he
Listen,
lost on Bud.
Bob was losing money, but Bud wasn't losing money. And that's what you got to understand. Bud told me personally, he said, I'm making good money where I'm at right now. I don't need to go nowhere else.
And
And Bob can make the fight for me.
and
But
that's
it
why
didn't
Top Rank
happen.
doesn't have a platform because of Bud and other losses like that. You know,
But what does that point have to do with anything? We're talking
because he
about Bud not going to PBC when he should have went. I agree with you. I believe that he should have went to PBC a long time ago to make the fight. But the man was making money. He didn't feel like he needed to move. You know what I mean? Because he was making money. Who cares about what Top Rank was losing? He was the one that was making the money. They were paying him very well, and that's why Bob was crying. And Bud believed that Bob could make the fight for him. Now, I told Bob to his face, I said, PBC is blocking you. They're blocking you. They're not gonna make. And he argued with me and everything like that, saying, "Oh no, no." Listen, PBC was doing in-house fights, and they wasn't gonna allow Bud to beat Keith
but
Thurman or
hold on,
Danny Garcia
but
or Sean Porter earlier. They were
hold
keeping it
on.
all in-house.
But this is my only pushback, right? Because y'all want to come up here, and I'm not saying you specifically, homie. I don't know if you're like a Bud stand like that, but a lot of
Mm-mm.
these Bud fans, I would say, oh, Bud. He was even saying in the documentary himself, saying, "Oh, I had to work to get here. I wasn't supposed to be here. I had to earn it." But this
Mhm.
dude knew that he was losing his network money, but not being mindful of the health of the sport, he stayed around and fought, subpar B-level fighters. So we can't just uh, we can't just anoint Bud and
But who
excuse
was
him of
losing?
any.
But who was losing money? You acting like Bud was losing money. Bud was gaining money,
But that's my point, homie. He should have. He knew he was set up comfortably with Top Rank. That's why he had
right?
no urgency to sign the PBC. But if you
Right.
know that the big fights are on the other quote side of the street, a real champion would have went over there and did it. He was comfortable
Now,
fighting cans
what
and
you're
getting
not
overpaid
understanding,
for it.
what you're not understanding is that yes, he was making big money and he was comfortable, 100%. But he also believed that Bob could deliver, and Bob, you know, knowing that he's always made big fights throughout his career, Bob tried to make fights with the PBC. and the PBC were the ones that were shutting them out and doing in-house fights. So when one side doesn't want to work with the other, you got to look at it and say, who's at fault? You know what I mean? Because if PBC is not willing to let you in and work together, you know what I mean? And that's a problem that why I've always had problems with PBC. PBC has put on great fights, but if you look at all their great fights, they've all been in-house. They really don't work outside, not until lately, but before when they were red hot, they wasn't really
But
willing to
homie,
work with Eddie Hearns, with Oscar De La Hoya, with Bob Arum. You know what I mean? Turkey is the one now that's bringing all those pieces together. So, if Bud is feeling like I'm making money where I'm at, and I believe that Bob could deliver, then he's gonna stay where he's at, and they're gonna still continue to try to reach out to PBC and let's make these fights. And PBC is the one that's shutting the door. So you can't expect Bud to jump ship and say, well, you know what, just to satisfy the fans, I'm gonna jump ship now and not make the money that I'm making. Because at the end of the day, this is a sport, and we've seen how many fighters have looked like vegetables or died or whatever the case may be because, they went into certain fights and they got hurt and then their career is over. And then what happens to their family and everything else. So money also plays a big part in this sport. So they're going to look out for money first sometimes, and eventually they're going to get those legacy fights. We didn't get the Sean Porter fight when we wanted it to happen, but it happened. And now there's an excuse for it. We didn't get the Spence fight when we wanted it to happen 5 years earlier, but we eventually got it. And it was still big when it happened. But look at the results, and we still got an excuse. So at the end of the day, Bud still made his paydays with Top Rank, and then he went over to PBC. He made his huge payday and made the big fight that everybody wanted to see for 5 years. He got his results, but the fans are not happy. But Bud is happy because he made his money. He made his legacy. He became undisputed. And now he's moving up to fight Canelo for another huge payday, another legacy opportunity. You know what I mean? So you can't really blame the man. He did it his way. Not the way the fans would have wanted it, but he did it his way, where he collected all his checks, he collected his belts, he's made history, and now he's out where he's at. So can you really blame him for that? You can't really blame him for that, because if it was you in that position and you went his route, I'm pretty sure you'll be happy with all the millions in your bank and the legacy that you created and getting the opportunity that you're getting right now against Canelo. So you really can't fault that man for the way he went his route.
Let me read this chat. Rafael 32 said Bud is in the best position out of all the PBC fighters. He is a free agent now, and he's getting paid everybody else, or everywhere else probably. Everybody else is wanting to be in his shoes. Let those guys in-house fight or fight in-house.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. We got some other callers that want to jump in here. I am 444. What's good, brother?
Hey, what's good, Johnny?
Chilling, man.
You
Chilling.
can hear
What's
me? How's my audio? Is it okay?
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good.
You're good, homie.
Yeah, what's good? Well, I just want to say something real quick because I was hearing the PBC stuff, man. One thing we can't forget is that the PBC, they didn't do a lot, even from an in-house standpoint. There were a lot of fights that they didn't make happen, even amongst themselves. So to assume that Terrence Crawford was going to get all the fights he wanted, I mean, that's just naive. You look at someone like Gary Russell. You look at someone like Gary Russell Jr. The PBC. He was trying to fight Gervonta Davis, Leo Santa Cruz. Why didn't the PBC ever make those fights? Why was he shelved? The reality is that, the idea, these are just narratives to obviously defame, destroy, and to make Crawford look less than. The reality is that you shouldn't have to sign to any promotional company to get the fights, because we've seen moments where the PBC did work outside with other promotional companies to make fights. Case in point, I mean, guess what? I mean, the PBC could have made the Deontay Wilder and Charles Martin. Why didn't they ever did that? But guess what, though? PBC gave Charles Martin over to Joshua. You get what I mean? Like, that was a perfect example, in my opinion. So the PBC, at the end of the day, is a company. They're in it to make money and in it to maximize their revenue. And that what the problem was. They never were interested in making big fights. They were interested in controlling and monopolizing. They pretty much controlled the welterweight division, and that's just what it was. So to assume that if Terrence Crawford would have signed with the PBC, they were going to have. I mean, why Devin Haney never signed with the PBC? Why never Shakur signed with PBC? Because the reality is that, and those particular fighters are just a different, in my opinion, they're business savvy. They understand the game. They don't care about, it's a predominantly black-owned company. They saw through the crap. And that was the crap. The PBC, they did a lot of good, but they did a lot of damage, with how they created this whole side of the streets, the A side and all this crap. You know what I mean? Oh, look how much money I got. Look at the cars I got. None of that stuff had to deal with getting in the ring and fighting, and so that's just the reality. Yeah, that's just the reality. So this whole idea about Crawford should have signed to the PBC. See, people forget this. Didn't PBC promise Tim Tszyu the Charlo fight? Think about this. People forget this. Tim Tszyu was promised the Charlo fight. Did it happen? The answer is no. He was supposed to fight Keith Thurman. Did it happen? The answer is no. I'm talking about the first time. The answer is no. You know what I mean? So it's like, the idea that you're going to work with the PBC and get everything you want. No, Canelo had that privilege because Canelo brought revenue into the PBC. He kept PBC alive for that time period. You know what I mean? And he got what he wanted. Outside of Canelo, I mean, the PBC really ain't, sorry. Just to say that, man, I just think it's naive and just being disingenuous. He wasn't going to be guaranteed nothing. And that is a fact. So he made the right choice. He went with a more proven company that made historical fights, that's been in the industry for quite some time, and he was making good money. The PBC did a lot of back-end pay. So a lot of their money, their guarantees were very low, if there weren't any, and they did a lot of, you get your revenue if we make a certain amount, that's it. Their payment structure I don't think is the greatest for some. So you getting guaranteed money at Top Rank. And guess what? Bob Raymond tried to make the fights, man. Just didn't. Hey, it takes two to tango. That's my take.
Hold on, radio. I think
who do you
you're
keep
saying
calling radio?
no, radio is just like to get the attention of the room, Johnny. Yeah.
Okay, 'cause I'm like, that one went over my head.
Oh, my bad.
Like, who the hell is radio up here?
I thought he was calling me radio before.
That's what I thought. I said, yo, that's Jay. That's my man
that's
Jay.
nasty, Johnny.
You calling my man Jay radio, bro?
But, what I was gonna tell homie that was just speaking right now, I kind of have to disagree with this point because he's saying a lot of fighters to just say screw the network, screw the promoters, and just move on your own. But you know what I'm saying? If you're not a Canelo, if you're not a Gervonta, if you're not a Jake Paul, if you're not a huge draw, you need the backing of your promoter. Here's my perfect example: Haney. The Haneys walk around saying they have a fake promotion, Devin Haney Promotions, and they signed the zone when it's beneficial, Top Rank. But we saw against the Sandor fight, no one bid. And what did Haney do? Cry to Eddie saying, wow, why didn't you bid on it? Because in that fight, he got humbled. He saw his true market value was only $1 million for the fight. He wasn't getting his inflated purse of $5 million.
Okay, I mean, I understand. What was the point you were trying to make, though? I'm just so I bring it home for me.
That signing to the promoters, like, yes, they're going to get a little bit less when you sign to a promoter, but you get that backing, Yeah. If he had a promoter, Eddie probably would have bid.
No, what I was talking specifically about was the point that you were making that Crawford would have gotten the fights that he wanted if he had signed to the PBC. What I'm specifically saying is that signing to a promotional company doesn't guarantee you're going to get the fights that you want. That's what I was saying.
Right.
Okay, that's valid, homie. But I think his
Yeah.
chances would have been greatly improved if he would have played ball and signed
It
with
could
the
have went.
PBC.
It could have went either way. It could have went either way because, like, both you guys have points. You know what I mean? There's many fighters out there that if they would have signed to the other side of the street, it makes it a lot easier to make the fight. But also, it doesn't guarantee you getting the fight because, you know, like he said, there was a lot of PBC fights that didn't get made. You know, Thurman never got the Spence fight. You know, so whatever the reason was, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? They don't like each other. He doesn't deserve a payday. I'm tired of the excuses. It's a fucking excuse. You know what I mean? We never got to see Charlo versus Hurd. You know, that was a fight that was supposed to happen. They marinated the shit out of that fight and then they lost. You know what I mean? And that fight didn't get to happen. So there's a lot of fights that could have happened within the PBC that didn't happen. You know what I mean? But it doesn't guarantee you a fight. You know what I mean? You're going on hope that they can make it because they're in-house and they're on the same team. But it doesn't necessarily make that fight.
Yeah, and
You know what I
I'm
mean?
just looking at patterns. I mean, Keith Thurman and Errol Spence never fought each other, and they were signed to the same promotional company.
Correct.
Gary Russell Jr. and Javante Davis or Leo Santa Cruz never fought each other, and they're signed to the same promotional company. So I look
Correct.
at patterns.
Mhm.
So based on those
It's all
patterns,
about the fighters. It's all about the
yeah,
fighters and who wants to really fight because you could be on the same team. And look, Canelo, and it could be on both sides because Canelo was on PBC and Canelo was with Eddie Hearn. When he was with Eddie Hearn, he never fought Demetrius Andre. Never. You know what I'm saying? When he was on PBC, he never fought Benavidez. You know what I mean? So it all comes down to the fighter, you know, what's gonna
However,
happen. Triple G never fought what's his name? That was also with Eddie Hearns and stuff.
but
Demetrius Andre.
hold on, radio, real quick. But did y'all notice when Canelo was on the undisputed run, he had to play ball and he had to sign the PBC to get that Caleb Plant to get that final IBF belt. So we can't sit up here and dismiss. Bud wasn't just going to be able to strong arm his way into the best fights. That's not how it works. The chili has to go around. Everyone has to make their chili.
the
You
Caleb
lost me.
Plant fight for the PBC
Was a
was a
one fight deal.
sacrifice. Yeah, that was a one fight deal, man.
That was a one fight deal.
It was a one fight deal, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like we're trying to act as if the PBC has the
went
best
right back.
interest. Go ahead.
He only went over there to get the IBF belt to make history, and he went back to Eddie. So that doesn't even make sense. He didn't sign with Eddie. I mean, he didn't sign with the PBC until after he was done with the DAZN deal, until after he was already undisputed. When he got what you call it, the Munguia fight, the Balanga fight, that was all PBC. So that Caleb Plant fight was way long ago. He was a one fight deal, and he went back and he fought John Ryder. He fought that other dude. Who was the other dude that he fought after that?
Was
After
it
this,
Callum? What was his name again?
Callum Smith.
Callum Smith. That's what I
Yeah.
was gonna
So
say. Was it
yeah,
Callum Smith? Mhm.
you know what I mean. He didn't start fighting for the PBC on a multiple deal contract until Charlo, Munguia, Balanga.
Hold on, Rafaela 32 with the $2. He said, and Aram nixed the pack fight for Crawford. That fight never happened either. But again, this super chat is a little I mean, he probably said that a little bit earlier when y'all were talking about Aram. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can I get a sound check?
Hey, bro. What's good,
Oh,
man?
can you hear me, Lo?
I can hear you fine, yeah, bro.
Yeah, I
Why?
can hear you, Johnny.
Damn, why was when I was talking, nobody was answering me?
Because
I
they were
think my
waiting for
shit
you
cut
to jump
out.
on, man. When it was down, the universe said, "Yo, let Lo jump on the panel right now, so we can all
Holy
hear each other."
smokes, man. I was like, yo, what the hell is going on? Can I get a mic check?
I couldn't hear anything for a while, Johnny, but then it came back as soon as Low came on.
So you couldn't hear anything. Firehook News, my man Jay, he jumped off, but he was driving. 444 is here. And then we got Lowe's Nose Boxing in the building. What's good, champ?
Chilling, man. Tranquilo. Para que tú lo sepas, I'm about to go back to the job to clock out, then I'm done for the night, man.
All right. That's what's up. But of course, you breaking up.
A little choppy, though.
A little choppy or a lot choppy?
I was trying to be nice.
What about now? What about now? Sound better?
Yeah, you sound a little bit better now.
Right. I'm excited for the 50-50 fight or 60-40 fight, legacy defining fight that we have this Saturday. We got a fight where you got a lot of people picking Bud Crawford to stop Canelo. You have a lot of people picking Canelo to beat Bud Crawford. In all due respect, it's a great win for both of them, but the win has been diminished for Bud Crawford by his fans, because if people are picking him to stop Canelo Alvarez, how could this be one of the biggest wins in history if he's going into this fight almost a 50-50 fight? So people better keep that same energy. So when Canelo, or if Canelo knocks him out, we're going to crown this as the greatest win in Canelo's career, because Bud Crawford is more accomplished than Triple G. If they both had to go into the Hall of Fame tomorrow, Bud Crawford is going into the Hall of Fame. In terms of style, he's more of a task than Triple G. So we're going to give Canelo all the credit. I don't want to hear nobody crying and saying, oh, well, he was supposed to win. No, this is a 50-50 fight, like y'all want to say, right? So let's keep that same fucking, I don't mean to curse. Let's keep that same energy. Let's keep that same energy. This is a 50-50 fight or 55-45. Being that everybody's saying that this is not Sugar Ray versus Marvin Hagler. Because when Sugar Ray fought Marvin Hagler, the guy came off for 3-year retirement. He damn near lost his eyeball and came into that ring and beat Marvin Hagler. That was a big upset. When Roberto Duran moved up to 147 from 135 to beat a guy that was bigger than him and faster than him and more athletic than him and Ray Leonard, that was a bigger win. So we're not going to call Bud Crawford top 5 all time. Will he crack the top 10 in my list? Yeah. Top 5, absolutely not.
You talking about Bud Crawford if Bud Crawford pulls it off? Not top 5, definitely top 10.
No, hell no. Think about it. My top 5, my Mount Rushmore: Sugar Ray Robinson, Floyd Mayweather, Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Roberto Duran. I can't put Bud Crawford over any of those guys. I could put him in the top 10 somewhere around 7, 8, 9, around there, which is still amazing, because that's still amazing. 10, you know what I'm saying?
That's a little too high.
You wouldn't even put him in the top 10?
Nah, his resume is a little too thin for me.
But I mean, look at the accomplishments, though.
Oh God, resume.
They got it combined, brother. I was just before I jumped on your panel, champ. I was over at round 1. We was cooking over there, and I brought it up. Like, round 1 is very big on the accomplishments, and I told him accomplishments is good, but it has to be combined with resume. Because I'm gonna give you an example. Adrian Broner is a 4-division champion, right? Can you name me the champions that he beat besides Paulie Malignaggi? Off the top of your head? No. So let's say you was a boxer, right? And you was undefeated, you had a good record. Who would you rather be? Would you rather be a 3-division champion that took the belt from Pablo Huelebicho, Joey Bag of Donuts, and Tony Tomato Salad? Or you rather be the guy that didn't become a champion, but you took Floyd Mayweather's old, and you took Gervonta Davis's old? Who would you rather be? And they were non-title fights. Who would you rather be?
I'd rather be Joe Huelebicho.
Danny on bullshit.
Yeah, I think.
What was the other two that you said?
Joey Bag of Donuts.
Well, yeah, I can respond to that. I think that there's see, and that's where you mentioned, or would you rather be whatever the Gervonta Davis, the Mayweather? See, it's popularity. And popularity in boxing is so major now to where it's like at the end of the day, now you're going to devalue like champions. Just because a champion is not known or doesn't have the marketing dollars behind them so that everybody knows them, it doesn't mean that they're not a champion. Like they are a champion. So
I don't mean
for me,
I mean the name, the respect level of the name.
Yeah, but what I'm talking Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that a lot of the names that we know is because they're pushed, they're marketed to us, they are promoted. So you look at a Gervonta Davis. I'm not a Gervonta Davis fan, but at the end of the day, is Gervonta Davis considered the junior face of boxing? Yeah. Why? Because he's been promoted.
Let me retract that in a better way that fits what you're saying. I got you. All right. You rather be the man that took Shakur Stevenson's of old. You rather be the man that took Inouye's old. Because Inouye's not the most popular guy, but Inouye earned it because he was doing what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? Shakur does what he does. So I used the wrong names because those are the most popular names. But what I meant was you rather be somebody that beat two great fighters instead of somebody that won a belt in 3 divisions, but you can't even name the guys that you beat for those belts. Because there's different levels of champions. You got guys that get a belt and they just pass it along. And then you got guys that win the belt and actually made the belt. I'll give you an example. Miguel Cotto, right? Miguel Cotto's title wins was nothing special. He beat guys that was not really all there. However, he made those belts better because of the title defenses that he made. He defended the belt against Zab Judah. He defended against Sugar Shane Mosley. Let me mute my mic for a second because I'm passing by a truck right now.
Yeah,
Understood.
Make sure you guys smash that like button, man. Let's go, man. Let's get to 100, man.
So my question to the panel: where do you guys rate Canelo then as a fighter? Top what? Is he in the top 10?
Yes, Canelo right now. I don't like rating guys that are still fighting, but he's almost over. Right now, I got Canelo hovering around the top 15. If he beats Bud Crawford, I could throw him top 10, top 12, around there.
Okay, understood.
Because for me, he already surpassed Julio Cesar Chavez, in my opinion. And he already had Chavez among the top 15.
We can't hear you, man. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now, yeah.
What I said was, for me, Canelo has already surpassed Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. And I already had Chavez Sr.
Oh, man.
And I already had Chavez Sr. amongst the top 15. So right now, I got Canelo amongst the top 15, top 20, something like that. But if he beats Bud Crawford and how he beats Bud Crawford, then I got to put him around the top 10, top 12. Because, Bud Crawford is a hell of a win, whether he's small or not. You know what I'm saying? That's not a regular guy.
I think you're right when it comes to I don't want people to diminish, a Canelo win over Bud, because I do have a funny feeling there's going to be a lot of people who say that he should have done it. He was moving up in weight, blah, blah, blah. Like, Lowe's is actually right. Most people are calling this either a 50-50 or a 60-40 fight. So if he pulls it off, we got to give him the credit that he deserves. Just like if Bud pulls it off, we'll be having conversations the next day and the day after, probably for the next week, on where we rank him. So what Lowe's just brought up is good conversation for after the fight. Like, where do we rank the winner when it comes to accomplishments?
Either way, one of these guys is going to be ranked regardless. One of them is status is going to raise after the fight, either way you put it. So it's good to have this conversation now too, dude.
You gotta get a freaking mic or something, Lo. Where's those Kenichis, man? Fuck, man. Because I want to hear what he got to say, but this shit is choppy. It's whack, bro. You sound like the first fighter that you said Brona beat. Whatever the hell, bro. That's what you sound like right now.
I'm still outside right now by the job. I'm about to go clock out when I get into the crib, which is not that far. I'll be able to talk more. I won't have no headphones on. You hear me better.
When you get to a better area, then you need to call in, bro.
Low calling him from a BlackBerry.
I got you, man.
Yeah, man. That's my man Lowe's, man.
You know what? I can mute my mic. I'll mute my mic until I'm somewhere clear. How's that?
Either one. Yeah. So that's gonna be those are gonna be good conversations for after this win. Somebody on the panel said, I don't know if it was 444, that you have Canelo top 5.
Well, no, I said if Crawford beats Canelo, Crawford would be in my top 5. Okay, that's all.
Crawford beats Canelo. Does it matter the way he wins?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So
it gotta be convincing, of course. Okay.
Yeah, it got to be convinced. Yeah, absolutely.
convincing or perhaps by stoppage. Obviously, nobody's ever stopped Canelo.
If he stops Canelo, definitely he's in my top 5 for sure.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, Crawford definitely. If everything was graded based off accomplishments, Bud Crawford's accomplishments passed what everybody's done, right? But once again, like I said before, you got to mix in resume with it.
You see, here's the thing. Here's the thing about what you're saying. This is where, like, I get what you're saying. Here's my problem with that. Because boxing is so full of politics, I can't look at people who's had the opportunity to show their greatness and put them over like someone who didn't have the opportunity. So, like you mentioned, like Mayweather for you was like your top 3. I think is that what you said? Top 3?
Yeah. Top Mayweather's top 2. I gotta be
So like we look at a Mayweather, right? And even with a Mayweather, it's like there are so many interesting things about his career. You know what I mean? That people could nitpick at and be like, well, look at how he moved. Look, he was the one that introduced catch weights. He was the one that fought from fighters at certain ages. He did this, he did that. Look at when he fought. You know what I mean? Like, like McGregor, like that counted as a real fight to go against his 50-0 record. Like the reality is like, then there's fights that he avoided, which is okay. Everybody strategically avoids sometimes, but like, there were so many things to kind of look at and say, okay, would Mayweather be the Mayweather that we know if he had taken certain fights, if he had done certain things, right? It's like we don't know, but what we do know is 50-0. So, so it's like for me, it's like, but you have him in your top 5. So I'm like, when you know that Mayweather,
resume's crazy. For one, I'm gonna tell you, his resume is crazy. His level of dominance, with the exception of 2 fights that were close, and he cleaned that up. Accomplished that with his longevity as well, to be dominating damn near 40s. Now, for Bud Crawford, now, you said something about opportunities to fight other guys. He had those. When he resigned with Top Rank, he messed up. Now, if Bud Crawford, let's say, hypothetically, let's say he didn't resign with Top Rank, and he would have been jumped to PBC, and he would have fought Earl Spence back then, and he would have fought Keith Thurman, and he would have fought Danny Garcia, and he would have fought Boots Ennis, and he would have moved to 154 and beat Charlo, and then move up and beat Canelo. Now we having a different conversation. You feel what I'm coming from? Now
so you're talking about
a resume that can match.
So you're of the mindset that if he would have signed a PBC, he was going to get the fights that you wanted him to get.
I'm not saying that would have happened. It would have been a better shot. At one point, remember, everybody was giving him slack for resigning with Top Rank.
I know.
Bud Crawford done some things that takes away from him being a top 5. Like, come on, bro. He should have gave Boots Ennis that shot. Every great fighter is giving a young, hungry lion a shot, whether they lost to him or they beat them. He didn't get that shot. He never fought Keith Thurman. He never fought Danny Garcia. He's never fought Boots Ennis. He never got a chance to fight Charlo. And do I think he would have won those fights? I believe so. But that's just my opinion. If he would have took those fights and won those fights and then moved up to beat Canelo, I can't argue with you, bro. That's a hell of a fucking resume right there. You know what I'm saying? Hell of a resume. Had he done that. But he didn't. Like, how many Hall of Famers? How many Hall of Famers does he have on his resume? Let's be realistic.
Once again, I have no argument on that. Because once again, politics run boxing. So as much as you are saying these things that you would have liked him to do, I don't think any of those things would have happened. I don't think signing with the PBC would have given him any of those fights. I think that, like I watched Errol Spence and Keith Thurman avoid each other for years, and they were signed to the same promotional company. And I thought they should have been fought. So the reality is, like, I hear what you're saying. It definitely sounds good. But the reality is that we're going to ignore that politics play a major role, bro. Like, some people are given the opportunities and they're able to look a certain way, and some people aren't. I mean, let's look at Gervonta Davis as an example. I mean, what's the excuse there? Like at the end of the day, the bottom line is that PBC moved a certain way. They made in-house fights, and they were very specific on who they were going to allow to fight each other. You know what I mean? But that's their prerogative. I have nothing against their business model. But to say that because Crawford was in my opinion, he was definitely avoided, in my opinion. And to bring up the Boots thing, I mean, we all know that Boots, his father said out of his own mouth that they didn't want the Crawford fight because they were going a different direction with Showtime. We know that. When they were signed, that was open. You know, he wanted to fight Boots before Avenesian. No one talks about that. They didn't want the fight. So no one is going to be sitting around begging somebody for a fight. And even to this day, you know, Boots don't want none of that type of smoke. He avoided Virgil Ortiz several times. He's at 154. He's fighting somebody that basically we don't even know. He could have fought other 154 pounders who are C or B plus fighters, but he's not doing it. You know what I mean? In my opinion. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but we can't act like politics don't exist, bro. I mean, unfortunately, it does, and it stops the big fights, man. It really does, 100%. You know, I think Benavidez would love to fight Canelo, but guess what, though? Unfortunately, politics run boxing.
You know what? The difference between Benavidez and Crawford is Benavidez has already shown that he's willing to take those type of damn. I'm not saying Bud doesn't, but like I said before, he didn't fight both sides. He didn't.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. It's a little rough in your background.
Your mic is bad, bro.
What I was saying was, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, what I said was, to Benavidez's credit, I got to give him a lot of credit. He took on somebody that people perceiving him to duck when he fought against David Morrell. That was perceived a dangerous fight, even though the guy was kind of green. Either way you put it, people. There was a lot of people that were saying Morrell was going to win. When I went to Bosey's gym a couple of times, a lot of the guys at Bosey's, they were very leaning towards Morrell. A lot of them, you know what I'm saying? And this is not no flash. Yeah, a few guys over there. Remember, Bosey got some Cubans over there too, but it wasn't just the Cubans. You know what I'm saying? A few guys over there were picking Morrell. And off the eye test, I can see why. Morrell's a good fighter. He's a big puncher. He's tall. So with that being said, Benavidez took on a high risk, low reward guy and beat him. That's a special type of fighter. Like, he got no picks. That's like what Oscar De La Hoya had. Oscar De La Hoya had no picks. When he was at 147, he's in a division where there's a potential mega fight with Tito Trinidad, PR versus Mexico. And look what he does. He takes on Ike Corte before that. Ike Corte would have been fighting today. You know how Ike Corte would have been ducked had he been fighting today? Today, he wouldn't even get a fight. He would be ducked like the Black Plague. Nobody would give that man a fight.
For sure. I got you.
Oscar took on all comers. Bud Crawford, he didn't take on the other line.
You sound bad, bro. Really bad.
Yeah, you do. Really bad.
Yeah, man. Bro, people are jumping off because you sound so bad. I think he sounds so bad, man. He keeps jumping in and out, in and out, in and out.
How I sound now?
Way better.
Way better.
See, you got me over here now with a phone to my ear. I don't even walk around with a phone in my ear.
Oh, that didn't age well.
Yeah, right. Okay.
For about 2 seconds.
Yeah, so I guess he's mentioning the. Go ahead.
It sounds like he's using a speakerphone or something.
I don't know what he's doing.
He can't be using headphones. He cannot be using AirPods or headphones. There's no way.
I think he's using headphones, bro.
I don't even know. It sounded better for like 2 seconds when he was actually on. You know, holding.
He probably got a call.
I ain't even gonna lie. He probably got another call. I don't know.
Yeah.
Lowe's, when you're in a better area, then you could call in, bro. I think people are jumping off. I got viewers that are jumping off because it sounds bad.
Nah, it did sound bad. Well, you know,
how much you dunk on him? You know the rules. Y'all want to dunk on somebody? Throw it in the chat. We only need one super chat for our goal, y'all. Let's help a brother get there. Smash them likes, man. We still about 20 some odd likes away from getting to 100. That's free. Help us get this channel out into the homepage and algorithm of other boxing fans so they know we rock out and do our thing. This week is going to be busy. 444, we're going to have a busy week, man. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about this Canelo Bud thing. We're going to, obviously, Coach Bermudez is going to give his lock picks on Thursday because there's a bunch of fights going on over the weekend. Tomorrow, we got undefeated lightweight Corey Marksman in the building. So we're going to do a Monday show. Usually we don't do a Monday show, but we're going to do a Monday show because we had to accommodate my guy, Corey Too Smooth Marksman, who's 12-0 with 9 KOs just won his second stoppage in a row a couple weeks ago when I was at Caribbean Royale Orlando. So we're gonna get him in the building tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tuesday, we're still working on a couple of guests, and yeah, we're gonna be doing our thing all week, and then live fight chat Saturday for the big fight, man. Once the main card starts,
Okay, nice.
we'll be going live. We'll do a live fight chat. We'll take some calls, between the fights or whatnot, and then you know how we do it up. Then after that, we open up the phone lines, get immediate post-fight reactions, man, and
For
start
sure.
talking about either how great Bud is, or how great Canelo is. I'm assuming, based on the
Yeah.
outcome. Based on the outcome, Birdman with the $2. And with that, we help the brother get to the goal. Appreciate you, brother. Said any ideas when we can watch the Inouye MJ fight? That's a great question because Top Rank does not have a TV deal. So that's a good question, but we'll find out, Birdman. We'll figure that out, and we'll get that out to you guys because that fight is this week. Is that fight this week? I don't know if it's this week. I got to double check that. And I also got to check what time. What's up? Go ahead, 44.
So what's the topic about tonight?
Well, you know us, bro. This is the hangout spot. We could talk about whatever, but it was basically about Bud, right? Because remember, I was out all week on PTO.
Yeah.
So
sure,
I wanted to just catch up. There was a lot of news that was shot out there. Wanted to catch up. Obviously, the shit that's been swirling around surrounding Bud Crawford is the pictures that were posted, with the excess amount of muscle. So, the question and the question that we had and some of the callers were talking about, is that extra added bulk, power, obviously going to affect speed and agility. So I wanted to get everybody's take on that. And for the most part, we've been talking about that. I mean, obviously Floyd and Tyson got announced this week. Nobody really wants to talk about that. So I wanted to get people's take on that. Yesterday's fight was awesome. I don't know if you got a chance to see the main event yesterday.
Yeah. Why nobody wants to talk about the great Floyd Mayweather and Tyson fight? Why nobody wants to talk about that,
I have
Johnny?
no idea. Not one person has called in to talk about it, man. Maybe they all talked out about it. Remember, that came out this week.
Yeah, I thought that these spectacle fights bring eyes to the sport. Let me stop.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There's gonna be a lot of people that'll watch it, but I guess people are, like, why are we seeing?
Yeah, I think people put too much stock in people watching versus people retaining. Like retention. Yeah, people will watch a spectacle, but how many people retain it and it progresses into something greater within them? Like that's the part that people just leave out, though. I think spectacles are meant to be watched, and people they treat it as that. They don't go beyond that, though. They're not taking in boxing lessons and wanting to become boxers or wanting to follow boxers. And I wish we were able to get the analytics on that, though. The retention.
This is why I never get pissed off when shit like this gets announced, because I temper my expectations. It is what it is. Like, it's not, it doesn't carry the same amount of intrigue and hype for me as this Saturday's fight. That's a show. It's an exhibition.
Thank you.
People need to understand it's an exhibition. So you treat it as such. If you want to watch it, you watch it. It's like going and watching a movie or whatnot, a comedy or whatnot. If you want to watch it, you watch it. I'm not going to sit there and punch the wall because why is this happening? I mean, dude, like, hey, they gonna make bag. Let them do what they need to do. They're both two retired fighters. If they want to come back and fight an exhibition for people's entertainment, do it. But I don't get bent out of shape over it. We got people like Vegas said, if this is the conversation, we're leaving. Time to leave. People like Vegas talk that shit, but they're gonna be watching it. He'll be watching.
I'm just saying, like I just, That's all. It just was funny to me. That's all. I just
and I
don't
get
like.
it.
I just don't like when they try to make the spectacle. Like, don't blur the lines, man. Like, leave spectacles in the space of spectacle fights. Like, stop. I don't like that whole trying to make this one big happy family. Like, nah. I'm okay with that. I like my real, true boxing, authentic boxing. Like, give me that. I don't want to be mixing and merging and just to where now you don't know the difference between what's. Nah, that's all. Other than that, cool.
Nah, I feel you. I'm not even kidding, bro. Look, I got about another 30 or 40 people that jump back on after Lowe's jumped off. I think people were jumping
All right.
off. The sound was so bad. Y'all was losing viewers, man. G-Von's in the building. What's good, G-Von? He said we weren't worried about this week, not real boxing, not exhibitions. No, I get it. And we're gonna be talking about that every single night, probably while we're on. Tomorrow we got Corey Marksman, and then we'll open up the phone lines. Tonight, if you guys want to call it. The thing about tonight, though, is we've had the majority of our callers and people that jumped on the panel to basically lobby about Bud. Why Bud is going to win. We haven't really had, other than Alberto, we haven't really had anybody that has called in saying, no way Bud beats Canelo. And why? So this is the challenge that I'm putting out there. We need some Canelo fans to call in. Now, the chat's been cooking. The whole entire show, the chat's been cooking. They be going back and forth with each other, the Canelo and Bud fans. But it's only the Bud fans that are calling. I haven't gotten your take on that fight, though. Or have I?
You talking about my take?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, my opinion, man, I think that Bud will win the fight. My reason being is because Bud has a team. I think Bud's team they take their job very serious. They are very strategic. I think Bud taking the year was perfect to allow his body to adjust, to acclimate. I also think that Bud naturally walks around a lot heavier than people think. Just like most boxers, no one's really fighting. They're everybody's cutting weight to fit within a certain weight class. So, they're cutting 25 and 30 and 40 and sometimes even higher. So that's not surprising to me. If you can do it and you do it healthy and then fine. Hey, it's your prerogative. But I think that people are going to be shocked. I think that Bud is a more complete fighter. And I just think that it's going to him being able to go to levels and to change things up, I think is going to be a problem. Now, if Bud cannot take Canelo's power, then obviously things swing in Canelo's favor. But I highly think that Bud will be able to withstand Canelo's power. Because he's just a tough guy, man. That's just the reason why he's a tough guy. He enjoys the competition. And there's just so many tools that he has. Whereas Canelo, I think, he does some things good, but he doesn't have multiple options. In my opinion, I didn't watch him adjust. I didn't watch his team adjust in the Bivol fight. And other fights too. He's kind of very basic, straight line. That kind of power shots, a lot of power shots. So I don't know. In my opinion, I think Bud is going to beat Canelo convincingly.
Convincingly on the scorecard, or do you think that he can stop him?
I think he can stop Canelo for sure.
Holy smokes! Okay, let me tell you something, man. There are a lot of people that have either DM'd or I see on social media that believe that, and that's hard for me to believe because we've never even seen this man hurt.
Well, let me ask you. So let me ask you a question, Johnny.
Probably is the last time we saw him get hurt by Cotto's brother.
So my question to you is that what fighter has Canelo fought you felt that went in with the intention to hurt Canelo? I mean, excluding the Triple G fight.
Mm-hmm.
So can you name another one?
You talking about after Triple G?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's hard. It's hard to find one. I mean,
it's hard to find. That's why I think that this is going to be a shocker because, and this is why the other brother that was talking, politics control boxing. My problem with politics is that they control boxing to the point to where you can witness a clear robbery with somebody, but yet and still the person that was that benefited from the robbery still gets the accolades as if they actually really want to fight, right? So it's like it kind of skews perception, in my opinion, right? So that's the reason why I asked you that question. I thought he lost the first Lara fight, you know, personally. I thought he lost the first Triple G fight. You know, the second Triple G fight, I think Canelo won, but I can see how people think Triple G won. It was kind of very close, you know, in my opinion. But I definitely thought he lost the first Triple G fight and the Lara fight. You know, so if those fights were actually given to the right individual, I thought that Bivol outclassed him, but the scorecards would tell you something different. You know, so you know, history may say something, but then there is a reality and there's a truth that also stands. And sometimes history don't line up with the truth. The truth of the matter is politics plays a major role in what we see, how things are matched, who gets the win, who loses, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't really, you know, I'm going into this with just, if I was to strip all that away, there was no, you know, illegal, like crazy judging and just straight up, I got Bud all the way on this one. Canelo struggles with southpaws. Canelo struggles with movement. And I haven't seen Canelo really fight someone in a long time that really came in with bad intentions. Everyone seems afraid. I don't care what no one say. Caleb Plant was absolutely ridiculous. Who says to your opponent that you're trying to defeat? Like you didn't think I was that impressive. Like that's just, to me, that's just like cornball. Like you don't belong in the ring. Like you're not here to beat Canelo. You're here to you're a fanboy fighting your idol. Like get out of here, dude. Like that was garbage. But for the first few rounds of the fight, I mean, Caleb Plant was doing well. You know, and of course it was a stop. You know, it was a stoppage, which I thought was a little bit ridiculous as well. But you know, that's neither here nor there. You know, at the ref stopping the fight, you know, I thought that was just dumb. But yeah, I tell me what makes you feel like Canelo is, you know, this granite chin and all that stuff. I mean, but who's really punching him with some power that's really trying to take him out? I mean, who really is doing it?
Man, but even if you want to go back to those Triple G fights, bro, he was taking some serious leather, bro. He was walking right through them shits, and we're talking about a guy who was mowing people down. You know, at the middle.
You talking about Triple G, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, who was Triple G mowing down? Like what was since that guy mentioned resumes?
Did he have like 30 wins and 29 knockouts or some shit like that?
Yeah. But based on that guy's logic, though, he was talking about like you can have all of that, but it's all about the names you're fighting and who you're fighting, right?
I mean, but so you're debating that Triple G wasn't a big puncher?
No, what I'm debating is that can you name what A level fighter did Triple G fight and had a massive win?
Now you're gonna have to be pull up his box record.
Yeah. The reality, Johnny, no one really knows because they really didn't exist. Triple G was also the benefit of promotional hype. See, you can go and lay out tomato cans all day and you be built up at look. Let me give you an example. So wasn't Berlanga having these first round knockouts until he kind of stepped up to like some better competition? Would you agree? Wasn't that how Top Rank was marketing Berlanga? Right? They were marketing Berlanga as like, oh, you know, first round knockouts. It was a streak. And then when he stepped up to better competition, that immediately ended. There were no more first round knockouts. I'm not saying first round knockouts are easy. I'm just saying though, when you're mentioning Triple G, and this is what I don't understand. I'm not saying Triple G is horrible. I'm not saying he's a bad fighter. I'm just saying, can you tell me at least 3 A fighters that he fought that he just laid out? The Kell Brook don't count to me. You know, Kell Brook was just an emergency replacement. You know that, right?
Yeah, but what he did to Kell Brook was pretty crazy.
But let's be fair though.
It was never
Kell
the same.
Brook was an
I know he was moving
emergency
up the weight class,
replacement.
though.
Like, come on, like let's keep it. What I'm saying is that Kell Brook was never supposed to fight him. That was an emergency replacement, right? Eddie put Kell Brook in place to save the card. So I mean, obviously that was he destroyed Kell Brook, but I didn't expect Kell Brook to really do anything. Then who was Kell Brook anyway? Like, what A-level fighter Kell Brook fought that he had like some massive win that made him such this dynamic fighter?
Sean Porter.
This is before I'm talking before Sean Porter. Yeah, it's kind of rough, right? And that's why I don't get so big on like names, right? Because if we're gonna go by names, then everybody has a flawed resume. Because not everybody's gonna be able to fight the names that everybody knows. You see what I'm saying? And that's the reason why we got to stop devaluing fighters that we don't know. Just because we don't know them, it doesn't mean that they're not A1. No one knew who Bakram was until he laid out Tim Tszyu. Now everybody's on the Bakram train, right? Bakram was a nobody to most, people, to the casuals. But Bakram comes in and lay Tim Tszyu out, and everybody's like, oh, Bakram's the boogeyman. Yeah. You see, there's a lot of fighters like Bakram that have been existing, that are in boxing, that no one knows. So I'm saying all this to say, at the end of the day, it's like we have to kind of change how we process boxing. I hate the way we process boxing, and PBC has a lot to do with that. All of that names and popularity and all that A side and butts in seats and all of that stuff. I'm so glad Turkey removes the money element. Now there is no excuse. Turkey don't care if he loses money. Why are you not fighting? Here goes the money now. I don't care if it's a flop. I'm gonna pay you to fight this guy. That is what Turkey's doing. That's positive. He's restoring the true nature of competition. We shouldn't be thinking about money and how much. We should not be thinking about that. We should just be thinking about, I think this guy is better than your guy. Let's get to see it. Whatever happened to that basic competitive nature? All that money stuff is a facade, bro. I'm just over it.
I hear you, man. Clarissa is in the building. She said, I swear to God, it's Thurman talking. She said, you sound like Keith Thurman.
I sound like Keith Thurman. Whoa.
She said that a bunch of times in the chat. She's like, yo, I'm convinced that's Keith Thurman.
That's not Keith, but I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. That's just the way I see it, though. I mean, I ain't really.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely, brother. That's what we do here.
Just rapping. Just rapping with you, bro.
That's what we do here, man. But it's heating up the poll, man. I'm telling you, man. This is why this fight is intriguing, man. I put a poll out this morning on my YouTube page, which I will put out another one on the next show or Tuesday show, whatever it is. I'll put out another poll. But right now, 32% believe Bud will win by decision. 30% believe that Canelo will win by stoppage. 24% believe Canelo will win by decision, and only 13% believe Bud will win by KO or TKO. So, I mean, this is 32%. I mean, almost 100 voters. We got to get more voters, though, because I'm going to keep this post up all week. It's on the Hangout Spot YouTube page, but I'm going to be posting them here on the live shows as well, so that the audience can vote. I just think it's crazy because I remember 444. I remember after the Madrimov fight, there were hella people all over social media saying, after that performance, no way Bud should move up 2 weight classes to fight Canelo. I remember
that as well. I remember that as well.
That shit clearly. Something changed along the line. And I think a lot of that has to do with Canelo's performance against Skull, where people took that as he lost a step. That's what I believe. Again, and this is why I need people to chime in on that. Because there were people that were saying it, man. There were people that were saying it. Now, all of a sudden, most of the people that call in this show, most of the people that view this show, shout out to all of y'all. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Ain't nothing like the DHS family, man. Y'all cook. Most of the people as you can see from today's show, are picking Bud Crawford.
So what you're saying? What has caused people to change their perspective on the Canelo and Crawford fight?
What do you think? What do you think has caused people to change their perspective?
Well, so the thing is this though: if the people that weren't biased when they were looking at the Majamov fight, I think they had a clear. I don't think they felt that way. I don't think they felt like, oh, Crawford couldn't go up and challenge Canelo. Like if you weren't biased and you really look at the Majamov fight, you had a deep level of appreciation. It was a beautiful chess match. There was these subtle things that were happening. Bud obviously closing the show in those championship rounds is why he actually won the fight. I don't think if Bud would have lost those championship rounds, I think Bud would have lost the fight. But he did what he had to do. So for me, my perspective, I didn't walk away from the Majamov fight saying, "Oh boy, you better stay away from Canelo." Why? Well, Canelo and Majamov are two different fighters, and I hate when people continue to compare the Majamov as some type of measuring stick for Canelo. No, they're two different fighters. I mean, we can all agree that Majamov had a pogo stick type style movement. I mean, how many 154 pounders were fighting like Majamov? We also understood that Majamov fought a very strategic fight. He changed his fighting style specifically for Crawford. He was hoping to blitz Crawford with something different because obviously this is where the clash of the coaches. Majamov coach understands Crawford. He knows him very well. So he knew that Crawford was going to try to capitalize on Majamov's initial style of fighting. So I think that they tried to blitz Crawford, which was a great plan. But what I loved the most was Crawford's ability to do in-fight adjustments. So I didn't walk away from that fight saying, "Oh man, no, Crawford definitely can't take whatever." I mean, we saw Crawford get hit repeatedly with hits and not phase once. I didn't see his legs buckle. I didn't see him retreating. I didn't see him clinching. But I tell you what I did see though. I saw Majamov catch a few body combinations and immediately clinch. I saw Majamov also quite hesitant to do anything more than that punch that he was doing that was getting through. I think what has changed people's minds is seeing Crawford's dedication and work ethic. The guy lives a clean life. Don't drink, don't smoke, gym rat. Great team, not a team of one, a team of multiple, specialists in his camp. People overlook that. If you look at that Eddie Reynoso in the Bivol, Eddie Reynoso wasn't telling Canelo anything. If you listen to, I mean, you're the coach, man. Help him win this fight. Help him figure out Bivol. Didn't hear that. I think people have changed their minds because of the dedication that Crawford is displaying. I do think the skull fight may have added, but I don't think so. I don't think it's a skull fight. I think people just write the skull fight as, well, the guy, because everybody says Skull was running, right? So I don't hear too many people saying, well, the skull fight was that way because of, the A-level fighter of Canelo inability to cut the ring off, inability to create something to stop him from, whatever, like Canelo was trying to attack. Canelo was being countered. Canelo was quite hesitant as well. So I think they write the skull fight off as Skull was just running, right? So what can you do with somebody running? And, but to me, it's still a square ring. So I'm like, you're not running a 100-yard dash. Like, dude, I mean, there's parameters. So what do you do in a situation like that? Show us. I just think that honestly, man, I think it's just really just Bud, bro. Like Bud is showing the work and he's going about it in a very strategic way. He's not doing what Charlo did, where he just kind of put up on his weight and still look kind of flabby around the waist and all of that stuff. Nah, man. Bud is really serious about proving a point. And that motivation and mentality can be something to kind of sway some people.
I think I hear you. I think a lot of people were saying that he shouldn't fight Canelo after that performance, in my opinion, was because you got to remember he was moving up a weight class to fight Madrimov. So that was his first fight at a new and higher weight class at 154. And I think based on who Bud was at 140 and 147, people felt like, he should be able to pass that test with flying colors and just basically walk through that guy. And he didn't pass that test with what people consider flying colors. Now, I thought he won the fight. And I agree with you. It was against a very difficult style opponent, very, very herky-jerky and a lot of movement. But he didn't wow people in that performance, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? And
Yes, go ahead.
And in order for some people to be convinced that you can move up now another 2 after that performance, you had to at least show me that first test moving up that weight class, at least you can wow us to the point where we're like, okay, well, he wowed us there. Maybe there's a chance that he can wow us when he moves up 2 more weight classes to fight Canelo. That's what I believe. And I do believe to some extent, a lot of it had to do with the chatter around Canelo's performance against Skull, because we call it running, and I do agree. But a lot of people say that Canelo was lazy in that fight, or Canelo was, he lost a step because he just wasn't able to effectively cut off the ring against someone that he should have known going into the fight he was going to have to cut off the ring against, because Skull fought in typical Skull fashion. That's who he was before the fight. That's who he was during that fight. So I think it was a combination of both. And I gotta admit, I was one of those people, right? Because weight classes matter. I didn't look at Bud's skill at the time. I looked at weight classes, and I'm like, damn, he really didn't hurt this guy at 154. Again, different style, but he didn't wow me in that performance. He won, but he didn't wow me. So my thing was, I wanted to see him continue to fight at 154 and possibly unify or go undisputed there. So moving up to fight Canelo after that performance, I was like, I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Like I've done changed my stance, since then, like most fight fans have that were, thinking the same thing along those lines. But that's my opinion. That's the reason why I think that that a lot of people were like, he needs to stay away from him. I just it's just funny to me, and I'm not criticizing. It's just funny to me how time changed everything, right? That was when was that Madrimov fight? In February?
Yeah.
That was in February. Now all of a sudden we fast forward today, and it's like people think that he can stop Canelo when nobody stopped Canelo. So that's just I'm just throwing these
definitely push
out there for people to think. Right? I'm not, and this is the crazy part about this fight, man. Like, it's hard for me to choose a winner because I'm a fan of both of them. I'm truly a fan of both of them. But it's to me, it's more intrigue. It's more intrigue than anything else, man.
You made some good points, and I definitely agree with you. I want to add to something, though. You mentioned something, and you said, wow, and that's why I said that the boxing minds, and unfortunately, when, you can have 2 people look at the same thing and one gathers more information than the other. One only sees the big explosions, it's like a movie. I've made a reference on this, an example. I remember, like you had that era of movies where it was all about explosions and just big things, and it just kind of, and then opposed to a movie that have some really good storyline and some subtle things, and just had character. You look at the Madrimov fight. Yeah, I think everybody was looking for a knockout, a stoppage, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't a lot of wow factors in that fight. You know what I mean? You got a keen eye. If you look at that fight, you also mentioned the fact that he didn't hurt. No, he hurt Madrimov. Madrimov was definitely hurt in that fight, in the later rounds, of course. So also, I think boxing is also about having a poker face. That's also something like, I think boxers get hurt all the time. Some have the ability to not display that hurt in front of the person they're fighting because it can be a sign of weakness. I think Madrimov did well at that. So I agree. I mean, people were looking for a stoppage or a knockout. He didn't do that. But to me, that doesn't mean that special things didn't happen in that fight that created that wow. I thought the fight was very. It was good to see because it showed another angle of boxing. You know, it broadens and it helps the perception grow because, you know, the Tank Davis, the knockouts, the Wilders, right? That it gives people a false sense of what boxing is. That's just one component within boxing. Knockouts is one component. You know what I mean? So that fight showed another side of boxing. Like, oh wow, okay. Like, okay, damn. Like seeing adjustments, minute adjustments, seeing this, man, it was to me, it was a very interesting fight, you know. And I mean, look, Virgil Ortiz didn't stop Madrimov, and Madrimov was apparently sick during that fight. You know, he had all kind of, you know, lung issues. That's why his breathing was off. That's why he couldn't really sustain. You know, whenever he slowed down, that's when Virgil Ortiz was tagging him up. But when he was moving, I mean, it was very difficult. And Virgil Ortiz had a blueprint because obviously he fought Bud, you know, Madrimov. You know, people don't factor these things in, but I mean, and Virgil Ortiz is a power puncher. You know, I mean, he didn't knock him out. But I can tell you Virgil Ortiz did hurt him, though, in the fight as well. You know, came close. You know, but yeah, no, I agree with you, man. I agree with the things that you're saying. Things do change. But like I said, just sometimes it just takes time. You know, I think it's just been Crawford's dedication, what they've been seeing the size, seeing this, seeing that. And just like you see the picture that just dropped recently, and everybody's like, oh my God, like the guy's like lean. You know, he's 175 pounds, lean. I mean, you start to become a little convinced. Like, could he really pull this off? You know, could he really pull this off? I don't know. I think Crawford's a mixture of all those things that is bad for Canelo, to be honest with you. He can fight on the back foot. He can fight on the front foot. He can lateral movement. He got power. If people think that dude don't got power, they're naive. They're naive. You don't have to have knockout power to beat Canelo. You just have to have power, respectable power. And we have to admit, do we think Crawford has respectable power? We're going to see. With respectable power, that might be enough just to defeat Canelo.
We got to see, man. This is why we fight the fights, baby. This is why this fight is so anticipated, man. Some people are calling it the fight of the decade. Some people are calling it the fight of the century, which I think is a bit stretch.
What's the fight of the century for you?
Not this one. That's for damn sure.
I know. That's what I'm asking. Which one's the fight of the century for you?
Nah, we might have to make that a show topic so that we can prepare. Like I may have to make that a topic where
let's make it a show topic then.
Yeah, we got to do that. We definitely got to do that. I'm gonna take another caller though. Let me take another caller. We got Too Rich. Identify yourself.
Too Rich, man. Mr. Respect the Belt. I respect the belts, man. I'm gonna cut that last part off, but it's Too Rich though.
Mr. I respect the belts. That's too long, man. And my screen
I
is
know,
small.
right? Yeah, I know. What's going on, Johnny?
What's good, baby? What's good? Are you a first-time caller?
Yeah, I'm first time. I've listened before. I think I was about to join one time, but I think I didn't. But I listen all the time, though.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. Appreciate the support. I kind of figured, I was like, man, I feel like I've heard your voice before.
Yeah, I speak on a lot of panels sometimes. You know, I'll be out there.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. Welcome to the DHS family. What you got, brother?
Man, you know, I'm a little different than most people, man. I'm trying to find a way for Canelo to win this fight. And I really don't see in a way. Now, I heard y'all talking about the match. I know how a lot of people are like, oh, he didn't do good against Madrimov, man. You know, I think that's just a casual, you know, casual going to respond to power. They're going to, you know, that's the normal casual view of it. But if you look at it from a skill level or styles make fights, I would like you to answer this question. Why was the Sean Porter fight harder for Crawford than the Errol Spence fight? And if people understand why that is, then they can understand the difference between Madrimov and Canelo. With Sean Porter, he had a herky-jerky style. He in and out. He bouncing. It takes time to figure out a guy. When you're a guy that fight with timing, it takes time to figure out how to time a guy that's bouncing in and out. Now, with Sean Porter, it took him 10 rounds to really get it down. But with Errol Spence coming straight forward, very easy fight. You see what I mean? Now you look at Madrimov, he's jumping up and down. The same thing that helped him not get knocked out is the reason why he didn't win the fight. He was throwing one punch at a time. Crawford was getting off on combinations, right? To me, that was an 8-4 fight, easy, whatever the case may be. I know some people looked at it hard, but they don't know what they're looking at. Canelo's coming straight forward. He's going to be plotting, not quite like Errol Spence. He's going to be plotting forward, though, because he has power. Madrimov didn't trust his power. Well, Canelo will trust his power. Now, the problem with power, you have to load up on power. You see what I mean? So Canelo going to be swinging big, wide punches, wide hooks. He got a great pull counter, but it's going to be a little wide. If you think about this when you watch Crawford fight, do you ever see his arm truly draw back? See, Crawford can get off those punches with his center core. He could turn his body into the punch. It's just something that he could do that most fighters can't do. So he don't need a lot of time to get off his shot. He can let you get ready to throw your shot first and still counter you first. That's the difference with Crawford. So with Canelo, how are you going to catch, or how are you going to use your power to catch Crawford clean? That's the question people should be asking. I understand if he hits Crawford clean, the weight, I get it. But how is he going to catch him clean? You see what I mean? I think Crawford's lead hand, that double jab is going to be effective. You see what I mean? He's going to time Canelo once Canelo starts to punch. He can let Canelo start his punch. His 74-inch arm reach against a 70-inch arm reach. The 74-inch arm reach going to get there first. And Canelo's face is going to start to morph each round from power jab. I don't care about any other punch. I'm only watching the power jab. Canelo's face is going to start to morph each round like Spence did, because Canelo's going to trust in his power, so he's coming forward, which is going to help Terrence Crawford. And I'm looking at a corner stoppage by Canelo around 6 to 8, just to protect him. Just to protect him. They stopped the fight for Errol Spence in the 7th round.
This is
Errol Spence would
ridiculous,
have been
bro.
back by
This
now.
man is ridiculous, Johnny.
I know H-Down wants
This
to
man is ridiculous, Johnny. He just literally said,
let me land my plane. Let me land my plane right quick. Let me land my plane. Let me land it. All I'm saying is it's enough tape out there to see Crawford throw
147 pounds. Crawford
Listen,
coming to 168.
he's gonna throw the
and
left rear
punish
hand. He's gonna throw the left
chin
rear
Canelo.
hand, right? He's gonna throw the left rear hand. Canelo has no choice but to block the left rear hand, and Crawford gonna hook him with the right hand. Canelo's never gonna see it, man. He's never gonna see it. You see what I mean? Now you got to explain to me, how do Canelo catch up with Crawford?
I love how us novice boxing fans think we see more than professional coaches, and that they're not going to see what you see. That's just ridiculous, man. And first of all, how's he to catch up to him like everybody else caught up to Bud? Bud's hittable. Bud likes to exchange. You don't got to look for Bud. Bud comes to look for you. That's who he is. Y'all guys are in this la-la land where he's some kind of defensive wizard. Dude, no. He's an action fighter. He's going to come in to be hit. And just, hey, and look for this. Remember this. Just remember this. Canelo likes to throw a shovel hook. When Crawford's trying to duck those regular hooks and he thinks it's going to be a regular hook coming, he's going to throw a shovel hook and catch him and drop him. Watch. It's one of his favorite punches to do. He's throwing a regular hook, and then when people think the regular hook coming, he throws a shovel hook. So when you duck, he catches you right when you duck. Watch. He's going to hurt him. Bud's going to fight. People keep thinking he's some kind of like runner. Bud's not going to run. He's got too much pride. He's going to fight. And they're like, Porter caught him. Everybody caught him, man. Avenese landed on him. Everybody landed on him. Johnny, what the hell? Are all these other guys better than Canelo? Everybody Bud fought better than Canelo. All these guys have caught Bud numerous times. He's been hurt numerous times by lesser fighters. But these guys are better than Canelo. The delusion is crazy, Johnny. It's crazy, man. I just can't take hearing it anymore. Like, bro, what are we doing here?
Can I
Like,
respond to H-Town?
come on,
There's a lot of
guys.
background noise. There's a lot of background noise. I don't know who it is.
It's H-Town. He's muted. Go ahead.
So let me respond to H-Town. In boxing, you're going to get hit. Crawford has already stated that sometimes he will give something up. He will set traps. He will make his opponent believe that they have something, so that he can gain something greater. Also, he mentioned the fact that
this is the essence of boxing. Every boxer does this. This is not something special he does.
No,
this
I got
is
you.
Boxing. What you just described is boxing.
I know I didn't land my plane. Let me land my plane for you because I know you want to jump on. So what I'm saying to you is that also you're saying Crawford was hurt in those quote unquote exchanges. That's not true. Crawford, even when Crawford was dropped, he stopped the individual. He came back even 100 times more vicious because that's the mentality that Crawford has. So him being dropped, okay, cool, H-Town. He was dropped by Gamboa. Whoopie-doo. He stopped Gamboa. He was dropped by Green Machine. Whoopie-doo. He destroyed Green Machine after that. What are you saying? Show me a fight that Crawford's in where he was punched in the face and his knees
We'll
buckled.
see when he
was
takes a punch
disoriented.
from 168-pound Canelo if he comes to destroy Canelo. When you see him get on the back foot, I don't look personally. I don't want to see Bud get knocked out because I'm a Bud fan. If he gets dropped, I want him. And if he's too much danger, I don't want Bomac to have so much damn pride he don't throw the towel in. We don't want to see Devin Haney versus Ryan. I don't want to see that. I'd rather see him say, "Hey, he was too big. I went in there and let Bomac take the blame for stopping the fight." I don't want to see Bud just say face down, ass up. I know a lot of people do want to see it, but I don't want to see that, man. Because, hey, this fight to me should have never happened. Bud should have been fighting Boots or Jermel, and Canelo should have been fighting Bivol or Benavides. I don't know, man. Y'all guys are in like this delusional world because he beat Spence. Spence stayed at 147 too long after 2 accidents, fake teeth, busted up retina. This guy, I mean, dude, it's not Bud's fault. It's not Bud's fault all this happened to him. Now, don't get me wrong, Johnny. It's not Bud's fault. But let's keep it 100. But Spence was already pretty much out of there, man. He'd been in 47 too long. He needed to go to 154. He should have took like he told Spence. This is what I don't like that Bud did. And like I said, I'm a Bud fan. He told Spence he'll give him the rematch at 54 and then reneged because he wanted to make him suck down back to 47. And that's why Earl stayed out the way so long. Let's look at the facts, Johnny. That's what happened. He refused to give him the fight at 154. And that's why Earl's been out so long.
Where are you getting that? Where are you getting that from, H-Town?
From the internet.
Earl said it.
Let me say this real quick. Let me give y'all a good example, right? Okay, Canelo got a lot of power. He fought a smaller Floyd Mayweather, right? And most people say, well, Floyd is a great defensive fighter. Okay, I give you that. But he couldn't land on Floyd clean. This the problem with that. I saw, what's his name? I saw Zab Judah drop Floyd. I saw Shane Mosley rock Floyd where Floyd had to hold on. I saw Marcus McDonough knock Floyd tooth out his mouth. Smaller guys hurt Floyd and Canelo couldn't touch him.
Are you making it seem like these guys are not legends? You just named legends. Like, dude, you're acting like they're nobodies.
Listen, let me talk. Smaller guys. I'm using an example of smaller guys able to hurt Mayweather where Canelo couldn't touch him. You need to ask yourself why. Why couldn't Canelo touch him when smaller guys could? Because all Floyd had to watch.
Because he was 23, inexperienced, hadn't faced competition to that level, and was a headhunter.
You must don't feel comfortable. You have to cut people out, man. Let me talk.
Let him
All
talk.
I'm saying is when Floyd fought Canelo, all he had to watch out for was power. Y'all casuals believe in power when no powerful guy could beat Floyd, who wasn't knocking nobody out. So power is not the end all to be all. And that's what y'all banking on. And that's why Canelo's gonna get hurt. He's gonna get hurt.
Now we're gonna use the excuse that he was young, but by that time that he fought Floyd, he had how many fights? H-Town?
It don't matter. Half of them were in Mexico against
No,
Cats,
stop.
bro.
No.
He had
Answer
he
the
had
question, sir.
his
Just answer the
first
question.
his
How many
first his
fights?
first top level
H-Town. How many
competition
fights did he
was
have,
what?
bro?
Who was
Listen,
his first level competition? It don't matter.
listen.
You
H-Town.
can have
H-Town.
100 fights
H-Town.
against
No.
nobody. They don't make you a Floyd
Educate
Mayweather's level.
the audience. Educate the audience. By the time he fought Floyd, how many fights did Canelo have?
It does not matter. It's irrelevant.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, bro, because he wasn't facing that level of competition. That's like asking me, hey, you've been playing football against a whole bunch of high school teams, and now you're going to play the Patriots with Belichick and Brady. And be like, well, you know what? He should have done better. He beat all them high school teams. No, man, come on. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out.
Okay.
He was ahead. No, hold up. He was young at the time. He was weight trained. He was a headhunter. He was inexperienced. He was in there frustrated trying to headhunt Floyd. This is not the same Canelo. He wasn't punching at the hips, punching at the arms, and doing all this veteran stuff he does now to slow down these guys. That's what's going to be happening to Bud. Y'all keep thinking it's the same Canelo when he was 23, man. There's a reason that Floyd didn't want to fight him again. He said, I got to get him early. Floyd said himself, I got to get him early. One of the smartest fighters in the game said, I got to get this kid early because he didn't want him to grow, and he went and got him. Hey, Floyd's a genius in that ring. Y'all got to keep acting like Floyd's just some regular guy, and he fought the best in the world at 23. Right now, we say our 23-year-olds ain't ready for a top contender. What are you talking about? Like, it's crazy. The guy's 23. I mean, Johnny, we're keeping our 23-year-olds away from contenders at the same level. Imagine having to go fight the pound for pound number one dude in the world. Come on, man. Y'all guys need to stop, man.
Hey, look,
and don't go to Bivol, dude, because Bill was 200 and something damn pounds, used a 1-2-1 and kept him away with his length and then absorbed those shots. They're not the same size.
Hey, look, man. Shout out to Johnny. Shout out to Johnny for having me on the panel. Shout out to the Hangout Spot. Look, man, I'm gonna tell people straight up like this. Look, at the end of the day, I go by logic. A lot of people going off emotion, and I'm just gonna break this shit down logically and by the numbers and the stats, and hopefully people don't start malfunctioning, because anywhere where I go and start bringing down numbers and stats, they start malfunctioning, and all of a sudden stats and numbers mean nothing at all. Look, at the end of the day, this is a guy who his last fight was 154 pounds. He had trouble with that guy. I went to go watch that fight live. Everybody knows I was there. That shit live to me looked like a draw. You guys can debate it all the fuck you want, but it is what it is. But look, as far as the numbers go, Floyd always gets brought into the picture. What's his name? Canelo, by the numbers, is more defensively sound, gets hit less. The Canelo, by the numbers, is more accurate. These are the numbers. Canelo's jab, even though he throws it less than Crawford, he's actually more accurate. You get what I'm saying? And then also, if we want to talk about the numbers, Bomac, I don't know if he's just talking to talk, but he said, yeah, we're banking on the fact that Canelo always gasses out towards the later rounds. Look at you can go through all the fights if you want, but just look at the last 5 fights he had, because he's saying that now he's slowing down and he's gassing out. The last 4 rounds and all his last 5s, he turned up the volume. Even the fight he lost against Bivol, he turned up the volume those last few rounds. So Bomac and everybody else who just follows these narratives don't fucking care to do any of their own research. The numbers are there. You know what I mean? Forget about the emotions and all of a sudden these narratives being spun that Bud can turn off the sun with the fucking snap of a finger. You get what I'm saying? Because look, the facts are the facts. Like, I don't understand what you guys are on about. Bud Crawford himself, out of his own mouth, said, I see myself maxing out at 154 pounds. And for somebody to say that and to say I respect weight classes for a reason, there's actually another clip too where it wasn't even the same interview where he's in the gym, like he's getting ready to do his workout and whatnot. They said, "Hey, what about fighting Canelo?" And he they said 168 pounds, and he said the way he looked at the camera and said, "I'm not going up there." Like that's crazy. I mean, you guys can say what you want to say, but at the end of the day, the fighter knows himself the more than anybody. In the back of his mind, it's always going to be there that he shouldn't be no higher than 154 pounds. He knows that he didn't do well against Madronov, but the bag is a hell of a drug. Money will make anybody do anything. But all I'm saying is the stats are the stats, the numbers are the numbers, and I don't know how you guys do any of your betting because I don't know, man. I go by stats and numbers, emotions, and all that other shit. You can leave that shit for the shelf. Nobody's dropped Canelo. Nobody's been able to do him like. Man, I don't know, man. I'll leave it there for now. But yeah, man, stats over feelings.
Let me say this about stats over feelings too. Interesting stat that Canelo, after dropping guys, was unable to finish them in the last 5 years. Right? He hit 100. Let me say this: he hit 154 pound Jermell Charlo with his best shot, and he did knock Jermell Charlo down. Jermell Charlo took a knee. He took a knee. So what I'm saying is, what that shows me, you're unable to finish fighters in the later round that you have no dog in you. You have no dog in you. You've been sleeping on silk sheets. You've been getting easy wins. Guys are coming in there very, very respectful of the A side, and they're also getting paydays. Happy to losing it against Canelo and throw parades after a loss. That's not Bud Crawford. If he beats Bud Crawford, he has to teach Bud Crawford how to lose. He has to teach him how to lose.
He lost 12 times as an amateur.
Remind Canelo of how he lost. That's all Bud got to do. Send him back to the place where Bivol sent him, where he looked dejected, where he knows he can't win. He'll remember it. He'll remember it.
Yeah, but lost 12 times as an amateur. And
we're not talking about the amateur, sir.
Yeah,
we're not talking about amateur, sir.
I hear you, sir.
That's a weak response.
Y'all say he don't know how to lose.
It's not a weak
He's
response.
lost.
At the end of the day, he's been outboxed. That shows you that he's been outboxed. So I don't know what you guys are talking about. He don't fucking walk on water, man. I don't know what to tell you. He can
talk about a professional career, man. We're talking about professional career, man. Don't go back to the amateurs. That's weak.
Man,
no one cares about that.
Lose. He's lost.
We got hold on. We got Two Tone in the building. What's going on, my brother here?
What's happening?
Hey, Tone, don't go back to when he lost, Tone. Don't go back there, bro.
Tone, we got a hell of debate going on here, man.
My nigga H-Town in the building. Yo, who was the nigga that said who did Triple G, what A-list did Triple G fight? What nigga said that on the panel?
I said that.
Nigga, you just said you felt that Canelo lost to Triple G. Didn't you say that?
Absolutely. Of course, absolutely. The first fight.
So what do you mean? If you feel that Triple G,
it was prior to Canelo. Prior to Canelo, sir.
Ain't that
prior? Listen, okay. Let me state the question for you again. Prior to Canelo, can you name an A+ fighter Triple G fought and destroyed?
But you felt he beat an A+ fighter, or where do you rank Canelo?
No, okay. First of all, sir, let's just make this clear. You may perceive Canelo as an A+ fighter back then. You may perceive that. I'm asking.
So when did you perceive Canelo as an A+ fighter when he fought Triple G? When did you perceive it? Was he B+, C, D? What was he?
I always view Canelo as a B+ fighter.
Oh, you're disgusting. And then you said,
no, you're disgusting. Go ahead.
Then you said, Kel, who's Kell Brook? Nigga, you Bud niggas. That's all y'all talking about is fucking Kell Brook. Are you on crack?
That's one of Bud's best wins. That's one of Bud's best wins.
What are you talking about?
Go ahead. What's your point? What are you saying about Kell Brook? What are you talking about?
You're fucking delusional, my nigga. What are you talking about? You can't.
I don't talk about. First of all,
talking about shit, nigga. What are you talking about?
First of all, sir, I don't talk about Kell Brook as Kell Brook as a A+ fighter, sir. I don't.
No, you just shit on Kell Brook, my nigga. Then you nigga and y'all Bud niggas hang your hat on Kell Brook. What are you talking about?
I don't hang my hat on Kell Brook, sir. You got the wrong one. But go ahead. What's your point?
Get him out of box, nigga. Pack him up. Pack them up.
Facts. I mean, look, when people talk about who has Bud fought that has been elite, you know, people got mad that he brought up Polster and these other dudes. They said, what about Kell Brook? What about Sean Porter? I mean, they said these other names. So for you to say Kell Brook is like who the fuck is that
Once
guy?
again, I'm just stating the facts. The facts of the matter is that Kell Brook was never supposed to fight Triple G. Kell Brook was a last-minute replacement opponent for Triple G. You know why? Eddie Hearn had to save the card. Kell Brook was not even prepared to fight a Triple G. That was never even on his fucking scope. Okay, so now my question to you guys is that, okay, since you want to elevate Kell Brook, what fight was Kell Brook in prior to that made you believe Kell Brook was that dude? No one can answer that. And if you would, and I'm talking about prior, bro.
I told him Sean Porter.
Exactly. And Johnny, I guess he wasn't listening to my response. What was my response, Johnny? What I talked about, what I spoke about was that when we want to look at resumes, this is why I don't look at resumes. Because there are fighters that people fight that you don't know, that don't have the notoriety.
How are you gonna say you don't look at resumes, but you're harping on who certain people have fought, bro? Like, what are you saying right now?
You wasn't listening to the whole entire stream. I was talking,
but you're talking shit
so
about
the man
somebody.
don't look
I was
at resumes.
responding to the guy who brought up resumes.
And he don't look at punch stats
the guy who brought up resumes on the panel that had the bad mic. He was talking about resumes. I was drawing a parallel to give him an understanding why resumes are dumb. Because if you're going to base on resumes, you got to include politics in boxing, dummies. Politics run boxing. You're not going to have the resume that you want. You can be a great fighter, but you don't get to fight the fighters to show the world that you're great, dummies.
So Floyd ain't a great fighter? So Floyd ain't a great fighter?
At the end of the day, everybody was scared to fight Triple G. I don't think you guys remember the way that everybody tries to shit on Canelo right now.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. The way that everybody tries to shit on Canelo right now and saying that he's fighting everybody but David Benavidez, they were doing the same shit before he fought Triple G. And once he beat Triple G, all of a sudden it turned into, nah, what about this guy? And what about that guy? So don't act like Triple G wasn't the fucking boogeyman back then. Nobody wanted to fight that man.
I'll respond to you. Listen, I'm not saying Triple G wasn't a boogeyman. What I'm telling you is that there were fights that Triple G avoided, and you know that too. Come on, you know there were fights that Triple G avoided.
Come on, who did he avoid?
Bro. Okay, he didn't avoid who was the dude with the podcast? I always forget his name. That commentates. You know what I'm talking about?
No, you want him to move up to you wanted him to move up to 168, bro, 175.
You talking about Ward?
You can't avoid somebody that's not in your weight class, bro.
Ward was in a higher weight class.
Bro,
he was at 68 and went up to 75. Like,
hey, Gervonta Tank Davis is avoiding Tyson Fury.
Bro, at the time,
stupid dude. This guy's stupid.
Time 4-4 at the time, the nigga fought David Lemieux, bro. At the time, according to BoxRec, David Lemieux was a 4-star fighter. So your argument's fucking disgusting. Next.
What I'm trying to Two-Tone, I was responding to the guy that was talking about Johnny, explain to these dudes. I don't care about resumes. I just brought it up to show how stupid the argument is. Because you got fighters that nobody knows. It doesn't mean that they're not great. That was my point.
You were just harping on Canelo having 30-something fights or whatever before he fought Floyd. And then you're like, I don't care about resumes.
No, the H-Town. You know why I brought that up.
Man, bro, get up out of here, bro. Like, you're contradicting yourself.
Listen, I brought that up to show that he wasn't a baby. That's why I brought that up. The dude had 30-something, almost 40 fights before he fought.
I could have been fighting in Border Wars 30 fights and then go fight Canelo, and you think they're gonna be like, yeah, you fought in Border Wars 30 times.
Now you're gonna disrespect Canelo.
Man, bro, get out. Come on, that's how silly you sound, brother.
You know, you sound silly because you're discrediting the 30-something fight that Canelo had.
Hey, let me jump in. Let me land my plane before I get out of here. I'm just gonna make this point, man. Canelo has 3 major benchmark fights, and that was Floyd Mayweather with Triple G and Bivol. And he's 1 out of 3, and the one he won, he lost. Crawford has had, let's just say, his biggest moment, undisputed 2 times, and this
he hasn't had a Floyd, a Bivol, or a Triple G.
Hey, he shows up and he shows out in his biggest moments. That's all we got to go by. Canelo knows how to lose, and Crawford is going to remind him. Appreciate you letting me come up, Johnny, man. What's going on, Two-Tone? I'll be in the chat. I'll be listening.
No
All
doubt.
What up, bro? Well, bro.
Same talking
Oh
points that all
no.
these other Bud fans use, man. He don't know how to lose. What else they say, man? Like it's the same shit they're repeating. It's a fucking what they call it, echo chamber. Like they don't give me no real stats, no type of way that Bud's gonna actually beat him. The only thing that they've told me that sounds original is that Bud's gonna try to stop Canelo to the body because don't nobody really go to Canelo's body. But people don't understand the way it is to box, and when you go, like the reason why people don't go to Canelo's body as much as anybody, like nobody really goes to his body like that, is because Canelo is a quick counter puncher. You get what I'm saying? If you go to his body, you're dropping your guard to go down to his body. Do that shit enough, you're gonna get hit with that left hook and end up on your ass. That's why people don't try the fucking all those body shots with Canelo. It is what it is, man. Like I don't know, man. Outside of that, they don't give me no real way that Bud can actually beat Canelo. It's just based on he don't know how to lose. He got all this heart. And at the end of the day, that type of heart is the type of shit that'll get you knocked out. You think you can walk through a wall and somebody fucking throw the wall on your face. Man, I'll tell you what, these motherfuckers tripping.
Yeah, bro. So like 444. You think that Bud Crawford is gonna be the one fighter in the history that's gonna say, all right, I'm gonna feel Canelo power. Now I'm just gonna stay in the pocket. Absolutely not, my nigga. Absolutely fucking not. He's gonna turn
how
into
about this?
you gonna turn
How
into
about this?
Troy. Go ahead.
How about this, Two-Tone? I tell you what. Johnny's right there. Why don't you just put your money? Let's bet.
No, put it with the bookie, my nigga. Don't be trying to do no sneaky.
you don't want to put the money.
He's slithering, man.
Slithering, nasty. Oh, put it
Trying
with
to
the
slither
bookie, gang. No, bro. Y'all saying Bud is that special? He gonna be the first. Bivol didn't even want to stand in there, bro.
Facts. Bivol was in and out. He was like, "Come on, bro. I ain't trying to what the fuck." Hey, when the fight was over and they put the belt on his shoulder, he said, "Hold this belt, like my fucking arm hurts." Y'all can say what you want, but Canelo was attacking that arm. He said, "Man, what the fuck?" Post press conference, they said, you know, how you feeling?" He said, "My arm hurts." Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I get it. He still lost, but I mean, shit. For motherfuckers to act like there's no real power back behind all that, man. Y'all tripping. I don't know, man.
This is why I'm telling y'all this fight is so fucking intriguing.
Hey man, I love it. Shout out to the Bud fans because they made it interesting. You get what I'm saying? I don't know where it started because people forget that Ness is actually cooking when he says. People forget, but you could go back and watch the fucking shows where Ness was saying, you know how they always say that Ness is like tripping with his matchmaking? He was saying that Bud should go up and fight Crawford because he was also, Bud should go up and fight Canelo because he was also talking about Bud going up to fight David Benavidez and all this other shit. But even when he brought up Canelo, like dudes who support fucking Bud no matter what, like JT and them, they were calling in talking about, man, what kind of matchmaking is this? You just trying to get Bud beat. You just want to see Bud lose. You just hate Bud, huh? That's what it is. Because they knew that he didn't stand a chance against fucking Canelo. And all of a sudden, overnight, the narrative changed. But I love it because at the end of the day, all this is gonna do is make my fucking pockets fatter because I'm putting bets on the line with people on the Discord and in the community, and at the same time, money with the bookies. And I'm there live, and shout out to them because they're gonna pay for my fucking travel, my hotel stay, and all that shit. The fuck? It's a big celebration. Let's do it. Fuck, man.
Lord child. And you know it's funny. It's only Sunday. We got like three more shows before Saturday, bro. And we doing the live fight chat on Saturday. It should gonna be lit. And we gonna open up the lines. I'm telling you, man. We probably gonna be on for like 8 hours, man. Probably more than that on Saturday, man. Going into Sunday, man. Good. Listen. I'm always good for a good debate, man. I'm good to let y'all cook, man. I try to just let y'all cook, man. I just don't want y'all talking over each other or cursing each other out, man. There's no reason for that. It's boxing at the end of the day. We family, man. Malcolm, what's good?
Yo, what's good, Johnny? My audio's good?
Yeah, it's actually perfect. You must got the Kenichis.
Yeah, man. Welcome back, bro. Shout out to you four, and shout out to you too, Javon. Rarely hear you anymore, man. It's good to hear you, bro.
I know, man.
Hey,
That's
man,
what's
I be
up, man.
chilling.
Called in. I appreciate you, bro.
Shout out.
No, I appreciate you. Good shit.
Oh man,
Malcolm, you want to jump in this, man?
yeah, man. I'm good, bro. Cause I don't know. I just jumped into the middle of a firestorm,
Shit
bro.
lit
Like
tonight,
everybody's
bro.
just going
Shit lit.
crazy.
Yo, Two-Tone came on to throw haymakers and left.
Yeah, I peeped. He just left. Like him and H-Town just jumped off. Like right when I tried to jump on. But yeah. Look, I'm happy it's fight week. You know, finally the debates could kind of, you know, it's it. After this, we don't got to hear about the shit anymore. Originally, I did not want the fight. Now that we got the fight, you know, fuck it. And I've said it before. I'm gonna be the most transparent person about it. I'm going for Bud strictly just because of race. You know, I'm half black, so it is what it is. I'm gonna be the honest person about it. You know, his only chance of winning. I think I was saying something about the body work, which, you know, I could see that, but realistically, trying to hit the body and the reason why people don't do it to Canelo, you're very susceptible to get hit like with a flush counter shot when you go into the body if you're not very strategic with it. So
that's what I was saying.
I don't know if he's gonna try some stab jabs or something like right to the solar plexus. I don't know what's his game plan. You know, the thing is he does have good work in the pocket. That's the only thing that I'll give Bud a lot of props for that. Between that and his angles, it's pretty good. And then he doesn't have to worry about Canelo. Like Canelo has good footwork, but it's not like he has like this crazy tricky footwork. If y'all get what I'm saying, where he's just all over the place because he does have that Mexican style. He's there in front of you. But the one thing about Canelo, he doesn't move his head as much, but his style right now at 168 is more fuel efficient. You know, as in he doesn't throw as many punches. The head movement isn't as crazy. It's less energy, so he can load up on those single shots. And then the one thing that I can't account for, nobody can say how he's going to take Canelo's power. We haven't seen him at 160, and we haven't seen Bud at 168, or even fighting guys who are naturally at that weight class. So that's the only reason why I'm on the fence. So like if I knew Bud had some kind of Canelo, like a Triple G or Canelo kind of chin, then I'd be more comfortable. You know, I only bet like a small ass parlay. You know, I was thinking about putting up some money on Bud, and I'm like, nah. You know, because if I had to bet my rent on it, I'd probably bet my rent on Canelo. But yeah, man. I'm just hoping Buckley just get the win. You know, if Canelo gets the win, he gets the win. You feel me? It is what it is with that. But damn, I think that's really all I gotta say, man. Because I just woke up like 30 minutes ago, so my mind is still kind of fucked up right now. Yeah, my shit's still kind of fucked up right now. But
Okay.
I'm not fully awake. But yeah, and a shout out to you, Johnny. I see the hairline. They look a little fixed up, man. We know why you went on vacation, bro. We know why you went on vacation.
What you mean? Stop
Nah,
hating, man.
my
Stop
boy went to
hating.
Turkey. My boy went to Turkey for the surgery to refix it. We know,
Stop
bro.
hating, bro.
Hey, look though. My main thing though is that people don't realize that Bud is not this crazy boxer that people trying to make him out to be. You know, people are quick to bring up Mayweather and bring up Bivol because of course Canelo lost to both of those guys, but those both guys very different from fucking Bud. You know what I mean? And both of those guys use their feet more efficiently than Bud. Bud is not a flat-footed fighter, but Bud is somebody who plants his feet for a lot of his fights, and Bud is always just kind of in and out that mid-range. Bud is never really truly like moving around the ring like that. He works more off of angles, staying in the pocket, staying in mid-range where he could come in off of angles, counter punching. These types of things like make it actually better for Canelo because I think he could work off of all that. People are having it confused or construed like that he's some kind of slick fighter just because he's a black fighter. Like that shit doesn't make sense. He's not Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather was one of the most defensively fucking sound boxers we've ever had. And actually, fun thing about the stats though, like somebody was talking about earlier, how Canelo couldn't hit Canelo, and you know, hey, Canelo lost damn near every fucking round, but somehow, if you look at the stats, he was still more accurate than Pacquiao and a couple of other guys when it came to Mayweather. You know what I mean? He was like some of those other like top guys that you know, say did good or gave Mayweather a fight. Canelo actually did better than those guys in the accuracy. Go look at the numbers if you think I'm bullshitting. Like I said, I work off of stats, logic. This is just how I do all my shit. But
Can I ask you a question, Javon?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you consider Bivol a great fighter? Like, you respect his boxing intelligence?
I think Bivol hasn't shown me enough as far as switching up his style. Like Bivol has a certain style that he's mastered, and I think he's a master at that style, but he hasn't really shown me too much of other than that style. You get what I'm saying? So
Okay.
my thing is
Okay.
like if he fights somebody who's able to work around that style, I think he's able to get beat. But outside of that, like
Being
that style gives a lot of problems. But he's just
being that
mastered it.
Bivol fought Canelo, would you say that his intelligence of Canelo is would you respect his intelligence as it relates specific to Canelo, like fighting Canelo?
I mean, yeah, I would have to. I mean, he beat Canelo, but my thing is like he stays to his style. Like
I
even
got
not
you.
just with Canelo, but other fighters, he's stuck to his
I got
style.
you. So my next question for you is then him picking Crawford to beat Canelo. Do you think he's delusional saying that?
No, because everybody's entitled to the opinion, but plenty of fighters have been wrong. Bud himself picked Fury to knock out Usyk. You know what I mean? And I actually made money off of Usyk both times. Shout out to that. You know what I mean? And also actually one of Bivol's trainers, I forget dude's name. He actually said
Yeah,
that Crawford has no shot against Bud. I
correct.
mean, Crawford has no shot against Canelo. So I mean, it's two people
Correct.
within the same camp. One's the fighter, one's the trainer, but both saying opposite things. So I mean, everybody's
Okay.
entitled to opinion.
Okay. Because I'm thinking that Bivol is saying that because of something that Bivol sees. You know what I mean? Opposed to just being a fanboy of Crawford. You know what I mean? I think that even Usyk was very balanced in his perspective and how he sees the fight. And even when Crawford picked Tyson Fury, but you're kind of leaving out the rest. He kind of spoke about if Usyk does this, Tyson Fury will win.
I mean,
You
it
know what I
doesn't
mean?
matter though, because regardless, he chose him though. Like you could this season now,
I follow you.
you
I
do
got you.
this,
Okay,
you throw
fair enough.
monkey, you throw wrenches into the fucking the mix, whatever, man. It
Oh,
is what it is. But
fair enough. Put that in context. You're good. You're fine.
yeah,
That was my question. Just that when I see fighters who people consider to be great and they've done things and then they're saying certain things, I'm like, well, why are they choosing? You know what I mean? And they give
yeah,
real.
and besides that, maybe Bivol sees something, right? Maybe he does see something that like, hey, if Canelo fights me this way every time, because they're talking about a rematch, Bivol's thinking I know what to do with it. But maybe people give all this credit to Bud, and who knows, maybe he does have all this high IQ, but maybe Bud don't see what Bivol sees. You get what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, too, like nobody's really shown me a fight where Bud has really truly adapted. Like any of the fights where it seems like he was down or if he was having bad moments, all he did was become more aggressive. Shout out to him for having that dog in him, but I've never really seen him like adjust anything other than switching stances. You know what I mean? Going southpaw to orthodox, but outside of that, he kind of keeps doing what he's been doing, and he'll turn it up a notch if he feels like he's down, or even like the Porter shit when people talk about, oh, he adjusted and he went. No, all he did was get more aggressive with Madronov. All he did was, if I don't know if he figured like he was down on the scorecards or he didn't really know or what it was. If you pay attention, he didn't really adjust to anything. He stayed southpaw since the first round. You know what I mean? And outside of that, all he did was become more aggressive. He started trying to speed up his shots. That's all it was. But he was still picking the same shots, picking the same angles, like still doing what he does. I didn't see anything he switched. People make it seem like he's just constantly switching. This genius. You know what I mean? Like above Einstein. It's crazy.
Point taken.
It's my bad. It's crazy. I gotta look into that, the whole adjusting part, because the Porter fight, that's a very good example, because Bud just has that dog in him, and he'll just turn it up, and that's really what his style is. Like, I agree when you said that he's not slick. He's just I don't want to. He's a boxer brawler. That's what I like to say. And when he just has to get more aggressive, he's one of the best finishers in the game. And in terms of adjusting, I don't think he's really ever needed to adjust. We could say he needed to with Porter, and again, you made that point. And I would probably have to rewatch like the Gamboa fight, because that was another fight that was good. But to me, what it always just seems like is he'll have his way of fighting in the early rounds. He just sees small, subtle things, and it's like these tiny adjustments and just these tiny counter shots, and then he just picks up steam throughout the later rounds. I don't think he's ever really needed to do anything too major. And to be real,
you think that's him being that good, or do you think that plays into like how people say that Bud hasn't really fought the top level competition, because it could be either or. We don't really know what it is. It could be that Bud is just that good that he doesn't need to adjust, or that, hey, the guys he's fighting, he can just do what he does, doesn't have to worry about adjusting, and he's still gonna beat him. That goes into the whole thing where people talk about that Bud hasn't fought the elite competition.
I think two things can be true, because and my bad for if you were gonna speak, because when it came to 147, we kind of know that how the politics played a part and how he got froze out, so he wasn't able to get all those top guys. Pasta was a decent win. I like to say it was a decent win. And going back to Gamboa, at the time, if I'm right, Gamboa was considered a top 10 pound for pound.
Yeah,
he already had another fight. Yeah, I think he already had another fight at yeah, because I think that shit was at 130 or
He was a
135
boogeyman
right
too. Mikey Garcia avoided him.
Yeah, he was good. And you know, Bud, he just did what he had to do. You know what I'm saying? And maybe watching these fights, like, and this is why I gotta rewatch. I don't want to say anything and then I contradict myself. But when you watch these fights all over, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, my bad. No, go ahead, Malcolm. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, when you watch these fights all over, sometimes it's not crazy adjustments, but it's these small things, or it's like the one smallest thing. Like if somebody's throwing a right hand and then they keep throwing it a certain direction, these fighters would just pick up on it. Like, okay, every time he throws that left hook, he's gonna throw it right to the body. It'll be some shit like that. They'll adjust to that, and sometimes we don't see it, if you get what I'm trying to say. But it counts as some kind of adjustment. But he never had to do anything too crazy. And I'm going to stand that he's not going to make any crazy adjustments on Canelo. And if he's able to beat him, I don't think he's going to need to do a crazy adjustment besides, like, looking out for getting hit to the arms. And if he goes southpaw to try to negate the left hook, because that's kind of Canelo's money shot.
Tomorrow, that's what I'll do. I'll just go there.
What's going on, Coach?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's good, man?
Okay, how y'all fellas doing?
We good, man. We good.
Peace, brother. Peace. Good.
I hear y'all talking about. I think it's gonna. I got Bud in the fight. I think he's gonna frustrate Canelo, and I think you'll be able to see the frustration on Canelo's face, and I think that, you know, he's speaking on the whole terms of Turkey wanting Bud to win and things of that sort. And I think he's going to get out of his character because he's not going to hit the shots that he wants to hit. And I think it's just going to be, like you say, the subtle things, the little openings that Bud are going to exploit on him. Not saying necessarily he's going to hurt him and things, but he's going to touch him. He's going to frustrate him. And you probably see Canelo go after that knockout shot. I think because he's already in his mind, like, this guy doesn't belong up here with me. They're weight classes for a reason. And once you get frustrated, I can see him really trying to go for the kill. I can see him going for the kill. And I think it's going to be, I got him a split. I got Bud a split decision in this fight. I got him in a split decision.
Yeah, I mean, but look, back to what Malcolm was saying, the little adjustments, I could agree with that, but I think people also overlook the little adjustments that Canelo does. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say adjustments, but the traps. Like, Canelo is a master when it comes to the traps. Like, he'll have you comfortable with a certain combination overnight, or he'll have you comfortable with a certain order of the punches and or how he goes to a body head, you know what I mean, whatever the case might be. And a lot of times that's when he catches these guys off guard, and then he'll end up dropping them or hurting them, is because he'll constantly be repeating a certain shot. People say that's being one-dimensional, but at the same time, they don't see the fact that it gets you used to a certain combination coming. You don't see what comes after that when he switches it up, and then
Isn't
you get
that
caught
how
off
he
guard.
knocked down Charlo? That he
Yeah,
feinted
I
a
mean,
shot that he kept doing.
Charlo took a knee. Charlo took a knee, man. God, he didn't knock Charlo down. He took a knee.
It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, what it was he got hit hard enough where he thought to himself, "Let me take a knee and regather myself." But
I feel you on that, Javon.
But the reason why he had to regather himself is because he was caught off guard. Because if you watch that shit, you can watch it normal motion,
I'm
slow
agreeing
motion.
with you.
Slow
I'm agreeing
motion is the
with you.
best way to watch it. Because if you watch it, Canelo constantly ended that same little combo he was doing to the with a wide shoulder punch. I mean, he was going wide to the bicep, wide to the bicep. That time again, if you watch it in slow motion, it 100% looked like it was going to go wide to the shoulder again. And right last second, he turned the punch and went straight down the fucking pipe and hit him right in the forehead. You get what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
Dropped him.
I
And that's when
agree.
he took the
I
knee.
agree. I agree with you, brother. I get it. So that was setting a trap, correct? From your perspective, right? Okay, cool.
I mean, it's
got
not
you.
from
Say
my
no more.
perspective. It's observations. I mean, if you're watching boxing, you're watching boxing. This is what's happening.
No, I got you. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you though, Javon. That's because he was fighting somebody with horrible IQ, man. I'm gonna be honest with
That's
you.
what I'm saying. It's not Bud.
All of a sudden, the
No.
undisputed guy at 154 was a horrible fighter.
No, Javon. See, I know. This is why I don't like getting caught up on these politics runs boxing, man. Like, yes, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't take away from the fact that Charlo is a low IQ boxer, bro. Like, his IQ was off in that fight. He wasn't there to fight. Go ahead.
He wasn't. He was his mentality, and I'm gonna tell you when Canelo saw that was doing the press conferences, because he wasn't that same brash talking shit. Charlo that he was. He humbled himself, and that was the thing. That's when I knew he was off.
I mean, all that don't matter though. Like, as far as press conferences, face-offs, shit like that, Usyk is one of the most respectful fucking guys. Like, even when he was up there with Fury, up there with Fury, they said, "What do you think about Fury saying he's gonna knock you out?" And do you think he can knock you out? What did Usyk say? Usyk wasn't up there like, "Nah, fuck that shit. I'm up here to win." Hold on. But let me just finish my point though. What I'm saying is that Usyk said, "Yeah, maybe he can knock me out. Maybe." Like, you know what I mean? And he's super respectful, super just realistic about shit. He's just
not
human.
Charlo. That's not Charlo.
What are you talking about?
That's not Charlo. We know that's not Charlo.
You brought up the press conferences and his attitude.
Well, I'm saying
the way he was acting.
Because he changed who he was.
Man, get out of here.
Right. That wasn't Charlo. We know Charlo talked his best. We know Charlo.
Come on, man, G-Vibe. Don't do that, man.
Keep it respectful, y'all.
What? No, I mean, no, it's cool. I'm saying he just made my point. Charlo did not get out of line one time, and we know how Charlo speaks.
Charlo is a fucking dog. Don't say what you want, because he had to win those fucking titles at 54. He had to run it back to get some titles. He you know what I mean, as far as defeats, as far as draws, he had to run that shit back and fucking perform the second time out. Did what the fuck he had to do. He's a fucking dog. So I don't understand when people always try to hold on. But what I'm trying to say is that when people always try to say that Charlo went up there and bitched up. But Charlo's never really been, and I get that he did, but for people to say he was never really that dog, that's a fucking bullshit statement. And y'all motherfuckers downplaying Charlo and disrespecting him. Y'all motherfuckers ain't even fucking boxing or none of that shit. Out of shape, fat motherfuckers. Nah, man, look,
he in his feelings. He in his feelings.
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that, but respect the fucking fighter. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I'm saying I'm respecting him in his own class. He's a dog in his class. What happened when he stepped up?
I love the fact though that shows like TBV, even this show, all these shows are recorded and you can fucking play them back, because nonstop callers were calling in and talking about how Charlo is a dog. Charlo has a better jab. Charlo has better footwork. Charlo has all these things working for me. Hold on. Hey, let me fucking finish my point. God damn, hey, I'm getting to my point. Y'all don't even let me finish. God damn, bro. Like, look, at the end of the day, all those things were said. But then once Canelo beat Charlo, Charlo was a nobody. Charlo moved up too much. Charlo did it all wrong. But before that, Canelo didn't have a shot, man. Y'all said the same fucking shit. The same shit you say now about Canelo, you said it before Charlo, before he beat the dog shit out of fucking Charlo. Get out of here, man.
Coach, you can respond and I can go after you.
I'm gonna let you relax for a little bit, man, because I gotta bring somebody else up in here. I need you to relax.
Like I just said, before the fight, you saw the change in attitude and demeanor because he understood who he was going against. You can talk that shit in your weight division. You can say whatever you want to say. You're the dog there. But when you step into somebody else's yard, he did not have that same bravado. He did not have that same mystique. He did not have that same brashness that he usually has. And why did he do that? Because he knew who he was going against. And that's giving
So
Canelo his respect. You
how do
took
we
the
not
fight.
know? How do we not know the same won't happen with Bud? But is this Bud's weight class?
I'm just saying. And
No,
it may.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You
Can I
said that the
respond to
reason
you?
you
Okay,
said that the
I
reason
said,
why he couldn't
well,
dominate is because he was out of his weight
well,
class. That's what happened with Charlo.
no.
So is
I said,
Bud
hold on.
stepping into his weight class, or is
Well,
Bud
first,
going up
hold
his
on.
weight classes as well?
Well, first of
Johnny,
all,
come on, man.
I haven't heard Bud bitch up in the press conference.
I mean that,
So
like I
first of
said,
all,
that doesn't mean nothing. Like all that
yes, it
doesn't mean
does.
nothing. I've heard people
How
talk
doesn't it?
about I never let a fucking white boy beat me and then get buried in the fucking grave by
Come
Caleb
on,
Plant.
come
The
on, let's
fuck?
stop.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Like
Stop.
I'm proving a point.
I know, but that's not what we want to do, man. Come on. We're
All
getting
right,
Okay, but
man.
how many
emotional in
times?
here. This is a fight,
But how
man.
many?
Hey
But
man,
how
this
many
this
times?
this
On
this
a
is this
fight.
is just how I talk, Johnny. If you
I
don't
know.
like it, I'll get off your panel respectfully. You know what I mean?
No,
This is
no,
how I
I
He's
talk.
in his
know that's how you
feelings. He's in
talk,
his
but you know,
feelings.
let's just cool out, man. That's all I'm telling you.
He wasn't
Let
talking
other
that.
people make points, Javon. That's all. Let other people make point. I hear what you're trying to say, Javon, but what the coach is saying, what I'm also saying is that we were sold on the Charlo because we're used to knowing how the Charlo acts, how he behaves. We saw it change when it came to Canelo. The moment I saw that change, I knew
Right.
Charlo was not going to win the fight. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Javon. I didn't go into the Canelo Charlo fight thinking, oh yeah, no, Charlo gonna do it. When I saw those press conferences, when I saw how respectful, I said, oh no, it's done. Canelo's gonna beat him easy
And he fought that
because
way. And he fought.
he fought that way and he fought that way. That's all we're saying, Javon.
What if Bud keeps this dog like I do like his demeanor, don't get me wrong. I like the fact that Bud is there like to win. Bud seems like he has all this confidence in himself. But at the same time, what if he gets hit by one of those punches and all of a sudden he turns into a quote unquote Charlo? Then what would you say afterwards?
You can answer, coach, and I go after you.
If it was a fifth, we'd all be fucked up.
This is why.
So-
This
And
is
I-
why. Yeah, this is all about predictions. We don't know what's
And
going to
my
happen.
and my answer to that, Javon, is respectfully, okay, I can take that angle. So, but let's flip the other side of the coin. What if Bud takes the hit and it don't do a damn thing to Bud?
Then we're in for a good fight. And shout out to
Thank
that
you.
because I pay good money for my tickets, man. I want to fucking see a fucking fight. That's all I'm saying. But look, man, but you know, as far as the whole confidence thing of Bud, it's crazy that you guys don't pay attention that Bill Haney is gonna get two people fucked up. Bill Haney is the reason why Devin went to go fight Ryan, right? And at the same time, Bud Crawford, out of his own fucking mouth, said that the reason why I feel like I could go and do it because they told him, you said before weight classes for a reason, you respect the weight classes. What changed? He said, well, you know, I actually had a conversation with Bill Haney, and Bill Haney convinced me. Canelo's not a big guy. You got the skills in it. So Bill Haney is the reason why he's convinced, right? And people quickly forget that Bud said, I see myself maxing out at 154 pounds. Those guys up there are too big. You know what I mean? There's also the other clip outside of the interview where he's in the gym. They said, what about going up to 168? He looks at the camera, eyes peeled. He said, I ain't going up there. You know what I mean? And like, bro, like, so you guys can say what you want. And Bud can act how he wants.
The payday.
No, but what I'm telling you is that Bud is gonna put on whatever character he needs to put on, but in the ring, his heart is gonna be on display, and we're gonna see what the fuck it truly is. Because if he gets hit by certain shots, I'm telling you, it's gonna be in the back of his mind. Fuck, 154 is where I should fucking max out. I'm telling you, because why did he say that shit?
Hey, could I say something real quick? Because I'm gonna end up hopping off.
Yeah, I gotta get two people to hop off because I gotta get two people on. Rachel Donaire's in the chat too. She want to come in.
Oh, the first lady of boxing. Shout outs to Rachel. Yeah, I'm gonna make this quick. You know, when I came on here, right, one of the first things that I said, and it's kind of going on to G Vaughn's point, I was saying the one thing we can't account for is how Bud takes Canelo's power. Whether he got hit by a Gamboa and kind of had the little stanky leg, or, you know, Spence, we could say he was washed. He got hit by Spence and ate it like it's nothing. He still hasn't got hit by a guy as strong as Canelo. We can just sit here and guess and just predict as much as we want, but we're not gonna know until the 13th. You know,
right?
I'm a big Charlo guy. I don't really go too crazy. You know what I'm saying? when it came to the Charlos, what I seen with Jamel was I always thought he was a dog. I seen the way he talked. You feel me? I liked how he got it back in blood with Tony Harrison. As soon as he got hit hard, there's two things with every person, even with everybody on this panel right now. Somebody could just punch you just straight in the mouth, rock you, probably drop you. You're either going to flight or fight. It's one of the two. Charlo, it seemed like naturally he had that flight response. Some people are going to get hit like that and get hit hard, and then it's like, all right, bet we're going to trade. You know what I'm saying? So I just seen, I felt like a little bit of what Charlo had inside of him was more of that survival instinct. And again, there's just certain guys who's just willing to go out on their shield and just swing and get flatlined and possibly become a meme. So that's how I looked at it, you know, and I don't know how Bud is going to react. Like, maybe he decides that he's going to, you know what I'm saying, just fight back and then just go for gusto. Maybe he's going to just out of nowhere give us lateral movement. We thought he was going to give us a bunch of lateral movement when he fought Errol Spence because he was a bigger guy. And he just stood there because he didn't feel shit. But what happens if he actually feels something, you know? So, yeah, man, that's just how I see it. But shout out to everybody. Again, I'm going to jump off. Johnny, thank you for coming back, bro. You know, now I got some more shit to listen to. We appreciate it. Also, shout out to my boy Ben Johnson on Pro Box. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my guys. That's one of my guys, man. It's really him and Val Saint. You feel me? Those are my guys, man. And yeah, definitely. I'll be tuning in the rest of the week. I'll try to listen to the football shows too. I don't really care too much about football. And then I will be
calling. I mean, people ain't vote. Well, people.
Oh no, I voted. I said yes, though, bro. I had to put some, you know, positivity on that. But I will be tuning in on the 13th. I will call in off the Modelos, off the Corona. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna get you flagged, bro. I ain't gonna do that, man. We mature over here.
All good.
You know, unless somebody trigger me. But shout out to everybody that's on the panel, man. I'm gonna just keep tuning in. I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, man. That's Malcolm. We got Rachel. What's going on, Rachel?
Hey, Johnny.
How are you?
Why are you starting fights on a Sunday, bro?
I don't know, man. We got hella drama. It's this fight, man. This fight is just bringing out I mean, it's crazy. The intrigue, the back and forth. I mean, this is why this fight is so anticipated, man.
Yeah, it just seems like a lot of people are getting emotional off this fight, and I mean, I guess it's interesting to me. But I mean, like, stylistically, I think it's a fun fight, right? Like, let's take the weight off the whole off the table, because I mean, that's really the biggest argument right now. I feel like everyone's having is about the jumping the weight classes. But stylistically, it'd be a really fun fight to watch. Like, because if you were to play in a video game and pretend there's no weight classes, them fighting each other would just be a fun fight to watch, with, you know, how Crawford has, you know, the switch hit mastery. He likes to, you know, finish, has the highest finishing rates, and his adaptability to be able, he can box, he has a great jab, he can brawl, and he can counterpunch. His feet is actually better than Canelo's. Canelo's been heel toeing for a quick minute now. And as far as people have been saying about his stamina, I mean, even if you look at the Bivol fight, he's been working on it, I think. But during the Bivol fight, it was the first 40 to 50 seconds that he would push, and then he'd pull back on that gas pedal until at least he'll try in the last 20 seconds of each round. And by the time it hit the 5th or 6th round, he was going down to starting only in the first 30 seconds. Right. And that in and out movement of Bivol was, you know, really telling that he wasn't, you can't, with Bivol jumping in and out, there was no way a heel toe movement was going to be able to catch that, right? And then you could go to the Skull, and there was no urgency. Like, you could say Skull was running, but at the same time, the whole point of the squared ring is there are distances within that ring when you circle that bring you closer to your opponent, and at that point you're having to be able to cut off the ring better if your feet are fast enough to do so. That's why most of the time, if you start running, he throws those wide shots to kind of get you from, like, almost like pushing you to the direction he wants you to be at. Yeah. So I mean, I'm going. I wasn't gonna go, but now I'm going.
I'll be out
It's
there.
been, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll be out there too. I mean, look, Bud does have better feet than Canelo. All I was saying about as far as the footwork goes is that Bud is not one of these guys who moves his like he doesn't have his success based off of his feet movement. You get what I'm saying? It's other things like his angles, his counter punching, like the fact that he confuses people by switching stances, things like this. Where and of course he has power, but it's not necessarily his footwork that does it for him. He's
You're right.
actually more of a planted fighter when it comes to him trying to throw off his power shots.
Yeah,
But better than
100%.
Canelo, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing though, is Canelo's going to, you know, I mean, we could do all these different simulations of, well, if Canelo did this, like Bud would, like the best option would be for Bud to do this, right? Having Bud planted, not exactly the best strategy. I don't know what their strategy is. I'm not in Bud's camp, right? Like I'm not sitting there, and also the same with Canelo's. But you know, like, and then we talk about Bud's speed, and his power is based on his speed, right? Like he hits you quickly, and if he hits you at the right place, that's where it becomes devastating. Where Canelo is heavy-handed, and so then here comes the weight the weight difference in the two is Canelo, even at his weight right now, as high as it is, all the way to 75, still hasn't been dropped, right? So how do you bring up someone from 54 and expect that power to carry? That's one of the biggest things, and I can tell you from experience, is that from when Nonito was 112, 115, 118, 22, 26 was not our division at all. We were walking into guys that Nonito was weighing in fight night at 133. I talked to Walters and I talked to Carl Frampton. They both were walking in at 150. And I looked at Nonito. I was like, "Nah, you're not. This is not. You can't gain. He can't freaking gain weight. He's skinny. Like this, just how he is. I'm not saying Bud is, but I'm saying that when it comes to power, moving up in weight, that's one of those really hard things to keep and generate.
Yeah, I mean, because California keeps a record of the reweight, and they said that Bud came in at 169 for the Madronov. So I mean, it's right above the 168 level.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm guessing like now he just, of course, wasn't cutting anymore. So if he wasn't cutting, what was his, walk around weight without trying to, pump iron it and really gain? What is your normal walk around weight, and what's he's going to scale it? I think he's only going to weigh in at about, at fight night, I think he's going to weigh in below 175.
I had about 175. I think he'll be about 175.
Yeah, I say 170, 175. Probably 172, 173 is probably my best guess. Because I don't think, I think him being at 180 is him loading, like, to gain weight. But I don't think that's
that'll be too much.
Yeah.
What, 180?
He wanted Canelo.
Yeah. I think that would be too much. I mean, I think at
Yeah.
that point he would start being sluggish. And,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
banking on hand speed and endurance.
And this what I think he's gonna fight him on the inside a lot. That's what he's gonna fight him, but he's gonna fight him on the inside a lot to take the leverage off his shots. He's gonna work inside, and that's the thing I think people are not looking at. Bud's gonna work inside to keep that leverage off.
I think we're gonna have to see if he has enough power, because at the end of the day, that's the only thing. Of course he has plenty of knockouts. He has a high knockout ratio, but it is against guys at smaller weight classes. You get what I'm saying? Because I hear how even before this he's been sparring bigger guys, and for this camp obviously he's been sparring dudes like Lester and other guys that are big, but we're also talking about with headgear and 16-ounce gloves, or possibly even 18-ounce gloves. Who knows what they're doing? And I wonder if there's any point in time where they actually took off headgear, or at least went down to 10-ounce gloves, because it's one thing to be sparring these bigger guys. You haven't actually fought one of these guys no headgear, 10-ounce gloves. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole different thing, like as far as predicting how the shots are gonna feel, and how you're gonna be able to move around and throw your own shots too. So
Yeah, it's interesting because people forget about the fact that the gloves are bigger. I mean, I can't remember if it's 54 or 47 that it changes to 10, but I can tell you that even in sparring, like we did one sparring with someone, and they wanted 16s, and I was like, okay. And then the next time we did 14s, Nonito knocked him out in sparring. So even 2 ounces is, and of course that had headgear, right? So imagine without headgear, what 2 ounces could do. Like people, you know, they kind of underestimate kind of things like that when it comes to how much the glove weighs. I know people are like, oh, it's only 2 ounces, but there's, you know, there's a reason why there's more
Yeah,
in
and we
the
have to
heavier
keep in
weights.
mind that everybody keeps saying this too. We got to make sure that Canelo can land that shot. If he doesn't land the shot, the power goes out of the power factor goes out of the window. If he can't land the shot.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you
My,
but
my
if you're
my
saying
only
he's
thing
going to
though
work
is,
inside, if you're saying he's going to work inside, coach, there's a good chance that
yeah.
Canelo is going to land some shots
But
inside.
I mean, but I'd rather take that than having that leverage from that big guy for those shots.
But if you look at the numbers, like I said, going back to the numbers, people get annoyed because I just keep talking about numbers, stats. But hey, Bud gets hit more than Canelo. Like these are just the stats. He gets hit more than Canelo, and Canelo's more accurate than Bud. So for you to say like, hey, is he gonna be able to catch him? Like I think he will be able to just based off of the stats. You get what I'm saying? So like,
But there's a
the
difference in
stats
me
are there.
taking a shot. There's a difference in me taking a shot that I know I could take versus taking a shot from a guy I'm more aware than that. I'm just not gonna go in. I'm not gonna fight the same fight that I fought against those lower weight guys. He's not gonna come in and fight that same fight.
What is the numbers of punches thrown and landed for Bud on his highest fight?
At his highest fight, I would have
That'd
to look
be
that up.
800. That would be 800. That would be 810 against
Thrown?
Ricky Burns. And
Thrown
that
or-
was Salura. How you doing? How you doing, Miss down there? How
Hi,
you,
Two Tone.
hey, how you doing?
That's 5K tone.
Yeah, that's 810 punches against Ricky Burns, and that was 11 years ago.
That's the hardcore tone talking right there, baby. Research and all.
Yeah, and Bivol that night threw 710 punches against Canelo. The most punches somebody has thrown at Canelo. Berlanga threw about 4 something. John Ryder threw about 4 something. Munguia threw about 4 something. So if we're asking Terrence Bud Crawford to throw over, because he over 400 punches, I think Bud Crawford going to sleep. And coach, let me ask you this: what weight class did Floyd Money Mayweather look human at?
What weight class did he look? What was it? 154?
Yes, he looked human at 154. Saul Canelo Alvarez, what weight class did he look human at?
I mean, when he fought with Bivol, but I mean
175. I think that's 175. Now,
right.
Terrence Bud Crawford looked absolutely human at 150. Absolutely human up there. Now you're asking this man to go up. The Mike Tyson marketing looks cool with all the edits and the sweating and the digital abs, but let's be real. It's going to be a good fight until it's over. Until it's over. Respect.
You say he knocks him out?
It's going to be a good fight until it's over.
Yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead, G.
And Buzz, you know, they keep talking about how Bud is gonna go in there and be very active. I mean, again, going back to the numbers, Bud averages 5 more punches than Canelo per round. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I get he had that one fight that 810 punches, but outside of that, his average, he averages 46 punches per round. Like, that's his overall average. Canelo's is 41. You get what I'm saying? So there's not a big difference as far as their volume. Like. I mean, you could say that's a big difference, but that's also how many punches they're throwing, not necessarily landing. You get what I'm saying? So, hey, man, I think it's going to be a good fight. We'll see how Bud is able to fight at that weight class, because Charlo said that he thought he could do it, and he quickly found out that, hey, man, I'm just going to survive. So it was a big jump for him. You get what I'm saying? And Bud's coming off of a year off, and he's going up technically 3, but if you want to say 2, okay, whatever, that's more accurate. But, you know, because he had one fight at 54, and he didn't look his best. You know, I was there for that fight. I don't know. I've watched it back a couple times on video, and I don't know if people get a different perception live versus video or whatever. Because at the end, I was thinking like I think it's a draw. You get what I'm saying? Or possibly even give it to Maginov, because you know when it comes to championship fights, they say all the time that you have to take the belt from the champion. Like Bud didn't take the belt. You get what I'm saying? Like, and there's been and I know that's not an official thing, but that's been a narrative for the longest time. You have to take the belt from the champion, meaning you have to either knock him out or have a convincing win to take it. You get what I'm saying? But they gave it to Bud. But I feel like it should have either been a draw or possibly Maginov split decision. But you know, that's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a Bud hater, but hey, here I go going to another Bud fight. You get what I'm saying? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got Ness in the chat, bro.
I think
Shout
you.
out to Ness. He said Bud's never been in the ring
I
with
think
an
you.
ace guy on Canelo level.
Correct.
Rachel, did you hear that Bud's bringing out Bubba Sparks? Have you heard any rumors about that?
No.
Yeah, I'm tuning. I'm going just for Bubba. I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck about nothing else.
I told you I wasn't even gonna go to this fight. I was so not gonna go, and then Nonito's twisting my arm, so apparently I'm going. I was like, "Oh, you could go." I was like, "Bring one of your friends." He's like, "No, you're going." I'm like, and he's like, "Why don't you want to go?" I had this whole calculation. I was like, "Listen, where is the ring?" He goes, "In the middle of the field." I go, "How far is it to each end goal?" And he was like, 50 yards. I was like, "Well, where's the nearest restroom?" And he's like, "I don't know, 10 yards, 20 yards." I was like, "Okay, put that with heels on. How many times am I going to go to the bathroom? How many drinks are you going to bring me throughout the night?" And he was like, "Then wear flats." And I'm like, "No, that's so yeah." And it's a huge stadium. I've been there before, and it's crazy. The parking's madness, and so I left it to Nonito. I was like, "Listen, I don't feel like logistically doing this nightmare, but if you want me to go, then you got to figure out what time we need to leave because their traffic's gonna be horrendous. So we're not driving. What time we're eating dinner and all this other stuff." I was like, I'm not dealing with this. I love, honestly, as a Vegas local, I love MGM. MGM's my favorite. I don't care. MGM's easy. Like, you go through a lobby, there's restaurants and all this stuff. There's bars. You go into the arena, you come back out of the arena, there's restaurants and there's bars. That's it. Like, there's no mess. This one is
but
mess.
speaking about the size of the arena, you don't think that would be something for Bud? Because I know people say that Bud has this mind that's ironclad and nothing could affect it, not even a nuclear bomb. But at the end of the day, Bud has never, even when he did the BMO stadium, like with the floors on the seats, that's like 25,000 people. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about 60,000+ people, and I don't know, like, I've never been to a Legion personally myself, but you know, I got the ticket, so I'm like trying to figure out, okay, where my seat's gonna be at, and I'm watching. I'm looking up what type of events have they had there with a ring, and the only thing they've had is WrestleMania, and you know, the ring is right there in the middle, and just seeing like the wrestlers come out. And like, you can't even see the fucking wrestler. Like, there's just a sea of fucking people. It's loud as hell. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you don't think that would be something that would kind of get to Bud, because he's gonna come out first. Canelo's gonna come out, and you know everybody's gonna be singing along to whatever the fuck Canelo comes out to, and like, and you already know the chance too, as far as Canelo, Masco, whatever the fucking chance might be. Like, I don't know, like, Bud's never been to that level. You get what I'm saying? And Canelo's already done stadium a couple times, so. You don't think that'll play any factor?
Yeah. He's in the building. Rachel, the chat wants me to ask you who you going for.
I'm gonna give it a draw.
You're gonna go draw?
I have a lot of people who say draw.
I want to see the numbers on the draws. I think isn't it like plus 1,400? I kind of want to. I want to see all the odds and stuff like that. That, you know, like someone gets knocked down. I think that's possible. But I do think it's going the distance. Like, I don't think that. See, and then here's Jivon. I was listening to you talk to, I don't know who the hell it was earlier, but you know, like, what ifs, right? Like, it's all these what ifs. Like, if Bud gets hurt, let's just say that, right? Is he going to go out on a shield? Because it takes a certain fighter to go out on their shield. Or is he going to be in survival mode? If he's going to be in survival mode, I think that he can outrun, for lack of a better word, the rest of the round, right? Because again, Canelo's going to have to catch up with him. He could pull a skull and just keep moving around the ring just to survive the match. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but he could do that, or he could go out on a shield. Which one are we going to get? You never know until you're in, like, until you as a fighter are in there and you're looking at it like in a quick second, like, who am I right now? Because it makes you question if I'm going to just fuck it, I'm going to go all balls to the wall and I'm going to say I did my best, or the other way.
Does anyone think that can Bud outbox Canelo?
Yeah, and I think Canelo can also outbox Bud. I think this is a good matchup as far as their skill levels and as far as like what they're physically able to do. Like Bud is also about to be 38 years old. Like, you know, people want to talk about the wear and tear about Canelo, but Canelo, with his amateur record, he has like 107 fights. I wonder how many amateur fights Crawford has, because usually guys have a lot of amateur fights. You know what I'm saying? Canelo had 38. So I get that he's had a lot of pro fights, but he had 38 amateurs. He said, I went to pro because nobody wanted to fight me amateur, so I just went pro. You get what I'm saying? So like, I don't know, man. I think it's pretty evenly matched. The biggest difference is the weight class. That's the biggest difference that's going on here.
I mean, I don't really take amateurs too much into consideration, considering the age of both fighters. I think that that's something that I look at when they're coming into the pros, like their first 10 fights, right? Because now you're going to have to fight different. It's completely different from the amateurs. Like, do they have the foundation? Yeah, but now they've already leaned into certain habits that is a pro fight. And they're not necessarily going to be able to just flip that switch and be like, okay, back in the amateurs, I used to throw triple jabs and, you know, go around the world with my jab and be able to do this and do that. Especially back in the day where it was, you know, like it was just like what Nonito described it as. It was just tap, just keep tapping. Like, don't even try to power up on anything. It was like all the time, you know, just to rack up the points. So I feel like the only thing that we could really bank on at this point is almost like the last 5 years is what I would base it on. 10 years if you really want to stretch it, but that 10 years ago fighter is not the same fighter that's going to be stepping on the ring Saturday.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you said that we don't know what's going to happen. Like that's my whole thing. I go off of the stats and the numbers because that just gives me what is more probable of happening. You get what I'm saying? But outside of that, like I was trying to tell that guy earlier, you know, he was trying to say that Charlo was low IQ, that Charlo wasn't that dog. Like I said, people can say what they want to say, but Charlo has never shown bitch in him. You get what I'm saying? Showing respect to somebody is different than just bowing down to somebody. He showed respect to Canelo because before he even fought Canelo, even though he would talk shit and run his mouth about Canelo, at the same time, he would say that Canelo is the best in the game, that Canelo's somebody he looks up to. You get what I'm saying? He's already been said this shit before he got the Canelo fight. So it was just him showing respect. And like I said, his undisputed run, he had to run it back twice with two different guys to get all the belts. You get what I'm saying? So like, and when he did that, he never fucking bowed out in none of those fights. He came to fucking fight. So him coming and fighting Canelo, hey, like he said, you know, it was him realizing that he made a jump that was too big for him. And at the end of the day, we don't know if that same shit can happen with Bud. Bud go in there and it might not even necessarily be the power, because I don't know, some people for some reason are not convinced about Canelo's power, even though Bivol will tell you like he hits harder than fucking Better Beef or whatever the case might be. But throw power out the window. Maybe just the way your body feels, the way you're breathing, you get what I'm saying, just feels different. And so you think to yourself, like how you said, is it going to be fight or flight? And they make the decision. And again, it goes back to the 60-some thousand people, and you start thinking, goddamn, 60-some thousand people are about to see me get knocked the fuck out, or I could survive this and not be a meme all over the fucking internet. It's hard to tell how somebody's gonna react, man.
Well, I mean, I'd rather see that the night of the fight than before it, and Bud hadn't shown me that before it.
Well, I think that though, like when it comes to that thing that they said about Charlo, I don't think that maybe it was just a wrong choice of words. I'm not sure. I'm not them. But I would have chosen, like what you were saying, that the fact that he had jumped weight classes and he had signed the fight and now you're there. Like there's no backing out now, right? Like it's you realize the consequences of your decision when it's right in front of you. Exactly. And I don't think at any point, like I don't I never call. First of all, I don't care if you're a bum fighter and you step into that ring. When you step into that ring, like that's life and death. And so I never ever say like, hey, well, you know, Charles a bitch. Dude, like you couldn't do that. Like most, God, like what is it? 0.000 whatever 1,000% is has ever been in the ring. And then second, the ones to become a world champion, to become an undisputed champion, make that percentage even lower than that. So I always take it whenever people say that and they've never gotten in that ring before as a grain of salt, because literally that grain of sand in a beach that one grain of sand is how many world champions, undisputed champions we have, and that tells you how hard it is to get.
Facts.
Yeah.
Panel, I got a question for the panel real quick. Rancho and Coach Javon and Johnny should have Terrence Bud Crawford taken a tune-up. By the time he walks to the ring, he didn't been out the ring 411 days. There's mad BBLs that have happened since that time.
Hold on, before y'all answer that, Nestor Gibbs with the $2 said I also hit the thumbs up. not sure that's the real one, but
Nah, I think man, that might be a burner because not a burner, but they donated the other day to the Boxing Voice too. Like that shit was funny as hell. They were talking about some chess with
he's definitely in the chat. He's in the chat somewhere. So you got a burner up in here, Ness.
Hey man, but as far as Tone's question goes though, people will argue that Bud hasn't been that active, so it's really just normal for him, right? Because since 2020, like Bud has had 6 fights, Canelo has had 11 fights. So just kind of off topic is like when people say that Bud is an all year round athlete and you know whatever, he stays in the gym. Like how does the same not apply for Canelo if he's had 11 fights in the time that you've had 6? You get what I'm saying? That means that he's constantly in the training camp. But whatever, that's another thing though. But I definitely think he should have taken some kind of tune up. If whether it was at least at 60, I would have said 68. Because the thing is, people bring up Roy Jones and him being able to go up to heavyweight from light heavyweight, and you know, but Ruiz is not a fucking Canelo. Like, what did Ruiz ever accomplish, and what did Ruiz go on to do after Jones? You get what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about an undisputed champion that, yes, he has 2 losses. One came at 23, one came up at a higher weight class, but at 68, he is undefeated. You get what I'm saying? Like he's dominating that division, and you're gonna go and jump up weight classes and beat the guy who's dominating everybody else that's already naturally there, but you just had trouble at 54. You get what I'm saying? Like, hey man, shout out to the Bud fans that just believe. You know what I mean? Where's the soundbite? Wishing on a star, man. That's all I can say.
I think the way they're building up, you know, heard about his camping thing, and I just look at the way they're building him. That the fact is they're allowing him to put on that weight, and he's learning things as he puts on that weight. Really to be effective, he has to learn to really punch different, carrying that weight to be effective. You know, just because you put on this weight, it doesn't mean that you punch the same. So I think they're building him the right way. It doesn't necessarily mean that I don't necessarily think he needed to have a tune-up fight for this. They're like I said, just building him the right way. They're doing a lot of, you know, kind of like out of character type of things with Bud. His angles of punching is going to change because of the weight. Of course, the style of fight that he fights is going to change. So you can always have, like you said, you don't know until you get in there and you taste the power of someone. You put on those gloves and things of that sort. But I just think that, you know, the time off and what he's doing, I don't blame him for not taking it. And then also, we got to go back to the money part of it. If you get in there and you don't look as good and people are like, oh, it's going to be a wash, it messes up the money. It messes up the money. So it was smart for him to really business side not to take a fight, because we're looking at the 154 fight and saying, oh, 154, you didn't look like da-da-da. And then you're going to jump. Imagine if he went to 160 and fought somebody and it was like, okay, it kind of takes away the glamour from the fight that people would be like, I really don't want to see this. So, you know, I understand both sides of it, you know.
Yeah, I would agree with Coach Walker. Like, I mean, I would have wanted to, as you know, a manager, like to make sure that he got his feet wet, right? And like I said, like even Coach Walker said, like even at 60, of course, don't do and tune-up fight. I don't mean like tune-up fight, like let's just pick a bum off the street kind of thing, but more of like top 5 if you can't move actually into a championship or 1 or 2 on the rankings. To see if you can take the weight of those guys. And but at the same time, like I get that, yeah, you could mess up your bank at any point if you decide to take a fight that you don't look great. That might be great for Canelo, right? Like you're like, oh, I'll take him now, like for sure, 100%. But then when it comes to Bud's negotiating table, he might have gotten less because he's like, dude, like nobody even wants to see you fight Canelo because of you didn't, you went 12 rounds with a number 8 guy that you should have been able to like wipe out because you have way more experience. Like even if you picked an 8 that was a 15-0, right? It would look bad.
Yeah, I mean, but do you not also think that that speaks to Canelo's confidence that he said, look, in the meantime, I'll go ahead and take 2 fights because I know I'm gonna win. Like, because people could also make the argument that, like you said, a loss or even a bad performance from Bud could have, killed the buzz and the momentum around it. Meanwhile, Canelo said, hey, I'm gonna go out and do my 2 regularly scheduled fights. I'll get to you when I'm done with them. You get what I'm saying? Because I know what I can do. I don't have to worry about building myself for a year for 1 fight. You get what I'm saying? And the time that you do that, I'll do 2 fights. Have 2 guys I prepare for.
Well, Canelo's taking it for the money too. You got to look at it that way. Because if that's the case, he'd be like, "Why am I been fighting Bud? Then I wouldn't waste my time fighting him." He's taking it for the money too, so it's a money aspect for him. It's a money grab for him as well. If this fight was going to be as big as what people think it was, because at first you got to think just like he didn't even address the Terrence Crawford rumor because he thought it was just like when people asked Terrence Crawford about it, he didn't address it. Turkey Al-Sheikh came along, and this whole thing came about when they start putting numbers behind this of what they could make. Now Canelo don't mind fighting Bud, just like Bud don't mind fighting Canelo. So I think it's the money factor that plays a part in this as well from both ends, because it doesn't do with Canelo. If Canelo gets in here and go 12 rounds with Bud, what does that say? And he doesn't hurt him, then knock him down, and he does 12 rounds. What does that tell you then? Now that doesn't look good for Canelo.
Yeah. I don't think it would have. I don't think it hurts. It would have been. I think it would have been good for him to have a fight before this, but it also not having one is what got us all buzzing, right? The intrigue factor.
Correct.
We don't know how Bud's going to perform moving up 2 weight classes because we haven't even seen him fight at 60 or 68. So from a marketability standpoint, it works. But for me personally, and again, you guys know I'm old-fashioned, I would prefer to see at least 1 fight. It would have eased my mind and made me think a little bit differently going into this fight because I just don't know. The biggest thing with me with this fight is the intrigue factor. That's what makes this fight, so watchable because we just don't know how he's going to be able to handle, Canelo's punch. We all feel. I think we all agree that we believe that Bud's going to fight this guy. I don't think he's going to do a lot of moving around. That's just who Bud is. So, can he take that punch at 168? We don't know that because we've never seen him take one at 168. So it's good for business. But if it were me, I wouldn't have minded the tune-up before this fight.
Yeah, and more so, you got to think about this. Can Canelo deliver that punch? We hadn't seen Canelo really deliver that punch in a minute. So
what do you mean? I mean, he delivered a lot of punches.
He dropped Berlanga.
Did you watch how quick that punch was that dropped Berlanga? Like, man, like you telling me that Bud's gonna move out the way when, like I told you, look at the stats. Bud gets hit more than Canelo. You're gonna tell me that quick? It wasn't just that he muscled his way in there. He caught Berlanga with a fucking hook that was there in a split second. You get what I'm saying? A quick fucking hook. Those type of shots that put down a 200-pound man can easily put somebody down that we've all agreed that Bud's more likely gonna come in fight night around 175 or lower.
Okay. You know so you're saying he's gonna land that punch on Bud. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, no problem.
But I mean, you're saying he could. You're automatically
he could.
You're automatically
saying he's not. Hold on. I didn't say he wasn't. I said he has to land the shot. Not saying he
Oh.
won't. He has to land the shot.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, that's
Yeah, I mean,
boxing, right? But
but look, this is a little off subject, but two people in the chat, Jonathan Sims said that that Ruiz actually beat Holyfield. Hey man, shout out to Buster Douglas, because people forget that he was undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, but went on to do jack shit. You get what I'm saying? But you know, hey, but he had one hell of a night. So like, you know, you can't. I wonder if Jonathan Sims gives all that credit to Buster Douglas, or if, you know, like, is Buster Douglas an all-time great? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because Ruiz was able to do that with Holyfield, but I mean, who else did he beat besides Holyfield that made Ruiz this elite fighter?
I thought they cheated Ruiz against Roy Jones.
Hey man, and
because they wouldn't let him fight a big man fight. They let Roy Jones move up to the heavyweight and dictate the fight of a heavyweight fight.
Shout out to you for acknowledging that. And then also, Ness was talking about Jose Benavidez, and a lot of people actually kind of point to Benavidez as being one of Bud's good wins. But it's crazy that people always talk shit about Canelo for coming in with that knee brace when he came in, but they forget that Jose Benavidez was in that knee brace after getting fucking shot. You know what I'm saying, with Bud? Like, people forget this shit, but for somehow, like, he gets all the world in the credit for beating Benavidez in that state. But you know, hey, shout out to that, man, whatever. But
he washes Benavidez without a knee brace or a bullet.
Hey, I hear you, but he had a knee brace.
I mean, yeah, but he still washes him without that. I mean, okay.
I don't know. It lasted to the 12th round, right? Or was it the 11th? Whatever it was. Hey.
Coach, the shots that Canelo missed on Floyd Money Mayweather, you think he's gonna land those against Bud, being that Floyd Money Mayweather is a supremely defensive fighter, and Bud was getting drilled by right hands versus Madrimov, a 10-fight fighter?
I can't say. I just think because that's not the same Canelo that fought Floyd Money Mayweather. It's not the same, you know. So I mean, it's that's the thing. Like we say, styles make fights. Just because you did something to one fighter doesn't mean you can do it to the next. It doesn't mean you can land that shot. It doesn't mean he can't take that shot. What if he hits him with that shot and Bud doesn't go down, but it's the same shot that dropped a 200-pounder? We just don't know. You know, so
like
when
you fight Canelo, logically, his last opponents immediately go on the back foot. They immediately go on the foot naturally.
Okay, but we know he can be outboxed. We do know that. At the end of the day, we know Canelo can be outboxed. We know his feet have gotten slower.
But the two people that did it, Coach, was Bivol, who threw a record high 710 punches. Bud ain't threw, his highest output was 810 punches against Ricky Burns 11 years ago. And Canelo fought TBE, Floyd Money Mayweather. So
don't forget that we thought Laura beat him. So we're not going to forget that Laura beat him.
Some people think that.
Well, no, I thought Laura beat him. We know that. And then also we look at No Doubt Trout gave him hell. So people try to erase this
again. Look at the accuracy of the shots. Canelo won that shot. I know there's more to judging other than that, but people don't take that into account because they talk about Canelo and the low output. Even though I told you that the average punches between them are 5 fucking punches, right? What's thrown per round, but Canelo's accuracy is that good that you don't have to put out this high output. You get what I'm saying? When you're putting out a low output but having high accuracy, and at the same time have your opponent on the back foot, the judges are looking at that and they're saying this guy's controlling the fucking round by throwing minimal punches and being accurate with his punches. So that type of shit wins rounds. So for people talking about he lost to Lara, I'm curious, how did he lose to Lara?
Go back and watch it.
That's all anybody ever says.
If you go back and watch it, it tells you how he lost to Lara.
I'm asking you, but I'm telling you what I saw.
He was
I saw
outpointed
accuracy
against Lara. He was clearly outboxed.
Why? Because Lara threw more.
He was outpointed against Lara.
No, I don't know. The scorecards would tell you otherwise, and the accuracy would tell you otherwise.
I mean, of course, the scorecards tell you sometimes whoever they tell to tell it. We know that in boxing as well.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Nonito's looking at me because he has sparring tomorrow at 10. So
Tell Nonito I said what's up.
well, giving me a death stare.
I gotta get his prediction too.
Okay. If you're gonna be on tomorrow, maybe I think tomorrow night's okay.
Let's do it. Tomorrow night I got Corey Marksman on too. You know Corey?
Oh yeah, Nonito just commentated. Wait, did Nonito commentate on Corey's?
Yes. Yes, he was
Yes.
there.
Okay.
I saw him.
Because it
Yeah,
was 2
yeah.
days. Like my whole 2 days were mushed together on like so much boxing. Um, and of course I had to sit in the arena, so like all of it, and I sat in the same seat, so it all looks like one day in my head. But yeah, Nonito's sparring tomorrow. Some guy 4 rounds, and then I got like 6 stove burners on the table for Nonito before the end of the year. So we'll see which fighter we choose to fight.
Awesome, awesome. Let us know. Let us know.
Have a good night.
Of course. Good night, Javon.
Yeah,
Night,
shout out to
Take
you
care.
for
Good
coming
Coach.
night.
on.
You know you're always welcome back, Rachel.
Thanks. Night, Two Tone. Bye, chat.
Take care, man. The great Rachel Donaire. Looks like I arrived, y'all. Look, I got a burner.
Hey,
Johnny from the Hangout Space. Like and subscribe. I just came back from the cruise. Okay.
Hey man, shout out to Johnny, man. Shit.
Johnny,
Looks like I arrived.
there you go.
Hey,
Oh, shit.
we just got to keep it real, man. Oh, my dog in the building.
Trees, my bad, Trees, man. I ain't even been looking down there, man. My bad.
We got to keep it real, gang. The only way Bud has a chance to win this fight is if Canelo is absolutely washed.
If he's drunk.
Yeah, if Father Time that night touches Canelo on the shoulder and he's looking like Kobe Bryant when Kobe started to do 25 pump fakes, when Patrick Ewing was looking wild out there, when Brady was looking washed and Peyton Manning, if Canelo has anything left, there ain't no way Bud Crawford beat no Canelo Alvarez. I don't know.
It shouldn't even go 12 then. It shouldn't go 12. If Bud goes 12 with Canelo, that tells you a lot.
I don't think he's gonna go 12.
No.
Like honestly, I don't think he's gonna.
I respect
go 12.
that. I respect
think if
that.
Canelo comes in and gives the performance that I think he can give, like he ends Bud in 8 rounds or less. But I mean, hey man, that's just me giving my actual prediction. I think Canelo wins either which way. I think Bud has a possibility of winning. I give it 60-40. But like I said, shout out to the Bud fans because y'all making it interesting.
60-40.
Yeah, because look, at the end of the day, I give you guys a shout out to Bud fans because you're making it interesting with the narratives you're spinning. Because like I said, shout out to shows like this one and TBV and all these other shows that you can go back and listen to. Because people did not think that Bud should make that fucking jump. Shout out to Ness because he said that you guys were calling in, counter punching, spending all this money to tell Ness to stop trying to set Bud up. You're trying to set him up. You want to see him lose. You hate Bud. That's what they're saying. You want to see him Canelo. Why? You want to see him fight Canelo. Why? Because you hate him, right? And why were they saying that? Because Bud out of his own mouth said, I see myself maxing out at 154 pounds. There's weight classes for a reason. 168 pounds, I ain't going up there with those big guys. But, you know,
and we
whatever.
heard Canelo say he wasn't going to fight him.
Shout out
yeah,
to
I
you,
know, but the money, but the money makes him do it because at the end of the day, Canelo seen what you guys did with with Charlo a second ago when we had the other dude up here. What was he doing? Saying Charlo was low IQ, saying Charlo was a fucking bum. All this crazy weird shit, right? When you're talking about an undisputed champion who had to get it in fucking blood, right? And he came up and to me, he's always shown that he was a dog. It switched up in that fight. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, hold on. But at the end of the day, nobody gave fucking Canelo that credit. Those same people that were calling into shows like TBV and were saying that Charlo has a superior jab, that he has superior foot movement, that he's just a younger, stronger fighter. At the end of it, said Charlo should have never went up there. Charlo looked too sluggish.
But when everybody saw him in the press conference, we knew what it was. They
I
gave him
hear
that
you,
fight
man.
they gave him that fight because his brother didn't take the fight. His brother was out. That was
I got to retort to press conferences. Bud looked absolutely shell shocked in every press conference. Canelo was on big league time. Remember they sitting in front of Tom Brady, Shaquille O'Neal, Musty Marco in the background, Dana White there. The niggas said they was like, "Who you fought?" And Bud said Ricky Burns, and then Canelo like laughed. He was like, "Who is that, bro? Like you talking to me? I'm one of the greatest Mexican fighters all time, bro. Who are you talking to? You fought this nigga Earl Spence that was on motherfucking weed and left hard Dean the same day, nigga. You fighting me, Canelo? No, tell me you fought Sean Porter. Tell me that, bro. Yeah, man, it's about to be a movie.
There's weight classes for a reason.
I mean, if he do it, let him do it. I'm just saying. I mean, If he does it, you know, he needs to do it. If he gets
Yes.
in there
Hold
and
on,
this is a close fight, bro, you got to give it up. Even if he wins, if it's a close fight, there is no way. Everybody talking like there is no way this fight should go 12 rounds.
He do got Uncle
And
Turkey. Uncle Turkey, coach. Uncle Turkey.
Hey, why was he touching his shoulder like that with the R&B playing in the background? That shit was wild.
Man.
That's
Usher was in the background, gang.
That shit was classic, man. Before you go, Trees, Ness said Canelo definitely has better IQ and better defense, offense, foot placement, and head movement than Errol Spence Jr. And he said the same thing about David Avenesian.
Hey, and shout out to David Avenesian because when Bud fought him, people don't understand. Bud only landed 13% of his shots. You understand how low that is? 13%. Yes, he knocked Avenesian out, but that just showed that Avenesian didn't belong to fucking being there. But how you land 13% of your shots? That's not good. I don't know if you guys know, but that's not good.
I don't care about numbers, but what I want to say
I know
is,
you don't.
Let Trees go, man. You guys cooked enough, man.
But what I want to say is, I keep hearing about power, traveling up, and all this other type of shit. See, I don't care about my man's power because that's not what I'm into. Like, I don't care if he got power going up there because I don't think you need power to defeat motherfucking Canelo. I think you need power to deter. Excuse me. I think you need power to deter Canelo. You don't need power to defeat him. You feel me? So it's like, I think it's a big difference between having strength and having power. You get what I'm saying? Because it's total trainings that's different for that. Like you've never heard of it called strength lifting, now is it? It's called power lifting, my guy. And they got strength and conditioning training. So I think my guy is gonna have enough power in his punches, enough sting behind his shots to deter Canelo from just walking him down and doing whatever the fuck he want to do. You understand? But I think that my guy's gonna have enough strength, like when they lock horns, when they lock up on the inside, because I'm with Coach on that. Like if I was coaching my fighter, I would definitely, we're gonna get in close. We want to take leverage off his punches. We want to take sting off his punches. So we're gonna crowd this space. We're gonna clinch. We're gonna slug and hug. We're gonna jab and grab with this guy. We don't need to be powerful. We need to be strong. It's a difference. You get what I'm saying?
He's a wrestler too, so good is strong.
Exactly. My man's as from one wrestler to another. My guy's used to manipulating weight. I'm hearing guys talking about he's gonna come in at 175 and. I don't know about that. I think he's excuse me. I think my guy might come in and weigh in. I'm thinking he might come in and weigh in at like 165 or something like this.
164.
We all agreed upon that as far as being his fight night weight. But look, my thing is, it's always been a thing in boxing where people say don't lift all these weights. Weights will if you lift a lot of weights, the muscles are gonna gas you out. Not just that, but if you do enough weights, right, your arms get tensed up. Like your arms don't have the same range of movement that they usually have. But somehow, when it comes to super fucking Bud, right, like it's all the right things to do. For everybody else, you shouldn't do it, but for Bud, do it.
Before I was so rudely cut off.
No, I was adding something.
Didn't I say that there's a difference between powerlifting and strength and conditioning training? Did I not say that? Now, who's to say that my man probably not powerlifting? He's gaining strength and conditioning, two things that he will need going up 2 weight classes. You understand?
I saw him benching 400 pounds.
Excuse me.
All right, go.
If I'm putting on muscle, you're telling me that my muscles are going to need more oxygen. Therefore, I'm going to need better conditioning. And if I'm having muscle, that means it's not necessarily power, it's strength. Like I'm telling you, I don't see I hear we talking about 400-pound deadlifts and all this shit, but how many times are you doing that? If you're doing that one time and then we're working down, we're doing burnouts, you get what I'm saying, to build our strength so we can get more reps. I'm with that. Like I think it's like Johnny, remember when I was telling you when I asked that question when I said what's the difference between 168 pounds of bricks and 168 pounds of feathers? And remember, we had one guy on here say, "Oh, it's a big difference between 168 pounds of bricks."
I mean, if you're punching the bricks, there is a difference. If you're punching the bricks or punching the feathers, there's a difference.
168 pounds is 168 pounds, no matter whether it's feather or it's bricks, my guy. That's where you fucked up at. And
Makes
like
a big difference if I'm punching.
Excuse me. And like I told him, you're thinking of it's a difference between weight and density, my guy. The bricks might be more dense than the feathers are, but they weigh the same, my guy. Canelo might be a bit more dense than Bud, but they're gonna weigh the same. They're fighting at 168, my dog. See, you got to get your words together. Vocabulary is key, my guy. So I'm trying to tell you, My guy's coming in with strength. He might be coming in with a little bit less density, but he's coming in at the same weight. So I think that he's going to have the strength and conditioning to outweigh Canelo's power. You see what I'm saying? Well, not outweigh it, but to equal his power. You get what I'm saying? So like when they lock up on the inside, I don't think Canelo is just going to be pushing motherfucking Bud around like people think that he is, although he's coming from smaller weight class. So I don't know, man. I like Bud.
All that dumbass shit.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
I was about to say, who's got this? That's Tone with the sound bites.
Who the fuck told y'all that dumbass shit?
Oh, I thought that was somebody who came on
What
the
was
panel.
that?
I was like, damn, somebody came in.
Were you playing some low shit that said there's weight classes for a reason?
Yeah, that was Bud. That was Bud.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I'm like, what the fuck?
Told y'all that dumbass shit.
Yeah, that's Bud who said it.
I mean,
Damn,
but
hey, so it's not a such thing as strength and conditioning training that's not different from powerlifting, Two-Tone?
Bro, you trying to define
but that doesn't
define logic now. You defining boxing
I'm not
logic.
trying to define logic. It's called definitions.
No,
You could barely freaking hear you, Treese. You can talk a little louder.
Is powerlifting different than strength and conditioning training, Two-Tone?
Bro, this about niggas chunking from the shoulders, bro.
Is powerlifting?
yeah, I mean, I can lift 300 plus pounds. That doesn't necessarily mean I punch hard. Like you gotta know how to punch.
But does that make you strong?
I mean, strong, yes, but what does that matter?
That's what
throwing punches.
That's what. Excuse me.
You're
and
throwing punches. That's how you win, right? Punches.
I just told you that I'm not. It's not Bud's power that I'm worried about. It's Bud's strength that I'm worried. I don't need Bud to be a power puncher going up to 160.
So what is he gonna do? He's gonna take him down to the ground as UFC now?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
If we have
no,
to,
come on, Trees.
In a clinch, excuse me. In a clinch, if we tie.
So you're telling me he's gonna dip Canelo?
My goodness.
He gonna body slap.
I gotta let each other talk, man. This is why I don't like having 5 people on the panel, man.
If I'm fighting Canelo, and in boxing there is a such thing as a clinch, right? People do tie up in boxing, right?
Yeah.
Who clinches Canelo?
That's my point, gang. We have to use a different strategy. Clearly, the other shit that's been tried doesn't work. The guy who I watched tie up Canelo, Floyd Mayweather, it worked.
Didn't I say he's gonna frustrate Canelo? I said he's gonna frustrate Canelo.
Thank you. The guy who I watched tie up Canelo, Bivol, Floyd Mayweather, these things work. So when you slug and hug,
Bivol never tied up Canelo.
Whoa, I think you might want to go back and rewatch that. I definitely see.
Yeah, I think you should rewatch it. Bivol was constantly in and out. Bivol was constantly in and out.
There were some tie-ups in the fight, gang. You telling me in 12
maybe
rounds,
2.
there was no
maybe 2.
Okay. I love how we like to cut me off, but point being, in boxing, when you do clinch and you tie up, there's strength involved in that. So when I didn't make up the term slug and hug and jab and grab, my guy. I never just made this shit up. I'm not smart enough to do no shit like that. Even though I am an intelligent motherfucker, I didn't come up with that. Jabbing and grabbing, slugging and humming, that's a thing you can do. So when my guy Bud, who happens to have more reach, like I heard you mention, Javon, earlier in the show, a 74 to a 70-inch reach, when he throws his jab out there, when we see Canelo about to wire up, get off, go to our body, whoa, slow that shit down. You get in there, you tie him up, you clinch up. I mean, it's pop. Like I think strength and power are different. I don't need my guy to be a power puncher. I just need his strength to travel up to 168. So when the clinches, we don't get thrown around.
Everybody has a longer reach than Canelo.
Trees, what did Bud use that same game plan Jared Anderson used against McCauley?
Oh shit!
Then he'll get beat up. Clearly, that's what happened to Jared. Was that supposed to hurt my feelings or some shit like that?
I mean, shout out to having heart, man. Bud has heart.
It's crazy how Two-Tone you're a supporter, but nobody knows who your actual fighter is. You see how you can say who my fighter is because I fuck with my guy. Excuse me. Shout out to Albert Bale, you feel me, who just entered the top 10 in the WBA, you understand me? Shout out to Jared Anderson. Shout out to O'Shea Jones, you see me? Because I have a fighter that I claim. You don't claim fighters, you just
my fighter's Alicia Baumgart. Nigga, welcome to Miami, nigga.
We're in Miami. Hey,
tell her to go to the UK and fight Caroline Dubois, man. We'll let her see that to the old ass fighters.
We got a couple of people back there, new people calling in, man. So
I'm out, gang.
I need to flip out a couple of people because we ain't having 20 people on
No prediction. I have no prediction. September 11th, TBV betting show. That's where our prediction will be on the Boxing Voice betting show.
He
I have
slithered out of that shit.
no prediction. I'm out, gang. Johnny, happy back, my nigga. We out. G-Von, my nigga.
Oh, yeah, take it
Coach
easy. I'm out,
Walker,
Johnny.
brother.
Coach.
Hey,
Treat
give
you, my
Two-Tone
nigga.
his 5K, man. Fuck this shit.
Well,
All
I
right,
just want
man.
to say, I'm about to slide out too. Just ask the callers, man, the difference between strength and conditioning and powerlifting, and it's ask them, is that a difference? That's all I'm saying. But shout out to the Hangout Spot, shout out to the Midwest Mafia, and shout out to my third shift workers. Johnny, I fucking missed you, gang. We can't wait to get some bare knuckle fighters on this bitch. We love you, gang. Be cool, man.
Yeah, I love you guys back, man. I missed being here, man. I needed that vacation, but yeah, man, we back. We back like we never left, man. Make sure you guys smash that like button. We cooking tonight, man. G-Von on the panel. We got a couple new callers. We got my man Anthony, man, who's a new subscriber. What's going on, champ?
I disagree with Trace because we're forgetting one major factor. Thomas Taylor, the referee, is not going to allow Bud to clinch like the obsessive clinching that Bud does. So I don't think Bud is going to be able to clinch like the Trace thinks he is and stuff like that. And I have a question for both of you. Are Canelo and Bud the same style of counterpuncher, or are they two different styles? Like, are they the same style of counterpuncher? They just implement it differently, or are they two different styles of counterpuncher? In your opinion,
G-Von, you go first.
Two different styles of counterpuncher. I mean, I think they throw punches differently, so I guess you could say they're different kinds of counterpunchers. But I think they're both great at counterpunching. I guess Bud is. I don't know. I would personally say Canelo's more of a counterpuncher, but people are telling me that no, it's actually Bud. So, but as far as like how they counterpunch, I think it's a little different because Canelo kind of waits for you to throw the shots, Bud tries to throw with you. You get what I'm saying? But
he's a traditional. Like I would say, Canelo's more the Canelo in terms of the style of counterpunching he is. He's more of that exciting combination counterpuncher, and Bud is the traditional counterpuncher, like a sort of like a Devin Haney or someone like that. The pure boxers where they wait for you to counter, throw a punch, then they counter and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Canelo throws a bunch of punches, sees what you react to, and I have a baseball comparison for Canelo. He's a Barry. Remember when Barry was at the height where people hated to pitch to him and stuff like that?
That guy was getting walked with the bases loaded.
Yeah, so I would compare Canelo to Barry in that sense where if people he F's with your mind to the point where he makes you do something out of your ordinary game plan. Do you guys agree?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I spoke about that a little bit. How people who fight Canelo who aren't usually back foot fighters, most of them start off on the back foot. They're constantly already thinking from the very beginning. It's kind of like that Mike Tyson aura. You get what I'm saying? When people when they fought Mike Tyson, they're thinking they're either thinking I'm gonna go in there and just lay it all out, or they're thinking like I'm not trying to get hit by this guy. You get what I'm saying? And all that would happen before the fight happened, and especially once the fight is going on. Like Canelo is somebody who's constantly pressuring, coming forward. So if you already have that in your mind, and then you have him actually in front of you coming forward, you're trying to hit him with shots. He's letting them slide off, or he's parrying the shots because Canelo's actually a great parry. Like he parry shots fucking excellent. You get what I'm saying? People don't give him enough credit for that. But he'll do all that and continue to come forward and will land something on you, and it'll have you constantly, thinking like this guy's pressuring me. Like kind of you freeze up. You get what I'm saying? So like you're saying, like you act differently. Like when he's coming towards you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, and what I mean by F with your mind, like what? Remember the Caleb Plant fight? Caleb is a naturally defensive fighter in general. Like, and Canelo forced him to come forward and try to fight on the inside, which is not a natural thing for Caleb to do and stuff like that. And I think he did that with William Skull too. William Skull, right? Did he do that with Skull too, where Skull's a defensive guy first, and Canelo forced him to come on the inside and fight with him?
Well, right? William Skull was the guy who he just fought last who kept moving around the ring. William Skull, if you go back and watch his fights, he's very offensive. Like he has a pretty good defense, but he's very offensive. He's never actually moved like that in none of his other fights. Like he's almost a counterpuncher himself. He's like a boxer.
Yeah,
He has
and
50% knockout
I don't think Bud fans like these Bud fans that bring up his wrestling background, that means nothing in the ring. This is not the UFC. Like it means absolutely nothing. You're in a boxing ring. You're not going to be able to take him down. And like I said, the referee Thomas Taylor is not going to allow Bud to do that obsessive clinching he usually does, where I can't remember what fighter he did that with, where the fighter couldn't push. Canelo's not, and in general, Canelo won't allow you to wrap him up, right? When you look at Canelo, has a boxer been able to wrap him up like at all? No. So I don't think Bud is going to be able to do that. I don't know where this notion that these Bud fans come up with that Canelo's going to allow him to do that, like tie him up like that, or the referee is going to allow him to do that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I agree because, Treese, I asked him about that, and he said, yeah. I mean, I know he's probably trolling or whatever, but I told him, well, what is he going to do, body slam him? And he said, yeah, but that's why none of that makes any sense as far as, like, actually boxing. You get what I'm saying? Like, could it make it that you're more, I guess, have a stronger presence in the pocket? Like, well, when you're in close quarters, and you might be able to push more. I don't know. Maybe he has a stronger base than Canelo. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, no. And for me, Bud, I don't think the reach matters. If Bud wants to,
he's fought guys with longer reach. So
yeah, no, and with Bud specifically, I don't think this reach matters as much as people are making it out to be. I understand he has longer arms, but Canelo hasn't Canelo fought taller guys who have a longer reach than Bud?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't think that reach means nothing. Honestly, it's a moot point in my honest opinion.
Well, Canelo can get on the inside. He's one of the best to get into the inside. So, we got to see. We got to see. Yo, you know what's funny? Before I get to you, Zay, Terrence Crawford with the $2.
Yeah, oh shit! Shout out to Bud.
Shout out to Bud Crawford. He said there's weight classes for a reason. Oh man, y'all funny, man. Shout out to all y'all. Make sure
some of these trolling accounts are ridiculous, Johnny.
Like I got one. That's got one. Terrence Bud Crawford got one. This is crazy, man.
Shout out to Bud, man.
Shout out to Bud, man, for listening to the Hangout Spot.
Facts. It makes time for Johnny, man. Hey, but funny that you brought up Skull though, just because I see some of the people going back and forth about Skull and Canelo, and I really don't know how people think that Skull won that fight. I guess you can make arguments on how he won, but like I said, when you are throwing, even though Canelo was throwing minimal shots, he was more accurate with his shots. He was controlling the pace. He was the one constantly coming forward. You get what I'm saying? You had a guy who actively looked like he was running. And again, back to the numbers, Canelo landed, I think it was 33% or 34% of his shots. Skull landed 13% of his shots. You get what I'm saying? People want to talk about these jabs he was throwing out and doing all this other stuff. He landed 13% of his shots while he was running. So how can you have possibly given that guy the fight? But, whatever. I guess because it wasn't Canelo's best performance, they want to give it to the other guy.
Speaking of, you bring up the performance thing, and Zay, I want your opinion on this. I feel that Canelo. Yeah, for me, Andrew. I feel that Canelo. How do you expect him to show up completely for like 100% for that fight? Like these fights, Berlanga, Munguia, and Skull, to be honest, are not at the level of Canelo. So maybe he didn't show up completely, like fully there, mentally.
Hey man, listen. Before I turn it over to Zay, all I can say is look at his sparring partners, bro. He's got good ass sparring partners. Yeah, I mean, Yo-Yo Hernandez, Boots. You got my man Blast out Saint, which I thought was a great choice.
And you know, people talk about how Bud is also.
You cut off, G-Von. But anyway, Zay, what's good, man? Welcome to the family, brother. Welcome to the family.
What's up, man? Nice to meet you. I couldn't disagree with more than what I've been hearing from.
Go ahead, man. Cook.
For one, I'm definitely going for Bud in this fight. To just to put that down, and two, when he was saying a different type of counter punchers, you described that backwards. Crawford is the attack. He counters off of his attack. Canelo walks him down, and he goes off of his defense. He counters off of defense. Crawford, he counters off of offense, because that's going to be the first tell of how this fight going to go. Does Crawford try to walk down Canelo? That's going to be the first tell of the fight. Is he on that back foot, or is he stepping to him? That's going to be the first tell.
So what do you think?
I believe he's stepping. I believe he's stepping.
Okay.
And it's because refight. I'm not bringing up no. I know Crawford faster than Canelo. Only advantage you can give Canelo is size, and that's a big advantage. And what I mean by and power, you say power, you know what I'm saying, that having a natural size and a power. But you talk about IQ, you can't tell me. It's a known fact that the smaller fighters have better skills than the bigger fighters. The higher weight class you go up, the less skill it takes, because they start relying on that power. You know what I'm saying? So Crawford, Canelo got it. I feel like people talking about it, and I ain't gonna lie, Crawford shocked me with the Spence. I had Spence beating Crawford. I was one of those. So I'll tell you, I still corrected. I did my research, and he a dog. You know what I'm saying? And it's his mentality. This man look at what he did in the interview. I heard somebody say something about when he was sitting down with Tom Brady, when he said how many kids he had. And it's another thing y'all sleeping on. They both doing the same thing to each other. Canelo, he only taking this because it's Bud and he got the name and people think that. Crawford only fighting in that weight class. He cherry picking Canelo. Crawford is him. He wouldn't have fought Benavidez. Benavidez said, "Go, let's fight each other for it." No. Same reason why Canelo don't want to fight him. Canelo saying he too big. So Crawford ain't just gonna fight anybody at 168. He feels like that's the fight I can beat, and why not? It's for everything.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you. So you feel like he saw something in Canelo, that makes him think he can beat him?
Yeah, I believe that.
And we've had other fighters say the same thing and then moved up in weight. I mean, Mikey Garcia said the same thing about Errol Spence.
But did we? I didn't ever think that. I didn't think that.
Zay, I have a question for you though.
There were a lot of people that were actually thinking Mikey Garcia could outbox Errol Spence, and it was opposite that fight.
But that's the thing. This why I believe that Spence was going, but this was Spence before that. And I ain't taking nothing away from Crawford, even though he got in an accident, because a lot of people like to say, "Oh, he got in an accident." Spence was Spence. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's different, but I can't do that. Like, he did his training camp, he did everything else. I can't take nothing away from him. I know that got to be demoralizing for everybody to be saying, "Oh, he gonna beat you," and then you beat him. Oh, it was after he got in his accident, just to be discredited. So I can't do that to Bud. But what I will say is, with Spence, he had that animal in him where everybody was saying, "Oh, you bigger than him." So when that Mikey fight, he purposely just tried to box him. He ain't try to bully him. He ain't try to do him like everybody else. I think he could have finished Mikey if he wanted, but he didn't, because he wanted to prove I could box. He toyed with him.
What you got, Anthony? You wanted to respond?
Yeah, Zay. What I was good. But Bud, people forget Bud didn't start. He started at 140, so he's like, naturally he's a smaller fighter in general. I understand that people want to ignore that, but Bud started at 140 at the beginning of his career, and to be honest, he looks naturally smaller than Canelo. Canelo started at 154 when he was younger, and so you disagree with me that you think it's the other way around. You think Canelo is the traditional counterpuncher where he waits for you to throw shots before he throws a shot, and Bud is the one that's a exciting combination counterpuncher.
He is. He's not a combination counterpuncher. He's counterpunching off of his offense. Crawford is walking you down. He and you throw his jab. You go back. Boom, boom. He hitting you with stick. That's what he did to Spence. Did you not? He was countering with his offense. He took ring generals.
Can you do that to Canelo though?
That's what we gonna see. But I'm telling you, that's what he gonna try to do. That's what he gonna try to do. I never seen him try to do anything different.
But you agree with me that Canelo has this ability to force people out of their normal game plan, Zay, right?
No.
Like he messes with people's minds to the point where they fight out of their natural game. Like he did it with Berlanga, with a Munguia, who's a natural counterpuncher, and he forced Munguia to come forward and throw punches with Canelo and try to walk him down. And that's not a conducive thing to do with Canelo. Do you agree?
Well, he did that to make it a fight, because that's why they say styles make fights. If we both are natural, sit back and walk each other down and counter off of the other person's offense, then you're not going to see no punches being thrown. So he went and made a fight, which was outside of what he normally do. So he put himself at a disadvantage, said, I'm a fight. And he was getting caught. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, with the Crawford, Canelo, I just I don't get he got the Tyson complex. I don't think nobody. I think the only thing that people overlook with Canelo is he's not a bum. What he's able to, he's one, like when you talk about Crawford starting at 140, you have to understand boxers, that's what they do. They be cutting weight. They stayed there for their dream. He wanted to become undisputed. Then he did it at 147. He could have been up. You know what I'm saying? They deplete in their body. Devin Haney. I'm a Devin Haney fan, but I wouldn't wanted to see Devin Haney fight Tank at 135 because I could already tell Devin's too big for that weight class. He's losing a fight before he starts. If he get in there with somebody that hit, he's done. Your body, you already beating, depleting your body.
Yeah, Canelo's walking at light heavyweight, almost like not light heavyweight, almost like the lower end of the heavyweight division, kind of like he's walking around at like 225, 2. Canelo looks pretty like a big guy naturally. Canelo looks like he's walking around like cruiserweight or something like that.
Yeah, but that's in the 190s. You're talking about 220 something. I doubt that.
He ain't working at 220.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
no, 215. 215. My mistake.
I don't
like
know.
the upper mid range of the cruiserweight division.
Yeah, I don't know if
where Opataya is.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I don't know if he goes that high, but he will be the bigger guy come fight night because he will rehydrate on at least to 185. I would think. Probably 190.
I have it a draw, to be honest. That's how close I have this fight.
This the real thing.
I want Canelo to win, but realistically, I think it is draw because these two guys are way too competitive to allow the other to win.
So let me ask you this then. This is where would you compare Crawford to a Floyd?
Well, before the fight or after if he wins?
No, like now.
Somebody ask that question.
Like skill wise.
I think a lot of people are comparing them when I think it's unfair to compare them. They're two totally different fighters.
They are, but what I'm saying is I see Crawford. Crawford is kind of, as far as he download in there. When he gets you, that's why when he fought Sean was up on the cards. His dad seen, oh yeah, he figured you out. We're gonna stop this. You know what I'm saying? It's Crawford is a different breed because Crawford got the put you down power. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's sharp. He's sharp, he quick. I see the Floyd, like the comparison is different as far as what? Accolades, as far as, you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day,
their styles are way too different.
Floyd that we got in the boxing game right now, undefeated, challenging himself against the best. You know what I'm saying? IQ. He don't smoke, don't drink, train, out the way. Only difference was he flashy, he not flashy. He about his business, get in that ring, win.
When I see Crawford, I don't see like his style is not like a Floyd. Like they're two different styles. I see the Magic Man a little bit more.
Floyd is more defensive. That's the only thing. Floyd was more defensive. Floyd.
No, Magic Man. I'm not talking about Floyd. Magic Man. Who
you talking about? Madrimov?
My God, what's his real like? Huh?
Who you talking about? Madrimov?
Malignaggi.
Oh, Paul Malignaggi?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of like that. Like, with more power. He's a poly. His style of fighting is more poly with more power.
Who are you talking about? It's Paulie with more power.
Crawford. Cross.
Yeah, no, I don't get that comparison.
That is crazy.
Or maybe a Parnell Whitaker, maybe.
I could see that. But is at the end of the day, I feel like Floyd figured him out. Crawford, Canelo, one of them. You figure out kind of fighters, and Terrence is going to be able to throw his offense and stay out the way of that power. I feel like he's going to be able to stay out the way and inflict it, be slick, move. He know. Don't think, and they both know. Canelo don't think it's about to be a walk in the park, like you just said. Look at his sparring partners. Look who he bringing in. He not sleeping on him.
Nah, he ain't sleeping on him at all, man.
At all.
Question. It's never been a skill thing for me, man. It's never been a ring IQ thing. It's about punch resistance, brother. He is moving up 2 weight classes. Is he going to be able to take that punch? Because he's going to fight this man. I don't think he's going to move, man. He's going to try to fight this man in the pocket. And Canelo is accustomed to fighting guys that he doesn't have to go and find. So we got to see. We got to see if he can do better work in the inside,
And like you said, when I hear boxers analyze it and they talked about it, and the ones that's fair and not biased, that's what everybody came down to. And I understand that. Like, man, they were saying, my thing is, yeah, Crawford could beat him, this, that, and third, but he can't do nothing to Canelo. Canelo used to getting hit by this dude, that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, how is Crawford going to take it? Like, and yeah, it's different in sparring. I'm pretty sure Crawford is sparred light heavyweights and things like that. But it's different. It's different when it's all like there's not no practice run. This is a real thing. Lights is on.
And Zay, you said once you get up in weight, your skills diminish. Kind of. I disagree. Bivol and Usyk disprove that because they're boxers, natural boxers in general. Like they're defensive, they have power, but they prefer to box you and point you like crazy.
I'm not saying they can't have skill, because even if you, like you said, Usyk, you could say it's a few box. You could say a Tyson Fury, at the heavyweight who boxed. You know what I'm saying? A Klitschko. But what I'm saying is the skill level drops, because that's why them people thrive. You get a Usyk, they're gonna thrive because it ain't too many boxers. They relying on punching power. That's how somebody like Wilder can be a champion. Just have power, knock them out. You think the dude that just knocked out
once you get below 168 is when you see more the fighters start having more skill, like a Bam Rodriguez, someone like this. A Bam or.
You think the boy that just knocked out Anderson is more skillful than Anderson? That's just a big motherfucker caught him and hit him. He ain't more skillful.
Bacoli, you talking about?
Yeah. You think Bacoli?
No, I don't think Martin is
skilled. Or you think
Jared Anderson, he fought the wrong fight?
Yeah, Jared Anderson should have. For what? Why?
And there's a possibility that Bud fights the wrong fight as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I see. I think
all those advantages you're giving him, he's got to take advantages of those, those advantages. So, we gotta, and this is what I'm talking about. This is what makes this fight so damn intriguing, man. it makes it must-see TV because of all the question marks that we have around it. And we're gonna be all over it. I mean, we'll be back at it tonight. We'll be back at it. So I'm about to wrap up, guys.
Johnny, I have a question for you before you go.
Yeah. Go ahead.
In your honest opinion, who does this fight benefit more, Bud or Canelo?
Oh,
does
definitely
Canelo
Bud.
like
This is a legacy fight for Bud? I mean, if Bud wins this fight, he
so
he becomes,
you don't think Canelo really needs this as a legacy fight? He already has proven everything. He's just doing this to give what the fans what they want.
He's doing it for a paycheck.
Basically.
He's doing it for a paycheck.
He's taking this fight serious. Obviously,
he's taking it serious.
And beating Bud Crawford is a huge name on your resume. I don't want anybody to underestimate this victory. If Canelo does it, we shouldn't do it because everybody is predicting that it's going to be basically the 50-50.
But you know how irrational, Johnny.
Go ahead.
You know how irrational boxing fans are, and you two say that they're gonna not give. They're gonna say Canelo just beat a smaller guy. They're not gonna give him credit.
Well, hey, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that here because when I put polls out, because I've been putting polls out for the last few weeks, and you got the people basically they're right in the middle. I mean, right now, look, 33% believe that Canelo can win by knockout, 31% believe that Bud can win by decision. You got the fans right now before this fight are kind of stuck right in the middle. So, technically going in, it's a 50-50 fight accordingly to most boxing fans. So we can't do that. We can't. And then all of a sudden, if Canelo wins, we're gonna sit back and diminish it because he should have beaten the smaller guy. No, we're talking about Terrence Bud Crawford, right? We're talking about Terrence Bud Crawford. I mean, this whole entire show, we've done almost 6 hours. And I would say about 90% of the people that we've had on this panel believe that Terrence Bud Crawford is going to either stop Canelo or beat him fairly easy. So no, we can't do that. We can't do that.
And that's a testament how good Crawford is. Because you could tell me your best. You could tell me Tank go up to 147, and Crawford gonna beat his ass. He better stay over there.
And you guys see, you said it yourself, how seriously Canelo is taking this fight because of all the sparring partners that he's picking. So we ain't going to diminish that. I mean, fight fans will do it, Anthony, to your point, but we ain't doing it here. Like
I'm not saying you guys, but when you look at it in the general boxing audience, like Zay, you seem like a rational Bud fan. I'm talking about the ridiculous Bud fans that are just gonna say, like, if Canelo beats him, they're gonna say this guy came up from 147. It's not his natural weight class. They're not gonna give Canelo the credit and stuff like that.
No,
you seem like a rational Bud fan. That
I wouldn't. If Canelo was to me, it depends on how Canelo beats him. Like, and this is the thing, and this is why I say Crawford gonna step, because regardless of how much Bud fans like him, Canelo is the boxing favorite, meaning the higher ups. He can't, if it's a close fight, I don't know why people keep saying Crawford gonna get decision. If it's a close fight and they could give it to Canelo, they gonna give it to Canelo. They not giving it to Crawford, and Crawford better know that. Mm-hmm. So if you not going in there to wipe him out, if you thinking, no, you is not the face they want to be a boxing. They do not want to be plastering your face on ESPN. They want Canelo. They want to keep that going. So that's the facts. So if he go in there and acting like he gotta prove something. He said, man, I've been doubting my whole career. When I was supposed to fight him, they said that. And he upset me that night with Spence. I was upset. I lost some money. You know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to lose some money on him this time. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna get it back for me. So
I have to go, Johnny. Thanks for having me on, bro.
Yeah, thanks for joining the family, man. Appreciate you, man. You guys got to keep calling in, both of y'all.
You already know, man. I'll be doing it.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, see you, bro.
Anthony and Zay up in the building, bro. 2 new callers, 2 new members to the hangout spot, the DHS family, bro. This is how we do it up. This is why we got to continue to talk it up. We got to continue to share, smash the like button. Help this channel get into the homepage of boxing fans so they know we rock out. Sunday nights, epic 8 p.m. show. We are back. We were gone. We were gone. We didn't do 3 shows this week. Last one we did was last Sunday. I was out with the wife, much needed vacation. We had a blast, had to recharge the batteries, and now we are back at it like we never left, man. I mean, we never left. We pushing almost 6 hours on this show. Great conversation, great panel members, great debates going back and forth. We had all type of burners in the building, including Nestor Gibbs, the boxing voice. I had a burner. Terrence Crawford. I don't know if you guys see Terrence Crawford checked in. There are weight classes for a reason. That's classic, man. We got rolling with the punches with the $3 super sticker. Appreciate you.
Straight cash, homie.
We got my man Keenan Lofton with the $5. To the guy, Keenan Lofton, appreciate you, my brother. He said to the guy asking about benefit, it was between Bud and Eubank Jr. / Shiraz / Mbili. Which fight benefit Nello more? Damn, my bad. My bad, Keenan. I didn't ask this question while he was on here. My bad. Listen, we're not going to do here at the Hangout Spot is we're not going to diminish a Canelo victory if he beats Bud. We're not going to sit here and call in and say, well, he needed to do that or he should have did that. Bud was moving up 2 weight classes, blah, blah, blah. This was a money grab. No. Not when we got votes like this. Not when we got shows, almost 6-hour shows, where the majority is probably like 75-25 today. And I was telling, I put the link in the chat since early, and I was telling, I kept putting in the chat, where are the Canelo fans? I want y'all to call in and debate with all these Bud Crawford fans why you believe, or give your take why you believe that Bud's not going to beat Canelo. I mean, yeah, that Bud's not going to beat your guy. Because the majority of the people that jumped on, except for G-Von, when G-Von came on and H-Town came on, I mean, they were going in. They were going in. They're obviously rooting for, or they believe that Canelo's going to win. But the majority of the people that jumped on believe Bud is going to win, right? I mean, I put a poll out early this morning. I'm going to keep it up all week. I'm also going to put polls on the live shows, or at least one live show later this week. And let me refresh now. We got, wow. Okay. So it's kind of swayed a little bit. Right now, we got 33% that believe Canelo will win by knockout or stoppage. We got 24% that believe he'll win by decision. 12% believe Bud can win by stoppage or knockout, and 31% believe Bud can win by decision. So you got 33% that believe that Canelo can stop him, and you got 31% that believe that Bud can win this fight by decision. If you really look at it, this is a 50-50 fight in the fans' eyes, in everybody's eyes. I think Vegas probably has it close to a 50-50 fight. So yeah, man. Yeah, G-Von did. Somebody said G-Von crashed out. Yeah, he crashed out a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, he was all right. He was he was okay for the most part. It was just a little bit of almost a crash out there when he was going back and forth with 444, which is who's a Bud fan. He doesn't pull any punches. He's a Bud guy. And he thinks that Bud can stop Canelo. There's a lot of Bud Crawford fans that believe that Bud is going to move up these 2 weight classes and stop Canelo Alvarez. But that's what makes this fight so damn intriguing. I mean, it's people got emotional talking shit to each other about Bud and Canelo. It's crazy. But we'll be all over it this week. We will be all over it this week. Great show. Damn, we got Hugo in the back. I don't want to leave Hugo flat, so I'm going to take Hugo's call real quick. What's up, Hugo? I was about to wrap it up, brother.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm not going to take much time, maybe 4 minutes.
I can't diss you, so I got to bring you up. You're my guy.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Can you hear me okay? There's too much background noise.
No, I hear you good, man. Go ahead, man.
Okay.
What you got, brother?
I got some I had some vibrations and shit going on. I just wanted to call in. I'm not going to take up too much time, but I'm looking forward to the Inoue fight. I don't really care much for this fight. I don't like Canelo. I don't like his fan base. But I recognize I am a boxing fan first and foremost. So I said it from the beginning. This is a monumental fight for both But to answer partly the question that was proposed before, there's a lot of shit you covered, you know. So it was I only caught like about 30 minutes, so it was interesting. The different perspectives, you know, I always enjoy that. There's a lot of engagement, and that was one of the things that that's the one of the things I do like, that at least the fan bases are one side of the street is going at it with the other, and that's what you want, you know. And we need engagement in terms of the health of the sport, so that's good. But I think Bud is taking this fight for the money and the legacy, because I think it's an extra. I think supposedly I heard rumors that Bud was offered a lot of more money with other fighters, even at one point in time with Conor. It wasn't an official agreement, but if it was really for the money, I've heard that been thrown out, he would have pursued that, you know. But what he is doing is he's pursuing the Canelo purse, because first of all, it's assured money. He stays good with Turkey Alibaba, whatever the fuck his name is, and then add to that, it wouldn't make him. I don't believe this. It's not necessarily a narrative. I don't want to disrespect people, but it is partly a narrative, because if he beats Canelo Alvarez, this is a face of boxing. So I think for those two reasons only, he's taking this fight. It is for the money, and it is for the legacy also. So I won't.
Two good reasons, right? I mean,
yeah, they're
stamped. I mean, people we'll be having conversations of where we can put him as far as you know, the best fighters that we've ever seen. Do we put him in the top 10? Do people put him in the top 5 of becoming undisputed in 3 separate weight classes in the 4 belt era? So,
Well, I would put him up there as notable fighters. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, and I said getting that bag is not a bad thing either.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, look, they're fighters. They're looking for the money. They fight for the money. That's just, it's a sport. It's a business, and people want the money. Obviously, people are always going to go for the bigger purse, especially if you have a limited time in the sport, or, you know, other factors can come through in your life where you only have a set amount of time and make your money. You know, I'm not going to disagree with that, but yeah, but there's a lot more to talk about that. And then lastly, with the excuses, I think both sides are going to make excuses anyways. But I think because obviously, look, I don't like Canelo Alvarez. I fucking hate his fan base. I think he's an overrated fighter. I look at his resume. There's a lot of things people don't factor in. Whatever, man. I've been at this shit for 2.5+ years. I'm tired of the conversation. I think the damage is done when it comes to Canelo Alvarez. I think he, at this point, he's stagnated. I don't believe the narrative that he's shot to pieces, or he's just not the same. I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna wait until after the Bud fight to see it. And I'm not a Bud fan either, so I'm just throwing that out there. But when it comes to the excuses, I don't think the Canelo lovers, the Canelitas, the Canela putas, they can't make excuses either, because when Bebo fought Canelo Alvarez, that's the first thing that they said. Why is it when Canelo Alvarez goes up in weight and fights a guy with obviously a higher skill set level, I knew Bebo was going to beat him from the very beginning, especially after the fact. When I looked at his amateur record, especially after I recognized the style, I knew that he was going to beat that was a 10-2 ass whooping masterclass, in my opinion, right? And I stand by that. You can make an argument for 11-1, but whatever, that's just my opinion, right? But the Canelo lovers, look, what bothers me with them is this. When Canelo Alvarez lost that fight, that's the first thing they brought up. Oh, he lost because of the weight. Oh, he lost because what's that stupid shit that people were saying? Something for greatness, whatever. He's reaching for greatness, whatever the fuck it is, right? That's what the people talked about, and people never talked about the defensive ratio that Dimitri Bivol had until after the fight. So for them to come out here and say and proclaim, oh well, that's just what Bud is that's what Bud and his people are gonna say. That's not right. You can't sit here. That's just as called being a hypocrite. I don't necessarily expect much from the Canelo lovers and the Canelitas and the whole fan base. I recognize the delusion. I recognize that anything critiquing Canelo Alvarez as a fighter in and outside of the ring is always, you're a hater. Oh, you don't like that guy because he did so and so with your wife. You don't like the guy because he's prettier than you. I don't know what the fuck. I've heard, you know, you've probably been exposed to the narratives, and I for sure have, because I've been at the forefront, constantly going against this bullshit because it's a disrespect to the sport, right? But that's all I just wanted to say. I could go on and on, but that's it. Neither side can make excuses. They're going to. But as I pointed out specifically, when Dimitri Bivol beat him, nobody talked about his defensive ratio. Nobody talked about that he was a bigger man. That with Dimitri Bivol and Canelo Alvarez, they could score off at 168, 151, 147, any fucking weight class. It's going to be the same exact result because Dimitri Bivol, that style of fighting is dangerous and difficult to beat. And that's it. I'm in with that. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you taking the time, man. Hit the like. So appreciate
Hugo, real quick though. This is because I thought you was another Hugo that usually calls in. This was your first time calling in?
Yeah, it's my first time calling. Yeah, I don't know if there's any. Yeah.
No. That's what's up. No. You gotta. So have you been listening to the show? Where did you find me at?
Yeah, here and there, I've seen some of your clips, mainly on YouTube. But I know you were out for a bit, and then you had come back. So I tuned in at the last second. I thought you were. It just popped up on my feed, but I've heard about you. I've heard about many shows.
You got to keep watching. You got to keep calling in, man. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, brother. But that's all I had to say. Like I said, I'm looking forward for the Inoue fight. So, but if you guys enjoy the matchup,
we'll talk about the Inoue fight this week as well. I'm a big Inoue fan as well. We obviously today's Sunday, so we got we're doing a show. God, we might be doing 4 shows this week. So make sure you tune in, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
I don't know if you do betting, but we do a betting show with Coach Hector Bermudez, a world-class professional coach. He comes on here, he gives us lock picks, and he's been nailing them, man. So if you're a betting guy, make sure you tune in on Thursday.
Yeah, right on, brother. Yeah, all right. Appreciate it, man. I'll see you.
I appreciate you, man. There you have it, y'all. Hugo in the building. I thought that was Hugo Juice that calls in from Cali to crash out, man. But it was a new Hugo, a new caller, new family member, man. This is how we do it. You got to keep hitting that like button, keep sharing. We got some subscribers today. Some great conversations, some great content. I love doing this, man. It was great to be back, man. We pushing almost 6 hours. I know some of you guys out in the West Coast, like Alberto and Malcolm from Arizona, don't want the show to end because it's mad early where you at, but it ain't early here, man. It's almost 2 o'clock. Actually, it is 2 o'clock in the morning, bro. We're a minute away from 2 o'clock in the morning. We did about 6 hours, man, but we was cooking today. We was absolutely cooking today, man. A little bit of everything, man. But we will be back at it tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You know, we usually don't do a Monday show. We usually do a Tuesday show. We skip Mondays, but I've been out. Plus, I got Corey Marksman, man, undefeated lightweight, in the building tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He couldn't do Tuesday. Monday worked for him better. I believe he'll be doing the interview from a studio. So tonight worked for him better. He's coming off a stoppage victory at Caribbean Royale Orlando on the Most Valuable Promotions card. Rachel Donaire was on the panel. She knows Corey Marksman well. So does Nonito. He actually called his fight a couple of weeks ago. He is 12-0 with 1 draw and 9 wins via night, up and coming lightweight. So So what we'll probably do is we'll do the interview with Corey, and then maybe we'll just open it up and do some football unless people want to talk some boxing. If not, what we'll do is we'll try the football show next Monday for the first time. Now, 160, I got about 170 people that voted. 52% believe, 52% said they will watch if we do a Monday call in a NFL football show. 32% said no, just keep it boxing. 15% said maybe, so 15% and 15%. Okay, we got about 68% that said that they would tune in. So maybe we'll give some football. Maybe we'll give football a shout out. Shout out to Johnny. Had to take a call. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you, Javon. No, absolutely, man. Alberto said he wants a football show. Yeah, we'll give it a shot for a couple of hours and see what happens. But today, like I said, today was a great show. Appreciate everybody for jumping on. Two-Tone jumped on. We had a lot of good people on the panel. Like I said, Javon, Rachel Donaire, Coach Walker jumped on for a little bit. 444 jumped on. We had new callers. We had about 3 or 4 new callers. That's dope. New subscribers, new members to the DHS family. We are growing. Make sure you guys smash the like button on the way out. If you haven't done so, please tell a friend to subscribe to the Hangout spot. There are power in numbers. We're trying to get to that next goal, man. We almost near We are about 30 subscribers away from 2.6K, but we're trying to get to 3K. And we want to do that before that mega card in November, man. The November 22nd card. You know the deal. My guy, Brian Norman Jr. against Devin the Dream Haney for the WBO welterweight championship is going down. Riyadh season. David Benavidez is fighting Anthony Yard on that card as well. We will be boots to ground live at training camp in the beginning of October. I'm going to Atlanta, spend a day or two with the champ. See the champ get some work. We will be doing a live show from out there. Again, that's what I'm saying. Tell a friend and subscribe, man. We got to continue to push the envelope and get that amazing content out for you guys. We got to get new subscribers, new callers. We kicking it over here. We kicking it at the hangout spot. But again, appreciate all the love and support. It's great to be back. We'll be back at it tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Corey Marksman will be in the building. Make sure y'all check it out, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Peace.